Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 13 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back for the Hungarian Grand Prix out at Magyar Nagadic. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say Belgium, the AI are a whole lot better on F126. It was a welcome change, it was a welcome improvement, but we're returning to the Hungaroring this weekend, and this circuit, the AI tend to have a different problem. Normally, tyre temperature management is horrible around this circuit. The AI are therefore pretty OP around this track, not through battery management, just on the fact they don't seem to simulate everything that the human player does. So combine that with the fact that I just have a burning hatred for the Hungaroring on the F1 games as well. I don't know what it is about this track, I've just never had much luck around here, so I'm not expecting a huge result this weekend. That being said though, we have still got our rivalry with Isaac Hadjar going on at the moment. I need 2 more World Championship points to make sure we lock up that one. And I've also bagged my first accolade of the series as well, with 10 top 10 finishes so far in this campaign. I've still obviously not had a top 5 in qualifying. Obviously, we've had 2 podiums as well. But as you can see, yeah, obviously the next accolade I think we're likely going to get is going to be that race starts there. When we start Season 2 in hopefully just a couple of weeks' time as well. Having a quick look, though, at the performance of the car then. Obviously, we're pretty much tied with Haas right now. We're ahead of Williams, we're ahead of VCarb, obviously Caddy and Aston as well. So we are steadily rolling in the upgrades. You know, we're getting the car in a place where it needs to be as well. I'm going to try and gamble and see if we can get another couple of upgrades on before the end of the summer break as well. Obviously, with this being the last race before we head out for a few weeks off over the course of the summer as well. But yeah, we're definitely getting this Audi into a pretty decent spot. And of course, hoping as we head into Season 2, we're going to be able to go for more of an attack. Lando Norris, though, still leading the way at the top of the World Championship. 21 points clear of George Russell. Oscar Piastri still in third ahead of Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. We are in a bit of no man's land. 32 points back behind the drivers in front. 26 points ahead of Carlos, Isaac, and Alexander Albon, that are all tied on 51 points apiece. It also means that we are 25 back from Atlassian Williams in the Constructors' Championship as well. So, fingers crossed, this weekend we can try and take a few points out of them as well. Obviously, if you're new, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We are trying to get to 160,000 subs at the moment. But yeah, let's see then what the AI are going to be like as we return here to Hungary.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us, and the track action will be getting underway very shortly. I've got Anthony Davidson, Naomi Schiff alongside me. Before we focus on that, Naomi, I'd just like us to consider some of these big rumours that are circulating at the moment about driver moves up and down the paddock. Just how distracting is it to focus on putting in strong performances at the same time as negotiating a future?
Well, it can be a really big distraction, particularly for the drivers who are out of contract at the moment. And for them, it's going to be the challenge of managing what they're doing off track and compartmentalizing that from what happens on track, because we know that this next decision in their career is going to be a big one. So that can put a lot of pressure on your shoulders, but you don't want that to put so much pressure on your shoulders that you start overdriving, making mistakes, because you know in this sport, you can go from hero to zero in an instant.
I mean, you know, easier said than done, Anton. As we're passed by a driver now who's considering their future, even if you've got a contract, they're not necessarily even worth the paper they're written on. You've got to keep putting in really big, impressive performances.
It's an industry that demands perfection from not just the team, but the drivers as well, first and foremost. So if you start to relax in any way, even if you have a multi-year deal in place, like you say, not worth the paper it's written on, because you can be kicked out before you know it. If the performances start to slip, the team will have their eye on you straight away and you'll be out the door.
So no room for complacency. Let's see who can put in some big performances on track today. All the action up next. Don't go anywhere.
It seems like EA then didn't bother cutting that little cutscene that obviously you only ever see once inside career mode on this game. Always Season 1. Whenever you make it to the halfway stage of the campaign. Of course, normally that'll be the Hungaroring, unless you're running a slightly shorter calendar as well there. But obviously, one thing I hadn't factored in for Race Day Sunday, what's the one thing here at the Hungaroring that can pretty much guarantee this race is going to be a banger? Changeable weather, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to be getting this afternoon. I mean, we've had a lot of races recently with changeable weather. Bizarrely, though, Spa wasn't one of them. See, Silverstone was, Austria was as well, so Yeah, seem to be getting quite a few crazy races as this first season continues on, but obviously before we worry about what's happening in the race, we've got to qualify, targeting that turn 4 apex as best as we possibly can. First lap, as always, here is going to be a bit more of a banker lap. Second lap is obviously where you really want to try and push. It's nice and easy through the chicane, but this is a track that requires confidence, requires commitment as well, and it's just something that I really struggle to find here. Verstappen a 1:15.2 then. Apparently, according to the team, our practice pace looked to actually be very good around this venue, but how many times have we seen that? And then move into qualifying, and then the AI just absolutely rapid there as a horrible line through the final corner. Dump the battery on the run to the line. A 1:17.3. You know it's gone badly when you're only quicker than Lance Stroll. Well, is everybody then coming to the end of their Q1 runs? Hulkenberg has been able to put himself up in the top 16 for now with a 1:16.6. So I'm just hoping we can try and get as close to that as we possibly can then. But let's try and go for one big attacking lap here from the Hungaroring. Nice and wide on the entry of that final corner. Make sure we maximise the run on the exit. To use the straight line mode on the long run down towards turn 1 in qualifying trim. Still able to reach 200 miles an hour. You would expect this to be a track where the battery actually really helpful. Obviously, you know, a lot of slow corners for obviously having that extra boost on corner exit can make quite a lot of difference there. Was rolling the car nice and tidy down the hill in through turn 2 and turn 3. Use a bit of battery up the other side of the hill then in the 10th up. By the time you get to the end of sector 1 there, don't take as much curb on the entry that time round. That allows the car just to sit nicely there as through the hairpin back up the hill there. That was pretty good. Just try to meet the apex as best as we possibly can. Took way too much curb through the second part. And then throw the car as we head into these S's there. Leaving in 5th gear, way up on that outside curb. But able to get away with that one. Down a gear, just make sure we get the bike through the front end as well. But the lap time is really coming to us here. Hard on the brakes all in towards the final sector. A little bit of a wobble there, but we gathered it up nicely on the exit. This could end up being quite close between ourselves and Hulkenberg. Oh, no, it's not. Just got a huge spike of revs through the final couple of corners there. And, well, there you go. That's going to be qualifying over. And we are at the back of the grid ready for this race. After disappointment in Silverstone, it's happened again.
Welcome to Budapest once again for another round of Formula One action. Historically, a good race for first-time victories, with Button, Hill, Alonso and Heikki Kovalainen all reaching the top step of the podium for the very first time right here. The Hungaroring, it's like Monaco without the boats, although the boats today could come in very handy. 14 corners, 6 to the left and 8 to the right, and some very tricky corners to deal with. These rainy conditions out there aren't going to help either, so it's very likely we'll see a safety car or two during today's race. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position. And Lando Norris lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Leclerc, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Hamilton. Verstappen, Albon, Hadjar, and Fernando Alonso. Lawson, Ocon, Ollie Behrman, and Bottas. Perez, Lindblad, Nico Hulkenberg, and Carlos Sainz. Colapinto, Gasly, Stroll, and Mr. Monaco. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, from the very back of the grid then, I'm not expecting points to be possible today, but like I said, changeable weather, anything can happen as we head into race day Sunday then. Looks like this rain's meant to kick around just past half distance, so we might get a bit of an interesting strategy call between whether you can stretch the inters or maybe have to pit and go to a second set at some point during the early laps, but we just got to try and keep it clean and tidy. We've got to hope that the race can come to us a bit later on there as the 5 red lights are coming on. Oh, a mighty long hole, but it is finally going to be lights out, and away we go there. Big spike of revs through the second phase, but we'll be allowed the straight line mode on the run in towards turn 1. Lance Stroll immediately navigating him. So I was hoping Gasly would go to the inside line there. Immediately try and turn the tyres into 50 pence pieces down at turn 1 as well, the Canadian trying to look back down the inside through the exit of that first corner. Hulkenberg as well, struggling early on as he wanted to have a look down the inside of the Frenchman as well, but we will try and get 2 places for the price of 1 there. Looks like your top 3 in the World Championship, your top 3 early on in this race. It's Gasly again putting up a one firm defensive fight at the moment, and round the outside he'll go up the hill in towards turn 4 there, so clearly felt that he had the grip, he had the confidence around our outside, and he's going to make that one work. Then shout out to Cadillac, got both of their cars into Q2 yesterday, but obviously, yeah, not much better than that. That was a bit touring car-esque down into the chicane. They're just moving Pierre Gasly out of the way just a little bit as well, but you know, already at the front of the order then. I guess this is going to be the big problem over the course of the race today, is it's very, very tricky to obviously, you know, when everybody's limited on the same battery management, you can't really do a lot, as for whatever reason I cannot put the car into hot lap mode. Is that not allowed on lap 1? Is this a rule that I just didn't know about with these new cars? I've always been able to put it in hot lap mode previously, unless they patched that in the rain now on this game as well. I know there was a small update for the game a couple of days ago, but out of the final corner then, let's just wait and see. Are we able to do anything by the time we cross the start-finish line? No, we are not, so I reckon they've patched that then in F126, so it's going to make it even more difficult for anybody to do anything down the straights, because you're kind of all just stuck using battery in all the same places. Well, as Lando Norris then trying to streak away up at the front of the order, he'd love, I'm sure, to build up a bit more of a cushion over George Russell in the World Championship this weekend, but yeah, for us though, I mean, basically everybody up and down the pack, no one could really do a lot at the moment. I think Alonso seems to be leading kind of the midfield charge, obviously behind one of the Williams there. I believe it's Alexander Albon, isn't it? Up inside the top 10, but yeah, you just can't do a lot, to be honest, unless you were running a massively out-of-the-box setup, you know, with a huge amount of wing, and somehow was able to kind of drag the car around the rest of the lap. Now, the team, I have already spoken to them. This light rain is meant to just kick around for quite a while, so I guess the only other thing is strategy. There you go. So, yeah, teams still believe the rain's going to be around for quite a while. 3% tyre wear a lap, though, of course. Memories of Silverstone still fresh in my mind, but we could try and do something with the strategy, whether we can try and really extend or, you know, try and just do something different if we want to score points this afternoon. Ooh, we got yellows. We got yellows. Something might happen in this race. Oh, I think it's Carlos Sainz. Oh, Behrman's gone. So I think Sainz is breaking down. Behrman's gone for a spin as well. So a little bit of moment of madness then in this GP. Are we going to see a safety car or anything like that? Carlos Sainz is out of the Grand Prix. There you go, red flag. That works out well.
Okay, so that's a red flag, no overtaking, and let's get back into the pits, please.
That works out really well, because hopefully it should mean we're going to be a bit closer to the dry period. It might also give us a chance to try and do something on the run in towards turn 1. And
okay,
there we
we've
go.
done all right so far, but this is a chance to take a breath. We've got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
Yeah, so obviously we'll have to bolt on another set of intermediates, but we've seen with the AI before on this game, we might not be that far away from dry compound tyres as well then, so ready to go once again then. So restarting up in P17, the 5 red lights are on. It's the lights out, and away we go there, off to a much better start this time round, as the starts, of course, are probably going to be pivotal here. Immediately moving past Franco Colapinto. We'll try and have a look around the outside of Arvid Lindblad as well. Back in towards turn 1. Just there, being very, very careful through that first corner once again there, as get the power down on the exit. You can see Bottas trying to go for it against Esteban Ocon as well. So everybody just trying to keep it clean and tidy there, as Lawson now picking up that final points-paying position early on, as they wanted to try and do the old up and under on Esteban Ocon, but unable to make that one happen that time around there. But whilst everybody is bunched up off the restart, you've got to try and be a bit brave, you've got to try and be a bit optimistic with it, but that was not good. So Perez sneaks down the inside of Arvid Lindblad there, who I think got a little bit caught up behind us, but when will this rain be coming to an end then? We'll have to ask our engineer at the end of this lap. Well, that reset as well actually worked quite nicely. I was already getting a bit nervous that Lando Norris might lap us this afternoon, and that does not happen very often on these games. There you go, so team name talking about dry tyres. Let's have a listen in then. So what are we saying about the rain?
Current forecast is 5 or 10 minutes more of rain before it starts to dry up. Inters look like the best tyre for now.
So yeah, team obviously still saying Inters are the best tyre. That is to be completely expected at this stage, but we'll schedule in then a set of hard tyres to go on the wagon. They are the tyre of choice around this circuit. The mediums, the softs just burn up instantly. Tell you what, Valtteri Bottas then. Cadillac, of course, the only team yet to score a point this season. Well, he's going to need a bit more of a miracle if he can try and get himself into that top 10. But running P12 here, not a bad day so far from the Flying Finn. Problem is, though, he does seem to be struggling quite a lot. It's Esteban Ocon not able to get close enough again on the run back in towards turn 1. Of course, Ferrari engines in both of those cars, but yeah, it's just, again, Bottas, you kind of see him fading away from Fernando Alonso in front. I mean, these are the kind of conditions and the kind of track as well, where the Aston Martin absolutely comes alive with these F126 cars. But yeah, just want to believe we can try and find a way around. But yeah, it looks like the rain is steadily coming to an end then, so it's only going to be a handful more laps before we see a switch to dries. Nailing that call is going to be imperative, because track position here is just so important. So far today, Lando Norris and George Russell have been in a league of their own up at the front of the order. You can just see the AI are able to just get the power down so much earlier off of that final corner. No matter what I do in terms of lines, nothing we could really do there. But definitely now, everybody beginning to struggle a lot more as this track's drying up. Much more difficult to obviously try and keep the tyres cool. But obviously we know the AI won't struggle with that anywhere near as much as the human player does, as can we try and cut down low off the exit of turn 2, open up the run, or through turn 3 there. I mean, that corner now is basically flat out, and you can see we are pretty much nose to tail behind Esteban Ocon. Just again, not close enough. Thought about having a look down the inside into that hairpin, but that definitely won't work. And again, the AI just good enough on corner exit, that it's very, very difficult to do anything. We seem to be able to gain quite a lot under braking, but I wonder if it's going to be time to make the call pretty soon to switch over to the hard tyres. That's the only other thing I'm trying to debate in my head. Will the hards get to the end from here, or is it worth obviously trying to effectively go a couple of extra laps to gain the advantage towards the end of the races? I think that's our first track limits violation of the day there. Happy to pick up one. They can give us a little bit of a helping hand. You've got to use them a bit strategically, don't you? As just again getting right up on Ocon's diffuser, but at the completely wrong point on this lap. Well, here we go. Ocon's actually going to try and go for it. Are we going to see a move in this Hungarian Grand Prix that isn't off a race start? Esteban Ocon to the outside of Valtteri Bottas there through turn 1. Will he be able to get the power down? He should have the inside line for turn 2, but he's done it! Esteban Ocon in the Haas. I never thought I'd be celebrating Esteban Ocon doing something in a Grand Prix, but he has found a way around Valtteri Bottas then, and you can see the Flying Finn a little bit all over the road as we head back up the hill. Just able to cover us off once again by the time we head into turn 4 there, is sailing it off over those curbs. But the problem we've got now is Ocon might start just to drive away, and I've still got to try and get past Valtteri. Again, getting a big run down the hill. Which way will Valtteri go this time around? He leaves the door open on the inside there. Get the elbows out. Tried to give him a bit of space on the outside, but we had to be firm and decisive with that manoeuvre there. So up then into unlucky P13. Team are happy with that overtake as well, so that's obviously good news. But yeah, we're not seeing anybody into the pit lane then as we get towards half distance here. So I don't want to be the first one to make the call, but I want to be getting close to the crossover point as well.
Perfect situation, but I don't think we got cause to move on to a different tyre yet.
Yeah, there you go. So that often actually can be a good sign that it's time to move over to the dry compound. But I guess we're not going to score points at where we are at the moment, so I might have to try and gamble it in these next couple of laps. You know what? We might just try and gamble it now then. Lap times are steadily improving just a little bit more. We're starting to struggle a bit more with the wheel spin then. So as soon as I made the move on Bottas, we're going to try and peel into the pit lane there. Got to be careful of those curbs on the way in, but lock up all 4 wheels. We're not going to need those tyres anymore in this Grand Prix. So this is a big gamble. Normally the AI actually jump the gun with their switch to the dry compound tyres. So yeah, it's rare that we do it instead of them, but track here was feeling pretty good. A little bit of rain still getting kicked up. Well, this is going to be moment of truth time then as we head back out into the circuit. A little bit of wheel spin through the initial phase, but through turn 1, a little bit understeery there. Just make sure we stay on the dry line as best as possible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Well, there we go. Already then, clearly we're a bit of a trendsetter in this Grand Prix. Starting to see a few of the other cars into the pit lane. Are they staying on inters? Surely they're going to dry tyres. You wouldn't be pitting for another set of intermediates at this stage of the Grand Prix. Yeah, there we go. So hard tyres going on most of those cars then as we're going to still be ahead of Hulkenberg. We weren't really taking much time out of him on that lap, but we also weren't really losing anything either, so pretty good omen. There you go, Colapinto heading back out. Oh, Lindblad and Bottas, though, heading back out as well there, as obviously these guys are going to be on very, very cold rubber. Trying to get temperature into them is not easy, and you can see that one lap advantage, or maybe working for us. I've just got to be very, very careful, though. We cannot put the front tyres on the wet stuff, otherwise we lose all performance. Valtteri Bottas then, second time in 3 laps. They're going to have to overtake the Flying Finn. But once again, we have made it work. Oh, hey, what's happened?
Okay, clear.
What? There was just 2 cars stranded on the middle of the front straight. That was very, very weird. Sergio Perez there and Pierre Gasly, just sat in the middle of the road as suddenly now straight line mode then has been re-enabled in this Grand Prix, but no idea what was going on there then. I don't know if that was a bit of a glitch. Hopefully, if I've got a replay up for you guys, you can have a look as to what happened. There we go. Track conditions now dry. We are still out in P13, but Esteban Ocon now a long, long way up the road. But bigger than that, Fernando Alonso is up into the points. Well, post-race Matt then, I'm going to have to cut in here, because this is going to be the weirdest glitch I've ever seen on an F1 game. Sergio Perez making his way down the pit lane. Obviously, he heads into his box there. Going to bolt on a set of the hard compound tyres. Green flag, obviously, green light, I should say, as he heads out of the pit lane. Getting ready to put the power down. And the car just gets put in the middle of the road. Same thing happens to Pierre Gasly, just a little bit further behind. Comes out of his box on the hard compound tyres. And it's pretty much as soon as he goes past the pit lane exit line, just gets put in the middle of the road. And it was a good job that obviously we weren't a little bit closer there. Otherwise, he could have just been stopped right in front of me. I mean, look at this from the third-person perspective. Pierre Gasly and pop into the middle. How broken is F1 26 there? That's got to be one of the most hilarious glitches I think I've ever seen on these games. Had to interject halfway through the video to show you guys that one. But yeah, that's kind of completely screwed over Perez and Gasly, because now they've got to try and overtake even more cars. Just monitoring the gaps around us then as more and more fast laps coming in up at the front of the order. We are just doing my favourite thing, driving into no man's land at the moment. We've got a 5-second gap now over Valtteri Bottas. We are taking a little bit of time out of Esteban Ocon in front, but I guess really our only hope right now is that Fernando can try and hold up the Frenchman, or I guess both Frenchmen, sorry, I should say, at this stage of the Grand Prix. But yeah, Bottas is just trying to hang on just behind. Still feels like it's very, very sketchy getting the power down in some places around this lap, but yeah, definitely that call to dries obviously was right, if not just a little bit early. Ooh, we've got yellows. Hamilton seems to have had an incident then in this Grand Prix. Is he going to be able to get back on the road? That is a critical error around a track that normally Lewis Hamilton goes so well at in Formula 1, but a mistake today then. Annoyingly, he's going to get back on the road just ahead of me. But hopefully, he can try and drag us along towards some of those cars further up in front. 25.7 though. That's a very competitive lap time at this stage of the race, so yeah, we do seem to have some decent speed. Well, with 6 laps to go then of this Grand Prix, Lewis Hamilton has closed back up to the gearbox of Esteban Ocon here. I mean, everybody is still setting PBs basically lap after lap after lap, but yeah, it's been one of those frustrating races where I feel like, you know, even if you're doing everything right, just have not had the pace in the car this weekend, and Hulkenberg's gone and proven it. Yeah, I'm not too sure how I'm going to use all that fuel by the end. But yeah, a bit of a shame, of course, like I said, yeah, Hulkenberg, he just has not had the speed either. I should have known coming in this was going to be a track where this car really struggles, but the fact we're going to get this close to the points after starting outside the, at the back of the pack, and of course, we probably jumped over to the dries a little bit too early, probably still goes to show how promising this weekend has been. But ultimately, unless something crazy happens, we're not really going to get rewarded for. Oh, I can just see Hamilton up in front, trying to look around the outside of Esteban Ocon, back in towards turn 1, those two. Obviously, Lewis still trying to see if he can recover, get the final points-paying position from this Grand Prix, but I'm just hoping he can slow down Esteban Ocon quite a bit in the process there. It's not guaranteed that Alonso is going to bag that final point. In fact, he had lost, obviously, the top 10, and then Hamilton re-gifted him back inside it, but yeah, we're only about 5 or 6 seconds behind Fernando as well. Oh, that's so close to being a warning. Don't want to pick up any unnecessary track warnings late on in the day. 3 seconds though to Esteban Ocon. I don't think I'm going to find a second a lap. Oh, Hamilton again, 2 laps remaining. Hamilton's trying to look for moves here, and Fernando will also, I think after a valiant effort in his Aston Martin, might just get denied a point right towards the end of the afternoon. Looks like Hamilton has made the overtake happen then, with less than 2 laps to go here. Of course, a circuit where those two obviously battled before famously in 2021. Fernando Alonso defending like a lion for his teammate at the time, Esteban Ocon. Talking to the Frenchman, that is exactly who we are rocking up to the back of as we get towards the end of this race as well. Up at the front, Lando Norris has absolutely dominated proceedings this weekend from the Hungaroring. Russell looks to have been his only competitor, but even George not really able to do anything. But trying to look at the positives though here from the Hungaroring is very good fun. The fact that you are not battery limited around this circuit. You can pretty much use it everywhere you'd ever want to around this track. But is there going to be one final battle to be had this afternoon? It has been a tough old race. It has just been a race of survival throughout a lot of it, but making our way out of the final corner. We'll activate the straight line mode, see if we can get a bit closer to Esteban Ocon on the run in towards turn 1. Yep. It's quite funny, the fact that's the first time all day that we've had that overtake mode as well here, as we try and roll back on the throttle off of turn 2 as well.
Keep your concentration and let's bring it home.
Yep, just trying to see if we can find any way around Esteban Ocon there, as down through turn 3. Can we get a big run back up the hill? We're going to be very, very close behind him. Oh, not close enough that time around though, as we get a load of dirty air through the exit. Out of the final corner though, it is going to be Lando Norris that is going to be victorious this weekend here at the Hungaroring. He will head into the summer break knowing that he's extended his World Championship lead against George Russell there, although Russell, to his credit, did keep him honest throughout most of the Grand Prix. Trying to use our battery just about everywhere though, is in towards the final few corners. The car sat beautifully as we activate the straight line mode down the inside of Esteban Ocon. 2 huge kicks of oversteer on the exit, but without these new ERS settings, there is not a chance we would have ever been able to try and make that move work with the old ground effect generation of cars. Through the final corner, it's not going to be points, but that last lap overtake felt like a victory in itself.
And that's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
And you can really tell that they're taking this one step at a time, one race at a time, and getting the points on the board when it matters. That's what it's going to take, consistency and the bigger picture.
And once all the hard work is over, and after lap of brilliant racing, it's time now to celebrate with our podium trio. He holds the trophy aloft, and why shouldn't he? A richly deserved win today for Lando Norris.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris, he will be victorious after a long old race here at the Hungaroring. He's going to be joined by both Mercedes, though, on the podium, George Russell and Kimi Antonelli. But once again, Mercedes power seems to be the one to have inside this series. Alexander Albon finishing in P5, just ahead of Leclerc, Verstappen, Liam Lawson, a great drive to P8, with Hadjar and Hamilton rounding out your point scorers there. Fernando Alonso, he'll be gutted not to pick up a point for Aston Martin. Worked really, really hard this weekend, but just came up short. But yeah, with everything going on, it was only Carlos Sainz that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship standings? Well, it's going to be now Lando Norris will enjoy a 28-point buffer ahead of George Russell as we head into the summer break. Oscar Piastri, 69 points back there, still ahead of Verstappen and Leclerc. Antonelli now back between the two Ferrari drivers as we are 16 points clear still of Alexander Albon as well. Hadjar back ahead of Sainz, but no, obviously, I guess Liam Lawson, did he move up the order somewhat? 5 points for him. So yeah, gets ahead of Colapinto and Alonso as well with that result. Constructors-wise, McLaren 80 clear of Mercedes. Ferrari still in P3, just ahead of Red Bull. We lose more ground to Williams as well there, but VCarb are now only 4 points back behind the Haas team as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns out for the Dutch Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 14 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back for the penultimate sprint race of the season. We return to the Circuit Zandvoort. Now, yeah, I'll be honest, I think this is a bit of a weird one for a sprint weekend. I gotta go on the record and say right now, I understand this is meant to be the last IRL Dutch Grand Prix we're having for a while. They want to go out with a bit of a bang. I totally get that, but with the exception of probably Singapore, which is also getting a sprint weekend this year, Monaco, the Hungaroring, this is probably going to be one of the worst tracks I can think of for trying to host a sprint race. It's probably now going to absolutely blow me out of the water and be an absolute cracker towards the end of the summer, but I'm not holding high hopes for it, at least inside F126. I mean, probably a good way to downplay the video before we get into it, but obviously, yeah, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from the Hungaroring, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out, because, well, actually, a dry-to-wet race from the Hungaroring was quite an interesting one for the most part. As Hungarian Grand Prix go, it was pretty interesting inside the game. Now, sadly, our Audi did seemingly suck, which was a bit of a shame. Unfortunately, yeah, for the first time, I believe in a couple of races, actually, we were unable to score points there. The first time since Barcelona, we were unable to score points. So, yeah, a little bit of a shame in that regard, but we're still sitting pretty in P8 overall in the Drivers' World Championship right now. Lando Norris coming off the summer break with a 28-point lead over George Russell at the top of the table. Oscar Piastri just ahead of Max Verstappen in P3 and P4. McLaren leading the constructors there ahead of Mercedes. Ferrari in third, still ahead of Red Bull. We are 45 points back now behind, 35 points back from Atlassian and Williams as well. So I'm hoping as we head into the second half of the season that we can try and give them a bit of a run for their money as well. But we actually have some interesting news as we head into this weekend, because we've got yet another secret meeting with a new team. So let's see who is interested in signing our services. Keeping it low-key, keeping it anonymous early on. It is going to be Ferrari. Wowee, okay, so Ferrari, they are really starting to kind of have a look at their options ready for next season. Maybe not too happy. Maybe they know Lewis Hamilton is planning on retiring come the end of the season. So, although again, the goal is to try and bring Audi to the top of the Formula 1 world, I'm definitely going to keep those talks open with Ferrari right now. You don't really turn down an opportunity to go to Ferrari, do you, in Formula 1? So, yeah, without further ado though, let's return then here to Zandvoort. I'm looking forward to this one. Fingers crossed it's going to be quite entertaining, but I expect it's going to be quite a long video as well. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel. Well, prior to the Hungaroring last weekend, I would have thought this Audi car would have been pretty good at the high-speed circuits. We struggled quite a lot there. And Hulkenberg is currently the slowest of anybody that's got a run in earlier on in the session. We're just going to go out for one shot right at the end of Q1 then, and hopefully get a decent time on the board. But yeah, it really does seem like this Audi struggles around these tracks that require absolutely maximum downforce as well. Of course, Monaco is a bit of a weird, unique venue as well inside these games, but yeah, obviously Zandvoort as well, a circuit where you've got to be on the limit, but overstep it even just a little bit, and it can have disastrous consequences there as through the banking, roll on the throttle out of turn 3. Try and use a little bit of battery as we make our way up the hill now. I'm a little bit worried this weekend. There aren't that many places actually to try and recharge the pack either around this circuit, so maintaining battery and everything like that is probably going to be rather difficult to try to achieve as well. There is a little bit of Lyco as we head in through Sector 2. So far, though, this lap has felt okay. Obviously, don't want to do what I did at the end of the Hungaroring qualifying session either, and we were on for a big improvement. Unfortunately, made a little bit of an error. Only thing I've got to think about, of course, is we want to keep a little bit of charge out through the final couple of corners. 7/10 up, though, on the current split time of Franco Colapinto, so we might still spring a little bit of a surprise here as making our way nice and tidy through that final real corner of the lap. Of course, the banking, not a challenge at all. Now, we have run out of battery on the run to the line. It is still a 10-9, though. Where does that leave us? P11, very happy. There we are, Lando Norris fastest then in Q1. George Russell, of course, yeah, the two championship protagonists right at the front of the order. Again, Liam Lawson, brilliant effort to go P6 there, hats off to him. Both Haas cars inside the top 10 as well, quicker than both Ferraris, but yeah, I mean, we were comfortably there through by 3.5 tenths of a second. Both caddies, Colapinto, Hulkenberg, Stroll and Arvid Lindblad all out in Q1. But dare I believe, I'm pretty certain we've only made Q3 once this season, and that was back in the sprint race in Montreal, so maybe sprint qualifying I'm weirdly good on this game. Well, Oscar Piastri then has become the first driver to crack the 70-second barrier around this venue then this weekend, but I'm just trying to make sure that I got a little bit more battery at our disposal as well here. I feel like we drained a bit too much trying to get round to the flag on our last run, so now obviously we'll move it up to hot lap mode as we get a little bit closer to the start-finish line. Use a little bit of boost as well, just to make sure we're not down on straight line speed as we hit the anchors. Ready for turn 1 then, nice and tidy, third gear through this first corner. Again though, we're going to need a high 110. We want to try and make it through into SQ3, but you never know how much the AI are going to be able to improve here as well. Normally you don't expect them to get any quicker right towards the end of qualifying, but the mediums will hang on for 2 laps around a short circuit like this. Is purple. Or through the first sector as well there, and a little bit of a blend through the exit of that fast right-hand sweeper. Try and use a little bit of curb on the outside there, and again, just keep the car wall planted. A little bit of a wobble there, that almost set us off on a collision course on the outside of the very next corner as well, so a couple of little mistakes creeping in. Maybe got a bit excited when we saw the fact we were purple sector 1. Currently though, Kimi Antonelli down in P12. We are 2 tenths up on the young Italian there, so could we cause a bit of a surprise come the end of Q2? We've always had pretty good race pace this season. We've got a bit of battery as well to try and use on the run back towards the line. What is the time going to be? A 1:10.5? We have done it! Well, there we go. Like we said, Oscar Piastri, a 1:09.8 there. Very, very good lap time by him. But your Ferraris, your Red Bulls, George Russell in the mix, the Williams cars in the mix as well. But World Championship leader Lando Norris out. Kimi Antonelli out in Q2. There have been some major surprises there. We sneak by. Pierre Gasly sneaks by as well. But very, very fine margins towards the bottom of the top 10. I think I've worked out my battery strategy though. But again, we've got one run in SQ3 to try and nail it. Well, let's see what we can do then as we head out ready for our final run here. It is so weird just how little speed you've got. Obviously, when you're not able to use the battery pack coming through the final couple of corners, but it is so worth it to make sure we got the speed later on in the lap there. Use a little bit of boost once again to get up towards the start-finish line. We know we've nailed it. Should be doing about 200 miles an hour before we're hard on the brakes once again down at turn 1. Now, obviously, we know in SQ3 we should be able to carry a little bit more speed, but how much of that risk you take? I'd love to go sub-70 here, but with lines like that through turn 2, might be a little bit hard to come by there. A little bit of boost on the exit as we'll carry on, obviously using a bit of battery to make our way back up the hill. 170 miles an hour. Is this now going to be flat? Not if I get a little mistake like that, and I've completely messed it up. Through the gravel trap, catching some air as well. really not the ideal line through there then, but I guess we'll try and see what the time would have been anyway, so way overzealous through the top of the circuit, but the fact we made SQ3 was an achievement in of itself there. Tiny bit of battery on the exit once again, but yeah, we're going to be way down, aren't we? 1.6 seconds off Lewis Hamilton. That is a great, great shame as we come towards the end of the lap, so... yeah, we had one opportunity, but bottle job 2-1-2. Are we really surprised that I did blow it there as another mistake through the final couple of corners as well. We're going to line up 10th on the grid, though. I guess it's not all a great shame. But yeah, 1:11.4 wasn't a good lap.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? 4 lefts and 10 rights make up the 14 corners of the narrow and demanding Zandvoort circuit, with plenty of peaks and valleys over the course of the 2.6-mile lap, which will demand absolute concentration from our drivers here today. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Piastri, Hadjar, Charles Leclerc and Hamilton, Sainz, Albon, Gasly and Mr. Monaco, Behrman, Norris, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Ocon, Alonso, Lawson, Valtteri Bottas and Sergio Perez, Colapinto, Hulkenberg, Stroll and Arvid Lindblad rounds off the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint.
Well, despite the fact we've had pretty good sprint qualifying sessions so far this season, I don't believe I've actually scored a point in a sprint race just yet. I might be wrong on that one, but I'm pretty certain I haven't. So maybe today things can go our way then, as 12 laps ahead of us here from Zandvoort. It's meant to stay fairly overcast, so should be quite cool track temperature. So I'm going to opt to stick with the medium tyres, ready for the start of this one as well. But fingers crossed today, we can score our first Saturday points of the year then. We only need to try and gain a couple of spots. Gasly's on the hard tyre. 5 red lights are on. And it's going to be lights out. Oh, and away we go there as Ollie Behrman gets up to a very good getaway around the outside of Gasly in towards turn 1. And, well, the Frenchman there is going to get swamped down in towards that first corner. Ollie Behrman, though, swooping around the outside in that Haskar through turn 1 and turn 2. We know it's not that easy to make overtakes around a lot of this track. We'll try the high line through the banking for the first time there, and just about able to get the run as we make our way back up the hill. Can I take it 3 wide with the Williams? Yes, we can. We'll have the inside line for the next corner. Will we just about stay there? Sainz forced to back out of it. Albon backs out of it as well. And, well, we've said before that Atlassian and Williams were our biggest rivals this season. That was a power move early on then in this Grand Prix. If that was a normal race, I probably would not risk that 3 wide early on, but it's a sprint. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong, and that's kind of, I think, what the FIA were always hoping with sprint races, that people would take a bit more risk, and that is exactly what we have done early on today then. Looks like a lot of our front runners bolting on a set of the harder compound tyres, so yeah, I don't know what they know that I don't here early on in this race, but as we round our way through the final corner then, are we going to be able to dump a bit of battery to get a bit closer to Charles Leclerc? I don't think we will. Already, though, Verstappen trying to go for a move for the lead of the Grand Prix. So, yeah, Red Bull here actually looking a bit more competitive than what we would expect. But the Dutchman through to the front of the order then. Of course, I'm sure he'd love to try and win for at least now the last Dutch Grand Prix. But he's leading on Saturday, and I'm sure the crowd loving that. Again, then, let's see if we can try and get a run on Charles Leclerc out of the final corner. The AI do tend to use their battery in some rather peculiar places. And look at that, then. Ferrari power versus Audi power. And this time around, the Audi coming alive. So, yeah, I don't know what it was specifically about the Hungaroring that the car struggled so badly at. But at least early on, seems to be coming alive here. Maybe a couple of extra upgrades over the summer have really made a difference. Yellows. Oh, that's going to be a red flag, surely, early on. I think that's one of the Astons, and yep, there you go. Red flag confirmed. Oh, one of the Mercedes just crosses the line there as we fly past Hamilton. I assume I'm not going to keep that place. I better not get a penalty for it, though, but yeah, that's really screwed over the hard compound runners then, because obviously, effectively now, everybody can use softs.
another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
Yeah, always quite weird getting red flags in sprint races on this game, but again, I guess we get another start and another opportunity to try and go aggressive then. I have got an illegal overtake on Hamilton apparently, 5 red lights are on. Luckily that will immediately rectify itself, but lights out, and away we go then, and this time around on that softer rubber, getting, a good run into turn 1, Hamilton wasn't expecting to quite turn across me there, as one of the V-carbs has immediately broken down off of the restart, so I think that's Arvid Lindblad then, from the back of the pack there. Sorry, no, that's Liam Lawson. It's going to become our first retirement of the day. But yeah, that tiny bit of front wing damage then. I don't know how much of a difference that will make in the second half of this sprint race there. Was round the outside of Lewis Hamilton up the hill. Certainly wasn't expecting this to be my favourite overtaking place of the day. Lewis, though, not going to give up on it, though. So we go wheel to wheel through the exit. That time round, we get the elbows out. Up into P5 then of this race. Clearly, George Russell had found a way back around Max Verstappen as well, so he wants to take some points out of Lando Norris on the Saturday sprint as well. Really needs to kickstart the second half of this campaign in fighting form. Come on, nice and easy. How far under on fuel actually are we? Only 0.1, so we should be safe. Russell and Verstappen are really going for it up at the front of the order. Here goes Hadjar, though. Round the outside in towards turn 1, and Isaac Hadjar pulled off the move on his teammate then, so I'm sure there was probably talks down at Red Bull this weekend. Don't get in front of him, don't get in his way. Let Max Verstappen try and do his thing, but Isaac Hadjar does not care. Of course, back to podium here last season, didn't he? And Zandvoort, so I know it's only Saturday still. I'm sure he wouldn't complain if he can do it again.
There appears to be an issue. We're currently investigating.
No, come on, we've been doing so well early on. Even, I guess, a straight line mode failure isn't the worst thing in the world here, but still wouldn't be ideal. At this stage of the race, what is going to be the mechanical gremlin? And it seems like I'm constantly cursed with an inability to score points on Saturday, and it feels like, again, the the game is trying to make sure. Oh no, that's not good. What is it? Please, I've never heard the radio message twice. It's an engine! The turbo's gone! Oh, I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. First ever mechanical failure.
The car immediately. It's too dangerous to stay on track. I can confirm it's an issue with our engine, I'm afraid.
I can't believe that. First ever mechanical failure I've had on F1 26. I was starting to wonder whether you can get technical issues, but not actually full-blown mechanicals, but this weekend has gone and shattered that. Luckily, we got another opportunity to try and score some points, but that is heartbreaking. Well, there we are. George Russell was able to deny Max Verstappen victory in the end then. 4/10 clear come the checkered flag, but a rather chaotic sprint race here from Zandvoort. Oscar Piastri in third, just ahead of Isaac Hadjar. Lando Norris, a great recovery in the end to P5, ahead of Andrea, Kimi, Antonelli, Leclerc and Sainz, as Hamilton finished all the way down in P11 there. But disappointment for Liam Lawson, disappointment for ourselves, the two drivers that failed to see the checkered flag, so it'll probably mean we're serving a grid penalty as well, so even more pain to deal with early on this weekend. But we know we had good one-lap pace anyway, so hopefully we can try and qualify the car well and move our way back up the order nonetheless.
Just look at that sea of orange. No surprises if I tell you we're here in Holland at Zandvoort for the Max Verstappen celebration party. It's a quick track and perfect for high speeds, high stakes qualifying. Welcome along to the Dutch Grand Prix qualifying day.
Well, after the disappointment earlier on then in the sprint race, the team was still trying to put the turbocharger on as we got into the beginning of qualifying. 30 seconds left on the clock then as we make our way in towards the final corner. And of course, obviously, I've got to remember as well all my ERS strats that we learnt there. So try not to use the boost until we get up out of the final corner. Use that bit of camera on the outside just to carry a bit of speed as we head over the start-finish line as well there. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough qualifying session. But in theory, we should have a little bit more performance in the car. There is also a risk of rain a bit later on in qualifying, so it was a good job that didn't hit the circuit here in Q1. Otherwise, yeah, we would have been in a whole lot of trouble as well. But once again, Hulkenberg seems to be right down at the back of the pack, so our teammate are really, really struggling here for speed. Hopefully, we're going to be able to try and go quicker than him, as not risking taking that corner completely flat out anymore. through the top of the circuit, though. Nice and easy. Just roll the car in to some of these long flowing corners there, and obviously again just make sure we get the line nailed there as activate the straight line mode as we head back down the hill. Hulkenberg now has rocketed up into P18. We are still half a second up though on our teammates, so yeah, we do seem to have the advantage over him this weekend, as long as they don't do anything stupid in towards final couple of corners.
And we're in the drop zone. We need a quick lap, or that's qualifying over for us.
Make sure we dump the battery on the exit of the final corner. We're going to run out a little bit early before the line, but it's going to be a 1:10.7. Don't actually know exactly where that put us in the end. P11 once more. Well, there we go. George Russell quickest on the board, just ahead of Max Verstappen. So once again, it looks like it's going to be the Brit and the Dutchman battling it out up at the front of the order. Alonso gets through in P10, but it is both V-Cubs, both Haas, Valtteri Bottas and Nico Hülkenberg out then in Q1 here. Both Alpines barely squeaking by alongside Sergio Perez. But once again, the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc seems to be struggling a little bit over one lap pace. But like I said, there's going to be some changeable weather throughout the rest of qualifying. So we've just got to make sure we're on track during the best of the conditions. You can tell how seriously I'm taking this then as we head out into Q2. The rain has already begun here at Zandvoort, but of course it's just now going to be a question of who can get onto a lap nice and early. One of the Ferraris, one of the Red Bulls have got out ahead of us, but we basically need to try and do a qualifying run here to make sure we put the car up towards the front of the order, or obviously get out as early as we possibly can to try and put the car as high up the order as humanly possible as well. So yeah, a little bit of weird strategy then in Q2, but being third out, unless we do something stupid, surely is a good omen. Feel bad yet, but I'm sure it is just going to continue deteriorating then as making our way out of the final corner. Luckily, obviously, we've still got access to the boost and everything like that, so making sure we use that on the run in towards turn 1. But this is really, really tricky now. Of course, the AI know exactly how much grip there is, exactly where to go and where not to go. I don't have that advantage inside this game, so it might well be that they gain out a lot, but we have seen it as well before occasionally, where they won't really gain out anything in the process as well there, and we know we've got good raw speed anyway around this track, so up through the top of the circuit. I mean, again, you're blending out more, but you're not having to blend out loads around some of these corners. You may be just driving it a little bit more safely there, as that felt like a good run through Sector 1. I mean, again, this is obviously just one-shot qualifying. The track's going to continue to just get worse and worse, isn't it? As you use a little bit of boost as we make our way down the short chute. Big Lyco on the way in, though. Just get the weight over the front there as we tip the car in or through the stadium. Do not want to dip a wheel through the gravel, but that's exactly what I've done. As Max Verstappen then, first driver out, does an 11.4. So, yeah, you can just see that is a long way off. Leclerc's actually gone quicker than the Dutchman as well there. It's out of the final corner. What are we going to do? Going to be a little way off that. 12.1. But we did go purple in Sector 3. That hopefully is going to be enough. Although Gasly's just gone quicker than me. Alonso's gone slower, though. What about the Merc? George Russell has gone quicker, so this is going to be close. Well, there we go then. Lando Norris fastest in Q2. Just able to go quicker than Leclerc and Verstappen. So it wasn't as critical as, be the very first car out on a run, but we make it through. Both Alpines make it through, and Carlos Sainz makes it through. So Hamilton out then in that second session, Albon out as well, and Isaac Hadjar just did not get the rub of the green on that final run either. So we made it into Q3 in both the sprint and the real qualifying. This time around, I'm going to make sure not to bottle it. Again then, everybody is just trying to get out here nice and early to start their first run in Q3. I mean, yeah, we're obviously all on the intermediate tyre now, but track is going to continue just to worsen as this session goes on. So a real storm brewing across the North Sea on this Saturday afternoon. And, well, we've already had a storm of a different kind earlier on Saturday, so we'll wait and see what we're able to do. We've got Kimi Antonelli trying to push me along towards the start of our qualifying run. Really don't want to put gravel on the tyres at any point here, but before we've even started our final run would be rather disastrous. Antonelli's not going to give us much breathing room, as obviously we know what our ERS strat will be through the final couple of quarters. And he's like, yep, Antonelli immediately is going to get in the way. Oh, I forgot as well, we won't be able to use the boost anymore so I probably would have been better off leaving it in hot lap mode there, as here comes Kimi trying to have a look down in towards turn 1, and this is just a terrible way to screw us both over there. Luckily, he wasn't quite able to commit to the inside, so we'll chop off his nose through turn 1, and then down the hill in towards turn 2 and turn 3. Nice and easy. I mean, you can notice the lack of grip even from going out for our first lap, or out lap here. So yeah, track is definitely just deteriorating more and more. We have gone purple though through that first sector, so that's surely got to be a good omen. As I always say, qualifying is not the human player's strong point on this game, but I would not complain. We're able to get a big run here. It's just, oh, big slide there. Just able to get the throttle down though on the exit, and again try and V off this next hairpin. Give yourself a slightly better run as we make our way down the back straight. Luckily, yeah, race day Sunday I believe is meant to stay dry, so we don't have to worry about that too much. So nice and easy there through the stadium section. We weren't purple through that middle sector, but I don't think I've lost much ground to George Russell either. Leclerc's on a 120.4. Whoa, out of the final corners though, still getting very, very squirrely with it on the exit as we try and cut down low. Russell does a 20.2. We are going to do a 20.6. So not a million miles away. I'm going to try and just go for one more run, see if we can find anything more. We've got the tyres working, and again, we've gone even quicker through Sector 1. A little bit of a mistake there, but we just have a bit of a better idea of what's going on with the grip. The only thing we do run risk of now is that George Russell, of course, has finished his run, but we are still just trying to see if we can improve.
Conditions are going to keep deteriorating for 10 minutes at least.
Yeah, that doesn't really matter. Anything after 10 minutes, of course, qualifying is going to be over, but I mean, we're pretty much even with the time we set first time through, but it's just about whether we can find anything on the little mistakes we made. But track is definitely falling away from us here. Verstappen, though, out of nowhere, just squeaks to pole position at the moment through the final corner. We're going to get a slightly tidier run out of that final turn. We're going to find about another 1/10 of a second. Not convinced it's going to be worth any positions. No, it's not. So Oscar Piastri will stay there. I mean, I feel like I'm just getting a bit desperate right now, but I'll try once more. Definitely isn't falling off by much at the moment. The problem is we're not really gaining anything either. I feel like every lap I nail the line just a little bit more, and it's basically just keeping us level at the moment. It's, oh, a little mistake there again. That 1/10 difference, I think, is just going to be enough. If we can't improve now, I just don't think it's ever going to happen. As rolling out of that final corner. I mean, it's been 3 pretty consistent lap times, considering how much the track is evolving. But, I mean, yeah, 1/100th of a second slower, but I'm not going to find any more than that. Well, there we go then, a valiant effort in the end, and I do think that little bit of time we found kept us ahead of Carlos Sainz come the end of the session, so you never know how important that might be as we head into race day Sunday. Verstappen, though, pole position by just 13 thousandths of a second ahead of Lando Norris. George Russell less than a 10th away. 4 cars from 4 different teams making up the top 4, and in fact, actually, there's another 2 cars from 2 more teams inside your top 7 as well. Only McLaren really able to get the job done there on Saturday's qualifying. But, again, we've got to hope that the car doesn't blow up this time round, because that is now right at the front of my mind as we head into the race.
For years, the passionate Dutch fans have been easy to find trackside in races across Europe. Here this weekend, it's even easier to find the Dutch fans as they have a race to call their own once again. A warm welcome to all of our viewers in the Netherlands and around the globe, of course, as we get underway for the Dutch Grand Prix. Zandvoort circuit has 14 corners, 10 to the right and 4 to the left, with plenty of steep camber and elevation changes to keep our drivers on their toes throughout the 2.6-mile lap. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. Edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Antonelli, Gasly, Colapinto, and Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Albon, Lance Stroll, and Hadjar, Lawson, Sainz, Arvid Lindblad, and Nico Hülkenberg, Perez, Ocon, Bottas, and Ollie Behrman rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
bizarrely then, apparently changing the turbocharger mid-weekend hasn't given us a penalty, so can't complain about that. I mean, we line up P6 then, I kind of almost forgot about it as we carried on through qualifying there, but what are we going to be able to do race day Sunday? Team reckon a one-stop isn't going to be viable. I'm not so sure though. Zandvoort is very high energy on the tyres, but that being said, you do tend to bring some slightly harder compounds to this track as well. Just depends, obviously, the sun is going to be shining all afternoon. So fingers crossed this first set of mediums can go a little bit further. And then we'll try and give it a bit of a whirl then. But this is a huge opportunity to score some big points today. The 5 red lights are on. Oh, it's lights out. And away we go there. Off to a little bit of a wheel spinny getaway as Kimi Antonelli on those soft tyres will hope to fly past us in towards turn 1. Looks like Max Verstappen, though, was held on firmly for that lead of the Grand Prix there, as Antonelli definitely went outside track limits to make that move happen, but the FIA won't penalise it for him. So I'm going to try and get all the way back around his outside there through turn 3, which we will do. The battle of the silver German cars, and, well, this time round, the Audi, the 4 rings, have come out on top there as just trying to settle down into a rhythm nice and early on. As I said, this is a track that requires a lot of commitment, a lot of consistency. So just going to try and play it a little bit easier early on then in this Grand Prix. As Verstappen already, we all know that's not Verstappen's kind of way of driving, is it? He will just push like crazy right from the get-go and see if he can build up a little bit of a gap. Of course, George Russell denied him the victory in the sprint race yesterday afternoon. Russell only down in P3 for the start of the race today. I mean, especially with the likes of Piastri on soft tyres. Leclerc's gone hards, though. So there seems to be a bit of a mix-up in strategy.
Okay, so overtake mode active. We'll get some extra power from the hybrid system now. Use boost on the next long straight to get past.
I wish you could tell Mark to shut up with that every single race. I know how it works now, buddy. I'm almost a season into this career mode, but apparently not. But yeah, we just got to try and settle into a rhythm. We're already pulling away from Alex Albon a little bit further behind. I thought we were going to take points out of Williams yesterday. That didn't happen, so hopefully we can try to do it today instead. Oh, here we go. Oscar Piastri. That is a brave move around the outside of Charles Leclerc. Or down towards the end of the lap, and unfortunately we weren't quite able to get there with him then. But yeah, Leclerc, the hard tyres here at the start of the Grand Prix. He will struggle. No, not again. Oh, around the outside of Leclerc out of the banking, but please don't say it's going to be 2 mechanical failures this weekend. I thought we had enough bad luck in the sprint race yesterday as right on the outside of Oscar Piastri back in towards turn 1. What's the issue going to be today then? Is it going to be the engine going up in smoke once more? It's an ERS issue.
Looks like the ERS isn't functioning. The guys are working on a fix.
Why? Why is it the one weekend where I seem to be quite quick that suddenly now we've got absolutely no performance in the car as Piastri and Leclerc will immediately go back past us? Normally it takes about a lap before the system goes back online. I know I've had this in the Aston career mode. Don't believe I've had it yet in the Audi series, but that's very annoying. Luckily for us,
okay,
Antonelli.
Update on the ERS for you. The problem's a pressure drop in the turbo, which we're going to try and solve with different system settings. For now, though, just try flat out. That's all you can do.
So it's the turbo again, then. We put a whole new turbo on the car, and immediately it seems to have developed issues there, as Albon and Antonelli are going to go down the inside. I know, obviously, Audi loves a whacking great turbo on their Formula 1 car this year, but if it doesn't work, what's the point? Gasly able to try and have a sneak all the way around the outside.
Keep on him, he might make a mistake. Okay, I've got a brand new race strategy on your MFD if you want to go and check it out. Okay, caution, caution. Virtual safety car is out. Reduce speed and maintain a positive delta on your dash.
I mean, that's just not gone well, has it? Just ran up onto Gasly through the exit of the corner there. That was rather disappointing. Please say the team are changing the wing. Please say the team are changing the wing. They are changing the wing. That's okay then. Luckily, the VSC is going to give us a good opportunity to peel straight into the pit lane there, but apologies to Isaac Hajar as well, who got a little bit caught out in all of that.
Fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
Well, there we go. The one stop definitely isn't going to happen.
2 stops remaining in this strategy.
I guess the goal is just try and sit on these hard tyres for as long as I possibly can, but why can we qualify so well here, but the races just turn into nightmares? There we go then. Clearly the FIA believe it was Isaac Hajar's fault for that incident as we tried to get back on the road. I mean, yeah, just got a little bit leery and ultimately wrong place at the wrong time for Isaac, but he's been given a 10-second stop-go penalty and I'm sure had to change his front wing as well.
The car ahead, 16.2 seconds.
To quote James May, I'm not last. I'm second to last, but 15 seconds back behind Perez. We've really just got to try and now settle in for the long run. There we go. Already then beginning to see some cars into the pit lane, and we're not even at lap 10, so this might work out quite nicely for us. We're just getting towards the back of Sergio Perez once more in this Grand Prix, so hopefully we can gain a couple of freebies here, which it looks like we will actually. In fact, we might be ahead of Max Verstappen here, so that's worked out all right. See, I know he's going to be on much fresher tyres than me, but yeah, there you go. I can see George Russell right in front of me, Mark, but re-emerging then just between the Mercedes and the Red Bull. I think Max Verstappen has been really struggling early on in this race. So Red Bull, yeah, having a bit of a disaster on Sunday afternoon so far. But if Russell gets held up behind Perez for just a little bit longer, if we're able to kind of sneak by, we can obviously try and extend this hard compound stint as far as we possibly can there, as making our way in towards this tight technical sector 2. No real room to go for anything at this stage of the lap, but I assume Russell going to try and find a way around Sergio Perez pretty quickly. But you can see Verstappen as well, really beginning to close up here. Russell to the outside of Sergio as we make our way down the hill. I don't think the Cadillac is going to be much of a match for the Mercedes, as I wanted to try and see if we could sneak by as well. Not going to happen that time around though, so we'll be patient. We'll wait to try and get the run out of the final corner then, as Sergio Perez not having a particularly fun day of things so far here. Around the outside we'll go though, right up on the bumps, as I'll try and give Perez a nice tow back in towards turn 1, see if I can keep him ahead of Verstappen. I think we just about will there, as Lando Norris trying to get the undercut on George Russell in this Grand Prix. Not going to work out for the McLaren, or the overcut, sorry, I should say, but I think currently we're running net P3. But it definitely seems like strategy is a little bit all over the show so far today. The Ferraris have obviously opted just to try and go long and try and get out of the way of everybody, but our teammate now, Hulkenberg, doing us a solid, trying to hold up Lando Norris at this stage. Fernando Alonso as well, just in front of him as well, trying to see how far he can stretch that set of the medium compound tyres, but we'll make sure we use the boost then out of the final corner to the inside of Lando. We'll get a big old slipstream from our teammate as well there. Let's try and make sure we use absolutely everything we can on the run back in towards turn 1, but up then into P4 of this Grand Prix once again. Still think Russell's definitely got the pace over Lewis, but I've seen it a couple of times on this game. A couple of the AI will attempt a one-stop, and it can be very advantageous. So Leclerc's dived into the pit lane then, so I mean that's a Ferrari strat if ever I've seen one. From hard tyres early on, over to a set of the softs. Make it make sense, Ferrari, but still think, they're trying to do something a bit different against everybody else here. So it does add an extra element of spice. We seem to just be able to hold off Lando Norris right now. Tyres are doing a pretty good job hanging on in there, so I'm hoping, if possible, we could get these to about lap 20. No, that's not going to happen. I was going to say about lap 24, but they're already up at almost 55% wear, so probably a couple more laps before we'll peel into the pit lane. But we might have to go aggressive on like a double soft stint to the end of the afternoon, because we've got no fresh mediums. Oh, Liam Lawson out of the Grand Prix. A safety car now. Would not complain about that here, but don't think we're going to get one. As, there we go. I mean, he retired yesterday, didn't he? In the sprint race. So a weekend to forget for him. And hopefully it doesn't mean I'm going to join him again. Well, Hamilton then, I believe, is going to be the last car to peel into the pit lane then in this Grand Prix. So we're going to be running up in P2 then. I'm going to try and take the tyres at least one lap extra. I'm going to try and get him. Have I still got front wing damage? I can't work out. I don't believe that's damage. I certainly haven't noticed it, put it that way. But yeah, so we're going to try and get to the end of 18. Then I'm probably going to have to do a double soft stint to the end of the afternoon. 9 laps on each. We're basically just going to hope to be very, very quick. And pray, of course, that the AI are going to lose a load of time as well. While making our way then back into the pit lane here at the Zandvoort circuit. We're only halfway through this Grand Prix. And already it feels like a lot has happened this afternoon. Make sure I get the car slowed down nice and tidy on pit lane entry. Where are we going to re-emerge then? I think we're still going to be right down towards the back of the pack. But I'm hoping at the very least George Russell is going to buy me a drink after this race, because I've given him a great opportunity. And there you go. The rear wheel wouldn't go on. Love that. Absolutely love that there. So we are going to be right down at the rear of the field once again.
Alright, we'll be doing one more stop today. 1 stop left in this strategy.
I think, yeah, that's denied us getting ahead of the likes of our teammate and Fernando Alonso here, but we're going to have to be very, very quick in the second half of the afternoon. We've just got to keep trying to pick up places. No, not another one. Oh, I was going to say.
Put it behind us though, and let's finish this race strong.
I thought if that was going to be another mechanical issue here, this would probably be one of the unluckiest weekends I've had in a very long time, but it definitely was. Okay, definitely was an issue trying to get that wheel off, as I get a warning for a collision with Alonso, despite the fact I was clearly alongside him-ish, that he just completely cut across my nose. That was a bit weird. So Hulkenberg then has found his way around Ollie Behrman. I think Fernando Alonso wants to have a think about it as well. All back in towards turn 1. I'm not going to sit back though. Like I said, we've got to get the elbows out in the second half of this GP there, as just able to get around Fernando to the outside of Ollie Behrman into the banking. Does seem to be a move that works a little bit for us so far today then, as we look at this, get the drive back up the hill. The AI, again, they do tend to use their battery in some odd spots around this circuit, but 3 cars overtaken in about 4 corners. Well, they didn't flash up with anything at the time, but I reckon that little bit of contact with Alonso that puts in the wall has actually damaged the rear wing here, because it definitely feels a little bit more slidey. It's not a huge difference, as it's definitely giving us a bit of a helping hand in a straight line there, as past Ocon and Valtteri Bottas up the hill. But yeah, we're just getting a couple of small little snaps of oversteer, so yeah, I'm still hoping we can try and score a point. It feels manageable at the moment, but not perfect. Well, there we go. Lindblad in. Lance Stroll into the pit lane as well as a handful of others, so I believe a lot of these guys are making their last pit stop of the Grand Prix, so we are going to be back up into the points once again, but yeah, this race has been pretty relentless so far in just how much is happening. Verstappen, though, will be pretty disappointed that he's come out behind us once more, as and we just try and use some battery, get a run at a turn 4 against Franco Colapinto. Let's wait and see as we climb up the hill. Problem is, I just don't want to be sat behind the AI up over the top of the circuit, and that's when all that extra energy with the battery is very, very useful. Once again, just the Ferraris that have opted to stay out a little bit longer than everybody else. Lando Norris as well. So he was hoping he'd get the jump on us as we round through turn 1. Will he still be ahead of Verstappen? No, he won't. So the Dutchman sure is very, very quickly going to want to try and find a move. But yeah, you can just see a car sliding around a little bit more through entry and exit. It might just be the soft compound tyres aren't that great, but yeah, I'm not convinced. Well, I've definitely helped out Charles Leclerc and Ferrari then in this Grand Prix, as the Monegasque man now has effectively been able to overcut his way in just about comes out ahead of us here. So that was a critical stop for the Ferrari, who could, well, he likely will be George Russell's only threat towards the end of the afternoon, unless we get a safety car or anything like that. But yeah, these rear tyres are not feeling fun at the moment. Of course, the only other problem with the wing damage is that you obviously just put more energy through those rear tyres as well. Now, I haven't got a fresh set of soft compound tyres, but I know we only used a set of mediums for like 4 laps in the sprint yesterday. And obviously we started on the mediums as well today, so although it's a used set of mediums, they shouldn't be that worn in. So just got to be careful, obviously, when we do box. We're trying to keep the Dutchman at bay for as long as I possibly can. Well, I just know Max Verstappen has been raging over these last few laps. He's actually now been jumped by Lando Norris now. And of course, this is effectively the battle for that final podium place between the McLaren, or the McLarens, and the Red Bull man here. But diving back into the pit lane then we will go. See, on to a set of the mediums through to the end of this Grand Prix. I think if we can score points here, that'll be a pretty good turn of form with the way this race has gone in the end. So we're going to be down to, I think, 11th spot behind Carlos Sainz here. But obviously we're going to be on fresher, softer tyres. So yeah, there you go. That time around, it was a bit of a cleaner pit stop as well. So what's the gap going to be to Sainz? Oh, as long as we come out ahead of Alonso, that's be important. Obviously, we've still just got to try and manage that little bit of front wing damage, but we need 9 seconds over Carlos between now and the end. Well, that is not going to be easy to come by, as how worn is this set of the mediums? 15-16%. Not terrible, but not great. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows up towards the front. That is going to be an Alpine, I believe. Gasly, who've been having a great race up to this point. Kind of hoping we don't get a safety car, though would bunch up the field again. But what that's going to mean is, of course, immediately we are promoted into that final points-paying position in this Grand Prix. I mean, I've barely taken anything out of sight this time round. Again, there's a lot we could lose now and very little we can really gain towards the end of this race, so I feel it might be about just bringing the car home. The final corner then to start the last lap of this Dutch Grand Prix. I tell you what, this has been a rather eventful weekend for us, and the fact that we're going to walk away with a point is both quite impressive and really disappointing as well. We felt like we had the one-lap pace all weekend long, but ultimately, yeah, just a lot of bad luck. Now, that turbocharger failure in the sprint, obviously ERS failure right at the start of the Grand Prix left us in a vulnerable position, and then obviously we just tried to push the envelope a bit too much as well. Never thought I'd be saying this though. Shout outs to Lance Stroll, who's actually ran a pretty good race as well, running up in P12. They're still battling with Franco Colapinto just outside the points. Out of the final corner though, George Russell, like I said, he better buy me a drink after this one, because I certainly have made this very easy for him. He will take points out of Lando Norris in the World Championship and comes back from the summer break in exactly the style he would have wanted to. Charles Leclerc and Ferrari, though, were a brilliant alternate strategy, massively helped by me being a bit of a rolling roadblock. He will hang on for P2 ahead of one of the McLaren cars, so Max Verstappen on the last Dutch Grand Prix weekend will be very, very disappointed that things have not gone his way there. Tyres have just about hung on though. ERS issues today, issues trying to get the wheels off the wagon as well, and the rear wing damage as well has made this car very unstable, but the fact we're going to get a point, honestly, I'm happy.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
We've seen a brilliant display of the Russell hustle. It's George Russell who wins.
Wow, that race really kept us on our toes with the ever-changing weather conditions. It is so unpredictable when you're in the car, with visibility being limited to know exactly what's going on. So the driver really made some great calls in this situation.
And once all the hard work is over, and after lap of brilliant racing, it's time now to celebrate with our podium trio. And taking his place on the top step of the podium, he gave it some hustle. Well done to George Russell.
Well, there we are then, the full host of 33 points going the way of George Russell. Like I said, comes back after the summer break, and I'm pretty certain has halved Lando Norris's advantage up at the top of the table this weekend. Russell will be victorious there. Like we said, Charles Leclerc in P2. Norris did hang on for third ahead of his teammate. I don't know if there was a little bit of a McLaren call there, but either way, he made the difference in the end ahead of Piastri. Verstappen, like I said, he'll be gutted from pole position down to P5 come the end of the race. Hamilton ahead of both ahead of both Williams even, with Antonelli, Kimi, Antonelli, and yeah, we were able to pick up the final point there. So it was just Hadjar, of course, after being involved in that incident early on, but considering we were on a 3-stop strategy, and like I said, everything else that went wrong, the fact we were able to score a point today goes to show what this car was capable of. Sergio Perez won that down come the checkered flag. Gasly and Lawson both failing to see the finish as well, so disappointing. I mean, for Liam Lawson, just a complete write-off of a weekend for him. 2 DNFs is rather painful. Lando Norris, though, still 14 points clear at the top of the table, so yeah, that gap has been cut in half from 28 down to 14 this weekend there. Oscar Piastri still in third ahead of Verstappen. Leclerc still ahead of Antonelli, Hamilton, and myself, but Alexander Albon now just 11 points back once more. Hadjar still ahead of Carlos Sainz in that battle for the final place inside the top 10. No other movement, though, in the Drivers' Championship, and I think the Constructors is going to be the same. McLaren still 79 points clear of Ferrari, ahead of Mercedes, who have a 99-point margin over Ferrari. We could still see Ferrari and Red Bull be quite close come the end of the season, but apart from that, unless we see one of the backmarket teams score some big points somewhere, doesn't really look like there's going to be much of a mix-up at this stage of the campaign as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out at the Temple of Speed for for the Italian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 15 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend back for the Italian Grand Prix here at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from the Netherlands, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was quite an eventful one, a really eventful one in the end. Zandvoort I wouldn't expect to be as eventful as it was, but that being said, it was a rather entertaining one. But a lot of hard work, but over the last two Grand Prix, I've scored 1 point. Before that, we had got quite a good run of momentum going in the last few GP. There, of course, obviously Barcelona, we ran into some mechanical issues late on in the day nonetheless. But we've got Monza this weekend. We've got Madrid as well. That one's going to be quite chaotic. 3 street circuits in a row after this weekend. So, yeah, the streets are going to be very interesting to try and handle in this Audi car. Although, admittedly, I know Monaco is Monaco. But obviously, we did win at the last street circuit we went to as well inside this series. Of course, a massive thank you to everybody for their continued support on the channel. If you're new, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. We are getting closer and closer to 160,000 subs now. We have had quite a few upgrades coming in over the last few weekends, but I think there's a few more that are waiting on the way there. 2 more power unit upgrades could definitely be useful as we head into the second half of the season. Performance-wise, though, I mean, Williams now are actually starting to perform at the level they already do inside the game. Maybe now, because Williams are mid-table, they're going to be a complete frontrunner in the second half of this campaign. Only time will tell, but it actually looks like, yeah, we desperately need some more chassis upgrade on the car as well. World Championship, though, Lando Norris, his gap got slashed last weekend down to just 14 points up at the top of the table. McLaren's still looking pretty comfortable, 69 points clear ahead of Mercedes as well. It's looking likely that it's still going to be a 2-car race as this championship rages on. We're obviously trying to hang on ahead of the Williams in the drivers' table, but I don't think we're sensibly going to catch them up in the constructors as well. So we'll just keep pushing throughout the rest of this first campaign. The goal will be to try and put Audi in a good spot ready for Season 2. But yeah, without further ado, let's head out onto the track. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
They call it the Temple of Speed, and the pilgrims have come to worship. It's all about the speed today. Qualifying awaits us. Welcome to Monza for the Italian Grand Prix.
Well, there's an awful lot of red in the stands this weekend, and, well, we're in an Audi, of course, red logos on the car, red dot on the mini-map. I can only assume that all of the support here is for the Audi team. I can't think of any other reason why it might be a sea of red around this circuit then, but let's get ready for our first qualifying run, then top speed in excess of 210 miles an hour as we make the long run down in towards turn 1. Hard on the brakes just past the 100-meter board there, but yeah, once again, of course, Zandvoort, we had a really good qualifying session, made it into Q3 in both the sprint and the main event. Not expecting that to happen tonight, in all honesty. I'm more expecting, if we make it out of Q1, I'll be quite a happy man, all things being considered. But, I mean, we've gone purple through the first sector, so I guess that's a good omen. I mean, maybe the AI might be really bad with their battery management around this track. Apparently then, by the end of Sector 2, we are 7/10 up on Liam Lawson, but I wonder if I just went a little bit too early on the battery mode here as down in towards the final corner. Oscar Piastri has just done a 1:18.5, so how close can we get to the Australians lap time then? Out of the final turn. Yeah, just running out of battery right at the end, 19.8. We go P15. Honestly, I'm happy we're not slowest so far. Well, we are still right on the cusp then as we head back out ready for our final run here of qualifying. Lance Stroll just behind us. Fernando Alonso, though, I can only assume he's safely through because I can see one of those Aston Martins down in the pit lane. But yeah, this is normally, obviously, the times will ramp up as we get towards the end of qualifying. Normally, the first run is a bit more about getting your eye in. The second run is obviously really where it makes the difference. So I'm going to try and not use so much battery early on here. We're going to be a little bit down on speed. We're going to be a little bit down on delta. But hopefully it's going to allow us just to break it a little bit earlier through that first corner as well. As we get the throttle down then on the exit. I mean, already 4/10 down off of those first couple of corners, but it should be the second half of the lap where we're able to find a bit of time. There we go. We are down in the drop zone now, so we are going to have to find a small improvement then on this final run, as I believe every other driver has made it round to the checkered flag. Still 4/10 down. But patience is going to be key here. I'm going to be gutted if we do all this, do improve. But then it ends up by not being enough, as that was a little bit sloppy out onto the back straight. Just try and use a bit of battery there, put ourselves in a slightly better spot down the hill, and you can see now we're basically level with the battery management we were on, so definitely over the course of a lap it does all even itself out. Nice and brave through the Ascari chicane there, get back on the throttle as we make our way down in towards the final corner, a 10th up, but again we're bleeding time right the way around towards the final turn. We'll give it a little bit of Lyco on the way in, aim for the apex there, roll on the throttle as early as I possibly can. We'll try and use the battery early on the run to the line. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference though. We did improve, but I think we're still about P19. Yes, we are, so it was pointless. Well, there we are then. Oscar Piastri fastest in Q1, so McLaren once again look to be the team to beat here. Esteban Ocon in P5. Stroll went 6th and Alonso is 8th. What on earth am I witnessing early on here in qualifying? Sergio Perez made it through as well. Both Audis out. Valtteri Bottas out. Liam Lawson out. Carlos Sainz and Ollie Behrman all out then. So, yeah, a bit of a mixed-up grid. Only a 10th away from making Q2. Only a 2nd away from fastest. Honestly, it should probably be a bit of an achievement.
A difficult race awaits these drivers here in Monza, but glory awaits too. At the Italian Grand Prix, with top speeds up to 215 and an average lap speed of around 155 miles per hour, Monza's reputation as one of the fastest circuits in the sport is well earned. We have 11 corners on this 3.6-mile track, with the best overtaking chance coming into the heavy braking zone of the Turn 1 chicane. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Max Verstappen and Piastri, Hamilton, Albon, Hadjar and Fernando Alonso, Ocon, Colapinto, Lance Stroll and Perez, Lindblad, Behrman, Carlos Sainz and Mr. Monaco, Lawson, Hülkenberg, Gasly and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, there we are then. Early on in qualifying, it looked like McLaren were the team to beat, but Mercedes then out with 118 flat from George Russell as well. That is a mental lap time around this circuit, but a very, very good one. And he will be joined by his teammate Kimi Antonelli up at the front of the grid as well. Now, team are saying this is going to be a two-stop strategy today. I'm not going to definitely agree with them. I'm also not definitely going to tell them they're full of lies either. So yeah, we're just going to try and see if we can stay out of trouble early on. I'll see how far the mediums will go, and we'll kind of work our way from there throughout the afternoon, of course. I'm going to put a little bit of extra fuel in the car as well, just because Monza, you need the ponies. You need to be able to put your foot flat to the floor, don't you, around this track as well. That being said, there are some big braking zones, so if we do need to fuel save, there are plenty of opportunities to do so as well. Up to P18, they're ready for the start. Gasly's got some grid penalties. It's 5 red lights. Oh, a mighty long hole, but lights out, and away we go there. And Liam Lawson, whoa, immediately is going to try and have a look past me. There's a huge amount of wheel spin, and everybody's going to try and look past us them down in towards that first corner. Super easy to lose the front wing there. I was hoping that Hülkenberg would still spot us on the inside there as we rattle up over that first curb, around the outside, through the exit turn 2 there, and there we go. Gasly as well has made a bit of progress. It's like, did I know there was straight line mode through here? I really hope I was using that throughout qualifying as well, but we'll use a bit of battery there to clear both of the V-carbs nice and early on. Now, obviously, Monza was one of those tracks on F1 25 that the AI were very, very good around here on one-lap pace as well, so I wonder if in the races they're going to be a bit more balanced, but of course, we keep talking about it. The AI are way too good in qualifying trim anyway on this game, so it was very much kind of same old story early on. What isn't the same old story, though, is one of the Ferraris seemingly has taken the lead of the Grand Prix off the start as well, so I don't know whether that was Leclerc or Lewis Hamilton. I would assume that was Charles, because he was starting right up towards the front of the order, but already, Lance Stroll just trying to defend from a few people there as first warning of the day. So you don't want to pick up too many of those, as Carlos Sainz is just slicing his way through like hot butter through a knife there around the outside of Lance Stroll. Ollie Behrman will go, if he can do that, I'll try it as well there. But Charles Leclerc, I'm sure the Ferrari Tifosi here are roaring, seeing him take the lead of the Grand Prix. As how quick will this car go? 218, 219, 220 miles an hour. That is easily the quickest I've gone so far on F1 26. But it felt like the car had just a little bit more to give. Maybe kind of 225 is possible. I don't know what the gearing is with these new cars either there. I think they're pretty similar to what they were with the F1 25 machines. It's right on the outside of Ollie Behrman. Carlos Sainz spots us up the hill, trying to get a big old run. And Mark is going to tell me how to play the game still. I've only done a couple of races so far, so probably need that information. It's already beginning to feel like a bit of a battery management race here. I mean, Monza's always going to be notorious for it. It always felt like it was with the old generation of cars, never mind these new ones, where battery management is even more important. There as Esteban Ocon ricochets over that first curb off of turn 1. Luckily, we'll just about slip ahead of him through the exit turn 2 there, as both Audis seemingly able to pick off both Haas cars nice and early on in the race. But yeah, you've really just got to be on those big, long Lycos into the corners there, as the gap had opened up just ahead of, I don't know who that, it must be Perez, isn't it, in the Cadillac, but seems to have closed back down again. But, I mean, yeah, I always say this, Monza is very much a chess match circuit on the F1 games. You've really got to try and pick and choose your moves, but don't put pieces off the board like I'm doing there. Well, I think the man I really want to stick with here early on is going to have to be Carlos Sainz. He's still slicing and dicing his way through, as we'll go around Lance Stroll as well. And, oh, look at that, Carlos. Oh, I don't really want to commit to that one, as Lancelot thinks about having a look back down the inside. But, yeah, I just feel like that Williams is obviously going to have the speed still to get back towards the front now. I believe it's Fernando Alonso just running outside the top 10, so I'll be very, very surprised if that's what happens in a few months' time here at the Temple of Speed. But can I try and get a run on Sergio Perez down the back straight? One good thing is, though, tyre wear seems to be a lot lower than the team were expecting as well, and I did kind of call that heading into the race, so I felt like we might be able to stretch them a little bit further than the game believed originally we would be able to there. I was trying to get a good run out of Ascari. Sergio Perez might be a bit of a sitting duck. We'll get around him. I will slot in behind Carlos Sainz there as well. Perez clearly decides he doesn't want to give up on that one without at least a little bit of a fight. Maybe not the best strategic move from the Mexican, but I think it's going to make much difference in the grand scheme of things. But 7 laps in, we're only at 30% tyre wear, so we should be able to get these to about the end of lap 12, lap 13. So where on earth is Stroll going? Fair play, he's actually nailed that one. I've just been overtaken by Lance Stroll. This is clearly, it's going to be the last video you ever see of me. I'm calling it there. As can I try and put that behind us almost immediately? And by that I mean the Canadian. Yes, we can. Oh, there we go, George Russell. George Russell, I believe he was running up in P2. He is the first car into the pit lane then, so that is very, very early on in this Grand Prix. I mean, how on earth has that Aston Martin got the legs on us in a straight line? I've never seen anything like it. Not even on previous games, you know, where the Aston Martin has just generally never been that good at top-end speed, has it? But we'll go back around the outside of Lance through turn 1. Oh, sorry, through turn 3 even. But yeah, we're closing back in. I mean, points are right there. Franco Colapinto, Fernando Alonso now in the final points-paying spots. But, of course, yeah, we have got Russell flying behind. I think, obviously, if we can one-stop this race, though, we could be in a very good spot. Andre, Kimi, Antonelli, then, did have some breathing room up at the front of the order, so maybe Mercedes trying to get both their cars out clear in front. I mean, Kimi isn't really going to be a title threat this year, is he? Way too far back, unlike George Russell, who is right behind Lando Norris. Am I not going to get overtaken by Lance Stroll this time? I think we're safe from him right now, so up to P5 we go then. But I wonder if anybody else is going to try and one-stop. There we go, Carlos Sainz in, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton. Oh no, that's Hadjar, sorry, both in. So Lando Norris then, he's on the hard tyres and trying to stretch him a little bit further. Obviously, Lancelot behind us as well is on the hard, so is Pierre Gasly. So we are the sole remaining medium compound runner here. So if we can get these tyres to the end of lap 12, I'll feel very, very confident about going through to the end. And again, I mean, the tyre was not great, but it's not bad. Well, Lando Norris then into the pit lane as well. So yeah, that's slightly other than I was expecting, especially from the hard compound runners. But to the lead then of the Italian Grand Prix. Not bad when you consider we were basically last down at turn 1 as Hulkenberg also peeling into the pit lane. So we are the only person, by the looks of it, trying to make this one stop happen. We got a 10-second gap over Andrea Kimi Antonelli, but I'm sure Mercedes will be telling George Russell, just sit back for now. There is yellow flags out down at the final corner. I believe that it's either a caddy or a Haas that is breaking down. Could that be a safety car or a red flag, anything like that? I don't think it's going to be, but they definitely held up a couple of other cars there. Valtteri Bottas, our first retirement of the day. Disappointment for the Flying Finn. Well, tyre wear warning light hasn't even flashed up then by the time we get to the end of lap 12. Antonelli and George Russell, though, as well as I'm sure everybody else's. There you go, there's the tyre wear warning light through the final corner. But yeah, they've obviously been taking a fair amount of time out of us, but still 6 seconds clear by the time we head into the pit lane. There is a really good opportunity for some big points here, as long as we can keep things clean and tidy throughout the second half of the afternoon. Of course, we could see what happened at Zandvoort as well. If I get 2 mechanical failures in a row, I'd be pretty disappointed. Good tidy stop, though, by the team, as we are going to re-emerge. I think we're still going to be out near Lance Stroll after all of that, so I think the Canadian will just about be ahead. Oh, I forgot to change what tyres we were going on to. I'm still on mediums. Damn it, man. I mean, that might mean, obviously, we can try and go uber aggressive onto a set of softs at the end, but the one-stop strategy I've got them wasted because I forgot to tweak what tyre strat we were on. I am so stupid. Maybe we can get like a safety car after the AI of pit, or maybe I can just work my way to the top 10 over these next few laps. Go to the inside of Lance Stroll then. Wasn't expecting to actually get a run on him there, but we'll just get back over onto the racing line by the time we get down in towards Ascari. I mean, again, the big important thing at the moment is trying to make sure you're getting that overtake mode off the car in front. So we're going to boost out lots to get a bit closer to Alonso. We've got more yellow flags out now, so I think somebody else might be retiring from this Grand Prix. Is that our teammate? No, it's Lance Stroll. That might explain how I got such a run on him then. So Lance Stroll becomes our second retirement of the afternoon. Oh, even without battery, we're going to be able to get to Fernando Alonso down towards turn 1. Still a little way back, but we'll go for the send. Oh, that was optimistic. Daniel Ricciardo. We were ahead at the apex. I kept it inside track limits. That's technically clean. I mean, there was no contact, I don't think. Let me know in the comments. Here we go, lap 15, trying to get a run on Colapinto. You can go defensive all you like, buddy. I think we should hopefully get him on the brakes. Yeah, we are saving a lot of fuel. I definitely should have underfueled it a whole lot more. Verstappen then having a pretty terrible time of things so far as well. Oh, hello. Thought he was going to give me... Well, I thought he was trying to go defensive into Ascari, but clearly he was just trying to steadily move over to the racing line. Luckily there, I think we caught the Dutchman by surprise, but out of the top 10 then for Red Bull's #1 man. Up into the top 10 for us for the first time today on raw pace as well. And Oscar Piastri, who was fastest in Q1 yesterday, trying to get on a bit of a recovery drive at the moment, but again, I think if we can just stretch out the tyres to probably lap 20, lap 21, which we know is doable, so going to make sure Verstappen has to go to the outside of us back in towards turn 1. If we're then on softs to the checkered flag, obviously we're going to be on much fresher, softer tyres than everybody else. So hopefully we're going to be able to undercut a bit. I mean, clearly Carlos Sainz as well. The race has been going very well for him because he's now back with his teammate. Oscar Piastri into the pit lane then alongside, I think, is that Russell? No, Russell's not in again yet. Leclerc and Albon both peeling into the pit lane once more. So these next few laps once again are going to be critical for us. So I've just got to make sure we hang on to these tyres quite nicely. I mean, they went 12 laps on the first team without any major issues. Surely 9 laps second time round should be okay. I'm just so annoyed that I messed it up. Yeah, there wasn't a chance at the win or anything like that, but definitely like an easy top 5 I think was doable with the pace we've had so far this afternoon. Purple sector 1, very late on the brakes there around Carlos Sainz, but we get it slowed down, and we're up then into P6. Well, everybody else then into the pit lane once more, so we're up to P2 then, so Antonelli again being forced to go long in this GP, but I think Mercedes now, by pitting Russell early, getting him over onto those hard tyres, it should mean he's going to be a little bit less vulnerable to the end of the afternoon. I mean, this would have been the gap we would have had over George. What, 7 seconds with 9 laps to go? Again, I don't think the win was on, but definitely, yeah, a big result. Well, Antonelli then, last car into the pit lane, is the Italian about to take an emotional victory on home soil. Only a few more laps to find out there, I think. Is he going to come out ahead of George? I think it's going to be very close out of pit lane. No, George Russell's got him. So Antonelli, yeah, who dominated the early laps of this Grand Prix, George Russell has been able to get past him now. He's still up in P2. I mean, yeah, you want Russell to win for the World Championship's sake if you're down at Mercedes, but Antonelli, surely if you've got a chance for victory at home, you're going to do everything you can to try and take it. I wanted to try and make sure that I take enough out of these medium tyres that obviously we've still got an advantage right towards the end of the Grand Prix. It's that horrible balance, though. You know you've got to pit, you know you're going to be going on to quick rubber towards the end, but you don't want to pit too early and then wreck the tyres before the end of the race, but you also don't want to pit too late and wish, obviously, you'd taken a little bit more out of them. George Russell wasting no time behind us, though, as we make our way through the final corner. I've double-checked. We are definitely going onto the soft tyres ready for this final stint. That was nice and tidy on pit lane entry then, but 6 laps remaining. Don't know where we're going to come back out. I think it's going to be just ahead of that Alpine of Colapinto with a bit of luck. I believe he's... Yeah, it is Verstappen fighting with him still. So hopefully points is going to be doable. I think the real question is how many points are going to be possible come the end of this race. I think this, yeah, we should come back out still, maybe just outside the top 10, annoyingly. Let's have a look. We'll try and boost out of the pit lane there as there goes Colapinto. And here goes Max Verstappen as well. Then we're still alongside the Dutchman in towards turn 1. And, well, I'm not playing around at this point. Up then, well, immediately hanging on to P11 of this Grand Prix. And hopefully we can just get around Colapinto. We've got a 6-second gap up to Carlos Sainz. We have to really try and push. Hey? I've been on the tyres for 2 corners. How on earth is Mark already moaning about the tyre wear? How does he know the tyre wear? They're still shiny. Well, with 2 laps to go then, the real problem we've had is just everybody kind of seems to be quite grouped up here as well. We got Alpine slowing down. That's got to be Pierre Gasly towards the end of the day, so... What's that? 1 Mercedes engine, 1 Ferrari engine, and 1 Honda engine, isn't it, of course? All looking to be out then of this Grand Prix. But yeah, Carlos Sainz and Oscar Piastri, they've just kind of been duking out with each other there. Is Gasly going again? I don't know what's going on with Pierre. I think he is still limping around at the moment. Maybe he got a puncture, not a mechanical failure in this race. But yeah, even though these two have been kind of chopping and changing, it's just the battery limitation here has made, well, all the difference. Let's try and see if we can get a launch off of the second chicane there. Down the inside of Oscar Piastri. Oh, got over the bumps. A little bit of understeer early on. We'll elbow our way by them and up into 9th spot here. So still... No! I barely ran onto the white line there. That feels incredibly harsh, but that basically guarantees that unless I do something really stupid, we're going to finish P10 in this race. Unless, of course, I can try and find a way around Carlos and then pick up a huge amount of time on the final lap of this Grand Prix. But yeah, I don't know what the pace would have been like. Seems like Leclerc was really backed off towards the end, so I don't know whether I could have been fighting him had I done the one stop, but we did all the hard work and obviously never really got the benefit from it. I think, though, of course, always the second stint, the tyres were going to fade away as we got through towards the end of the afternoon, as Oscar Piastri going to try and get both Carlos Sainz and myself then towards the end of this race. Carlos there just trying to position that car defensively through the first chicane. Oscar Piastri tries to use him up on the exit but can't quite find a way to get there. As we will have to chop and change between the pair of them, weaving our way through. And we'll try and give Piastri a little bit of a slipstream. Maybe I can leave these two squabbling as we head into the next chicane as well there. As careful not to lock the rears on the way in. But again, I think Sainz has just about been able to hang on ahead of Oscar here. But yeah, I really did feel like after that first stint, I was like, maybe there is going to be a big opportunity to try and score some huge points this weekend. But once again, looks like it's going to be a repeat of Zandvoort, where we only bag 1 point to our name. That being said, though, I think the Audi are very, very limited here, as I've used way too much battery too early. There goes Carlos. Is Oscar Piastri going to go for it as well? Yes, he kind of awkwardly does. He's going to give Sainz the room in front. Out of the final quarter, though, Russell, he will be victorious this weekend and continue to close down Lando Norris' lead at the top of the World Championship. Total domination last weekend, and he extends that through into this weekend as well. But through the final quarter, please say I'm going to at least score a point there. Verstappen trying to see if he can get just a little bit closer through the final couple of turns. Don't say I'm going to lose the point.
And that's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
Ah, damn it. That penalty really did cost us everything.
Here's the checkered flag. Here's our winner. By George, he's done it. Russell wins.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course, Crofty. and it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
It's been a hard afternoon of brilliant racing, but now it's time for some proper celebrations. The podium awaits. And taking his place on the top step of the podium, he gave it some hustle. Well done to George Russell.
Well, there we are then. Mercedes once again, despite the fact, like I said early on in qualifying, McLaren looked to be the team to beat. A huge turnaround there. 43 points for Merck, and it is only going to be 17 for McLaren. So, yeah, that battle is definitely getting tighter and tighter as this season goes on. Hamilton did jump Charles Leclerc on the very last lap as well. So, weird to see the Monegasque man struggling so much. But, yeah, ultimately, I messed up the strategy. The penalty as well cost us the 1 point we were going to get. So, it feels like at the moment we're just kind of getting results that Audi should be getting inside this game. They're painful, but I'd rather it kind of be a little bit more difficult than too easy, because it does mean when you get those big results, it feels all the more rewarding. Lance Stroll and Valtteri Bottas, then the two drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. Gasly did continue, so I can only assume that was a puncture. Of course, you guys will have seen a replay, I'm sure, throughout that race. At the top of the table, though, 4 points now in it between Lando Norris and George Russell, so his gap has been completely cut down after the summer break. Oscar Piastri in P3, still ahead of Verstappen. Leclerc still ahead of Antonelli as Hamilton drops back down. We are still best of the rest, but only 3 points clear of Alexander Albon. And once again, I think Williams are just going to continue to extend in the Constructors' battle as well. McLaren, though, 53 still clear of Mercedes. Ferrari still 55 ahead of Red Bull. And then Williams are 57 ahead of us. So, yeah, a lot of just over 50-point gaps. In fact, look at that. Alpine as well, 57 behind us. So we are in complete no man's land at this stage of the campaign. Thank you all, though, so much for watching. If you did enjoy, make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out at Formula One's newest venue, at the Mad Ring. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 16 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to Formula One's newest venue. We are out at the Mad Ring, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from the Temple of Speed out at the Italian GP, I would highly, highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say we had some good moments. We also had some rather stupid moments in that race as well, but we didn't return to the points right towards the end of the weekend, and it really does feel like we've kind of hit a bit of a slump in this series more recently, but maybe heading out to Formula One's newest venue this weekend. Obviously, it's a level playing field for everybody. Hopefully, it's going to be more down to the driver than it is going to be down to, obviously, the track and kind of setting everything up around this venue. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that hopefully we can try and have a good fun time here. Taking a look at the World Championship standings, though, George Russell on a 2-race win streak right now. 4 wins in the last 5 Grand Prix as well. He has carved down that gap to Lando Norris to just 4 points up at the top of the table. The McLaren man still leading the way with his teammate Oscar Piastri still in P3. That means, of course, yeah, McLaren still with a 53-point buffer up at the top of the Constructors' Championship. We are P8 overall in the drivers' table right now. We've got a 3-point buffer over Alexander Albon, who has been trying to close in some points at us more recently. Constructors-wise, though, we're looking pretty lonely. 57 behind Williams and 57 ahead of Alpine behind us, so we are in complete no man's land at this stage of the campaign. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to heading out though to Madrid. Unfortunately, it seems like a few other teams have been bringing some upgrades over the last couple of weekends as well. We have got a few little bits and pieces in the works, but honestly it doesn't feel like we've made that much progress relative to the rest of the field so far in Season 1. I guess I'm kind of hoping that maybe we get some rule changes in the not too distant future, and it looks like rule changes could be confirmed, ready for next season very soon as well. So we'll have to try and keep our eyes peeled for that one as we make our way through the next couple of GP as well, and prepare ourselves ready to hopefully make a big leap forward as we head into Season 2. Of course, if you're new, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We are trying to hit 160k at the moment, but yeah. Without further ado though, let's head here to the Mad Ring. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Plenty of setups to test, plenty of lap time to find. Welcome to practice. It's great to have you with us.
Well, with the way things have lined up then recently, I actually did the Creator Series race right from this track last night as well. Unfortunately, that race didn't go all too well for us. Unfortunately, getting a little bit fed up with some people's antics over in CS more recently. But yeah, I'm sure there'll be highlights from that out on the channel in the next couple of days as well. But it does luckily mean I've got a pretty good idea of where I'm going around this circuit, at least early on in the weekend. Now, obviously one of the big still problems with the Mad Ring, which has not been patched yet on F126, is obviously that first chicane there. Obviously, you can really, the second chicane, you can really try and cut the inside of it. Now, obviously, you know, doing a league race like that, you've got to try and find every half a tenth, otherwise somebody else is going to. But here in career mode, the AI obviously don't take the mick with it, so although I'm sure at some point going to misjudge it slightly or something like that, I'm going to avoid trying to be ridiculous with that chicane as well over the course of the weekend. You know, try and be fair with it, try and be kind of normal with it, try not to gain, you know, ridiculous advantage over the AI. Otherwise, I probably could just walk away from the entire field around this circuit as well. So we'll keep that in mind as we head through the rest of the weekend. I am well aware of that exploit. I'm just not going to be using it, but I mean, I've mentioned it before as well. I'm not a big fan of this venue. It's not a particularly enjoyable circuit to drive, in my opinion. It's not my favourite place in the world. It's just one of these kind of quintessential, gimmicky street circuits now in Formula 1. It's also apparently horrible in free practice. There is no grip down.
Welcome to the Mad Ring. It's qualifying day here in Madrid, and time to see who'll get that all-important pole on this brand new track.
Well, with this being such a long lap then here from Madrid, and obviously a lot of low speed, a lot of traction zones as well, battery management here is absolutely imperative. You haven't got that many long straights or anything like that, so obviously you want to make sure that you've got a bit of battery to use down those as well to gain a bit of an advantage back. But I think, honestly, battery management is going to be critical here as, again, through turn 1 and turn 2, you've got to be very committed through over the curbing in those early corners, and then obviously down the back straight that isn't particularly straight at all. Of course, you just got to try and line yourself up ready for this chicane there. Again, like I said, I'm not going to try and take the mick with it, but yeah, sometimes that works out quite well for you, sometimes it really doesn't, as the AI kind of incentivized to, you know, they can obviously sit flat over the curbs, they have no issues with it. The human player, unless you try and cut that corner, it doesn't really work so well for you there, as into the banking, or for the very first time, you've got to try and keep the car, bizarrely, yeah, you've got to try and keep wheels below the apron, which is rather weird to try and get used to as well. I don't know why Codys can't model banking on an F1 game, because we have the same issues back at Zandvoort, don't we, most weekends as well. But making our way then down in towards the final sector of the lap. This braking zone super satisfying when you get it hooked up, but quite difficult to do so. And then through here as well. These two off-camber corners are brutal to try and get right there as well. Dump a bit of battery. You may as well have ran out of charge by the time you get down in towards this hairpin, because there's not that many places to try and use it up between now and the end of the lap. There was aim for the wall on the inside through that penultimate corner. Braking just about 80 metres out from the final corner. Get right up against the wall on the inside. Power down. 31.2. We go slowest of anybody so far by quite some margin. Got a lot of traffic then to try and contend with as we prepare ourselves for our final run in qualifying here as well. One of the Aston Martins of Lance Stroll there. Oh, this is not ideal, Lance. Dives down the inside there. We had to make sure that I started my final lap though before we obviously ran out of time there. So yeah, having to take a little bit of risk through that final corner. Right, turn 1, turn 2 then. I mean, we are 1.2 seconds slower than our teammate Hulkenberg, so we really do need to find some time here on this final run, but immediately that is not a good way to start things there, as breaking down into the chicane again. I've completely messed that one up. Definitely trying to take a bit too much on the way in there, and it's costing us on the way out. It's up through the top of the circuit. Going to try and do something a little bit different with the battery management there. As you can just see, we are overdriving the car way beyond its limits in the early parts of this lap there. A couple of big errors. And that immediately means I think it's going to be very unlikely that we see Q2 here. They're just trying to find a bit of time as we head down the hill. It's on the anchors, the 100-meter ball there, just swooping right up against that wall. I mean, even if we could just jump a couple of guys towards the end of the session, could still be worth it there. It's down towards the end of Sector 2. Again, really try to attack that curb, avoid the wall on the outside, though that one's always there to try and catch you out. And then again, through these fast sweepers, just got to be careful. They're actually quite useful if you've run out of battery, just to obviously stop the front end from pushing out, but right up against the wall through the exit of the hairpin. Again, just running a little bit wide there. Avoid the wall on the outside. We've got no battery left, though. Qualifying has been an utter disaster here. Out of the final corner, get the power down. We don't even improve. I don't know what to say. I just don't like this track. Well, there we go then. Pierre Gasly on the pole, a 128.3, a huge effort then by Alpine so far, and it's not just pole. That is a pretty dominant pole lap by the Frenchman then. It's an Alpine and a Williams locking out the front row. Certainly don't think we're going to see that when we head to this Grand Prix in a few weeks' time. Oscar Piastri in P3 ahead of Max Verstappen. Mercedes will lock out row 3 then, just ahead of Isaac Hadjar and Charles Leclerc, with Norris and Hamilton right towards the bottom of the top 10. But yeah, Nico Hülkenberg did a 129.1. I was 2 seconds slower than our teammate here. Now, I get that some of that has got to be battery management as well. We know, obviously, the AI very good around this track, but I reckon I could have found maybe a second just over, but I certainly don't think we were going to make Q2 anyway.
Time to get going then, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to the Mad Ring. Who's going to take victory today for the Spanish Grand Prix? Let's take a look at the Mad Ring then. From the start, you're heavy braking into turn 1 and then on the power through turn 3, swooping round to the right for a little chicane 5 and 6. The track winds its way towards turn 10. Spectacular banking. Watch out for the cars going through there. And then high speed changes of direction all the way to turn 18 and 19, where if you're late enough on the brakes, that could be another overtaking spot. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Piastri, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Leclerc, Sainz, Verstappen, Albon, and Isaac Hadjar, Gasly, Alonso, Liam Lawson and Ocon, Behrman, Hülkenberg, Sergio Perez and Franco Colapinto, Stroll, Bottas, Lindblad and Mr. Monaco. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, already then, down on the grid, hoping from the back of the pack we can try and do something special today, but honestly, I really don't know what to expect from our first ever race here on the Mad Ring. You can save a little bit of fuel though around this venue, so I will try and keep that in mind as well, but safety cars, maybe even a red flag, could happen as well over the course of the afternoon. Lining up though at the back of the pack, I just want to keep it clean and tidy on the run into turn 1. The 5 red lights are on. Oh, and lights out, and away we go there, off to a fairly wheel spinny getaway to try and get the power down. Of course, a very dirty surface for this circuit as well. But yeah, nice and easy through those first couple of corners there. We'll have a look around the outside of our fellow rookie Arvid Lindblad. So despite the fact nobody has ever raced at this venue before, it was still myself and our fellow Brit there that line up right at the back of the pack as already. Whoa, what's Sergio Perez doing? He's trying to both take Bottas and myself out there as 3 wide into the chicane. That surely won't work there, and on the outside of that one, we will back out of it there. I think that Stroll slapped the wall just behind me as well. But what is going on between the Cadillacs? Sergio Perez is just trying to put Valtteri Bottas in a wall, and he might return the favour in kind there as we head back down the hill in towards these next couple of corners. They're still side by side as we will try and get around Sergio Perez. Then Bottas still can't quite clear him though. We will go 3 wide round the banking on lap 1. Will we finally get both the Cadillacs? Yes, we will. As down the hill there, we haven't got time to waste. dealing with those two squabbles early on, as ever so slightly wide through that nondescript left-hander, and I've still left the Cadillacs going wheel to wheel a little bit further back, so I think Bottas has finally cleared him, and is hopefully now going to get on his way. I mean, that was pretty incredible racing by the two caddies. They'll definitely get some airtime on the live TV feed as well with that one, but of course, yeah, the big goal early on is try not to lose touch with those cars in front of us as well. Just got to try and sit in a rhythm there as Russell already to the lead of the Grand Prix there, so yeah, must have been a mega start by the Mercedes man as well. Annoyingly, after taking that pole position yesterday, Pierre Gasly didn't line up from the pole as we saw on the grid rundown. Grid penalties for him, but maybe, just maybe, that qualifying pace was real as I pick up my first warning of the afternoon. Well, it definitely is a track then where if you can get out in some clear air, I think you can find a lot of time in certain places, but still got really no idea. For such a long lap and with such a variety of corners, doesn't that feel like there's not that many places to overtake around this venue nonetheless then, as back down in towards turn 1 and turn 2. First up on the old hit list, he's going to be Nico Hülkenberg, so I mean, yeah, 2 seconds quicker than us in qualifying, and now it seems like we've got a little bit more race pace over our teammate, at least early on in this GP there. As you can see, obviously everybody using this as an opportunity to try and recharge the pack, but the AI there, getting a little bit slippery up the hill as Hülkenberg just tries to cover us off there, and again, just through the exit of that corner, really difficult to try and get the power down as line up a move to the inside, but again, that would have been pretty reckless to even try to attempt that one. We'll see if we can again try and do something through the banking there. Seeing if I can swoop up high and then cut back down low. Hülkenberg spots it and is going to try and go a little bit defensive there. He'll miss the apex to that next corner, and hopefully now, we can do the old up and under as our teammate tries to put us towards the wall. We will get around him though. Okay, interesting. So just starting lap 7 then, Isaac Hadjar is going to be our first driver into the pit lane there, as it feels like those first couple of curbs are very, very RNG around this lap. One lap you'll attack him, you'll get away with it, and the next lap you'll try to attack him, and it feels like, yeah, you obviously just get penalised there, or at least a warning in this race as well. Once again, it seems like we've got teammate battles going on as Colapinto gets put towards the wall. Can I try and find a way down the inside of the Argentinian? No, I can't, so I'll have to back out of that one, but yeah, we'll see Isaac Hadjar and I believe one of the Aston Martins peeling into the pit lane. So yeah, it seems like there's a bit of a debate between some teams about whether the 1 or the 2 stop is the way to go then around this venue, as making our way through the banking once more. Can I try and once again get a big slingshot down the hill to the inside of Franco Colapinto? Or he'll give us a big old squeeze there and just decide the end that it's not worth the fight at the moment. So yeah, we're making slow and steady progress in this Grand Prix. It already seems like the AI are very, very spread out. As where on earth is Colapinto trying to look for a move there? Forces us almost into the outside wall, but luckily we live to tell the tale. Oh, okay. Gasly in as well, I believe. Is that Liam Lawson? No, it's Esteban Ocon into the pit lane as well then at the end of lap 7. So yeah, the AI are really struggling on tyre wear here. So that is quite a surprise then. I mean, we're only on lap 8. Madrid's a really odd circuit as well, because it feels like even if the tyres aren't that worn out, which I mean at the moment they are, to be fair, they're at 50%, so I think, yeah, we're going to have to 2-stop as well, but it's a really odd track for tyre wear. It feels like they kind of, even if they're not actually that worn, feels like you really struggle with them here. It's just a track that absolutely obliterates them. Get to lap 10 then, very much feels like a bit of a step into the unknown so far in this Grand Prix, but yeah, we're going to dive in. I don't know whether I want to go the end of this lap or whether I want to just extend it one more here. The tyre wear, again, doesn't actually feel that bad. I mean, we've got both Audis up running pretty high up the order then at the moment. As well, that's probably a little bit aggressive when it comes to the curbing as well. I guess the problem is, though, the pit lane here is weird. It's quite a long and slow pit lane, but it does also cut off quite a bit when you head back out onto the circuit. So it's almost a bit like Montreal, where it could be quite beneficial. And obviously you might not lose so much time by doing a 2-stop. I mean, there's a big queue of cars forming behind our teammate Hülkenberg, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that as well. But yeah, there's just a lot of guys that are still out here, and I don't kind of want to lose out to them either if they're able to kind of quite easily navigate a 1-stop strategy. You know what, we'll go for it. We'll dive in now. We'll see what we can do on a set of the hard compound tyres. If I have to 2-stop, then I have to 2-stop, but just getting a little bit worried that Sergio Perez was going to start battling us there, as Norris and Hadjar seemingly are both trying to find their way around Hulkenberg. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the hard tyres here generally feel a lot better than the mediums as well, long term. And I mean, yeah, that front left is looking angry at this stage of the race. So we'll have to kind of wait and see as to how we get on. But making our way, or getting held up there slightly behind Valtteri Bottas as well. So I don't know whether he's one-stopping or trying to go a little bit further, but
see these tyres through to the end now.
That pit lane exit as well is horrible. Absolutely horrible there. That wall on the outside really wants to catch you out, but we've got a 5-second gap then to Colapinto, so you can see the undercut has really worked out well for them. But hopefully now, obviously on fresher tyres, we can try and close back in. And of course, hopefully, maybe, we won't have to pit again. Just got to start pumping in the laps then in this Grand Prix as our teammate Hulkenberg diving in. Sergio Perez is also in then, so he's double harding early on then in this race, so hopefully we should stay ahead of him as well this afternoon. As Liam Lawson also peeling into the pit lane, so we were about 3 seconds behind him, but we might be able to get a run then up the hill as Lawson, just there, you can see the closing speed, so dangerous into that chicane, but we're through. But again, with everybody being on different strategies and with tyre wear having such an important factor around this circuit as well, we've got to try and move past some of these cars quite quickly. To the outside of Lancelot there, as we will try and defend it back in towards turn 1 there. Luckily able to maintain the grip around the outside though of the Canadian, and up then into P16 once more. I do feel a bit sorry for Pierre Gasly. I mean, that was, I don't know what he did yesterday to get such a ridiculously quick lap out of that car, but ultimately today, yeah, neither has had obviously the luck with the grip penalties or the pace in terms of the strategy as well this afternoon, because he's still battling with his teammate Franco Colapinto. Definitely feel like the AI is still a little bit wonky around this circuit. They are way too good over one lap. I mean, even more than normal on this game. They are just insane over one lap and then really struggle when you get into races, or at least seem to struggle a whole lot more. They're definitely not slow, though, around here either. They're giving us a good run for our money. Obviously, I know it's still a new venue and we're just trying to figure it all out still, but I think because of obviously some of the curbs that really throw the car around, the AI are able to hit them perfectly every time. The human player obviously can't, but yeah, we've just got to keep trying to pick up the pieces right now and hope that maybe some points are going to be on the horizon. Here we go, Colapinto trying to get a run on his teammate Gasly. Back in towards turn 1, and Pierre more than happy to just show the Argentinian the wall there down at that first corner, so can we try and get a run off the exit turn 2, avoiding the bumps on the inside there, and Gasly's going to lose at least one. He might lose 2 though as we make our way down here as Colapinto again trying to give us a similar treatment to what his teammate did to him. Cuts over the first part of the chicane. We stand firm though on the exit, and the Argentinian with very little room to maneuver, so big slide again up at the top of the hill. Next up though is those Hasses. There we go. Esteban Ocon back into the pit lane then, so gonna make it much easier to navigate one of those Haas cars. But I mean, tyre wear so far still not looking great. 16%. I mean, we have been on these tyres for what, 4 laps? I think 4 or 5 laps. So we're gonna probably be able to get them to the end. But again, they just will be quite angry by the time we get there. But back into the points though, we've just got to keep pushing as best as we possibly can. Hang on to as many cars as we possibly can as this race goes on. But yeah, I don't think there's much between the 1 and the 2 stop, but I'm happy we rolled the dice the way we have for now. It is kind of insane when you have a look at the minimap just how far clear the McLaren, the Mercedes even, and I think it's Oscar Piastri, isn't it, still running in P3 there. Just how much of a gap they've got over everybody else so far this afternoon, as can we try and get a run on Ollie Behrman there. For some reason the AI really invite you to kind of take the shorter line down there, as again the AI kind of bounce over that first curb and really just give you nowhere to go on the exit and screw themselves over. So not too sure what to make of that one. Yeah, Alonso's having a very good race as well at the moment. I believe he has still got another stop to go though. I think Aston Martin are one of the first teams into the pit lane. So hopefully we'll get him, hopefully we'll get Albon. It's whether we stay ahead of them to the end. Well, with just over 10 laps to go then, Alexander Albon and Fernando Alonso peeling back in then for their final pit stops of the day. So, I mean, we're up to P6 then in this Grand Prix. Things looking fairly good for us at the moment. I just know these last 10 laps or so are going to get very, very painful. As I mean, look at that. It's still the front left that takes most of the wear here. And that's not even at 30% yet. So I think, yeah, we will be able to get to the end of the Grand Prix without too many concerns. It's just how much can kind of like the likes of Colapinto, the likes of Behrman, try and hold up other cars, because that can be really useful for us. But we've rolled the dice, and for now, it looks like it could pay dividends. We've got yellows towards the back of the pack. I don't know who that is breaking down. I think that might be an Alpine. So is that Colapinto or is that Pierre Gasly then? I mean, that would be a terrible way to cap off Pierre Gasly's weekend. Up to this point, they're still steadily trying to break down. I don't think, obviously, I know where the AI will tend to pull over around this circuit, but could we get a safety car? It is Franco Colapinto, then. That is going to be our first retirement of the day. Now, I believe he just made his final pit stop anyway. But yeah, huge disappointment for the Argentinian then. But for us, no safety car, no red flags, anything like that. So we've just got to keep plugging away as Russell, our new fastest lap of the afternoon. He is I wonder if actually Antonelli and Piastri are one-stopping this race. And George Russell now is effectively trying to fight his way back towards them. Well, Ollie Behrman then has been putting up a fierce defence over these last few laps, but Carlos Sainz is going to be the first driver to break through against him. Sergio Perez up to P8 then, so this could be a huge day for Cadillac, who of course yet to score a point in this series over in the Aston Martin career mode. They've been doing a very good job, but here, yeah, they are the only team yet to score, so Sainz and Perez then breaking through. I mean, hopefully Perez can hold up some quicker cars, but with a 22-second gap up in front, I've done what I always do and I've put myself in no man's land. Oh no, Perez's pit. As soon as I wanted to believe that Sergio Perez might be able to do something special here late on, he's now dived into the pit lane as well then, so we've got Sainz, Norris, one of the Red Bulls, I assume it's Verstappen, and then I believe it's actually Alexander Albon yet again, a little bit further behind. But, I mean, yeah, these guys are going much, much quicker than me at this stage of the afternoon.
23.2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm really not worried about that gap ahead. I just really want to score some good points today. I feel like we deserve it with how much bad luck we've had in the last few races. So I just want to try and put that right today. Well, with just 3 laps to go then in this Grand Prix, Carlos Sainz now has reeled us in. Whoa, hello, that is a brave move. To the inside there. I don't know why the AI keep attempting that one on us, but wheel to wheel we go in towards those long flowing corners right towards the end of the lap, back into the industrial estate. But yeah, I wanted to try and make sure that if I was going to let Sainz through, that I do it in such a place that works out strategically for us. I mean, you can definitely see now the rear tyres beginning to really struggle. Such a low grip surface here from Madrid as well. But we've got Verstappen and Lando Norris just behind us as well. I think, yeah, behind them, there's not much... Well, sorry, there is quite a big gap and no one else is really going to be able to carve us back down. So, yeah, we'll see if we can get a bit of a run back on Carlos here, because it definitely feels like the hards are the great equaliser in this race, that everybody seems to be able to kind of take them to a pretty decent length, but you're not quite able to really find the speed out of them there, as that was, again, a little bit brave over the curbs, but one more lap to go after this one. Can I hold off Lando Norris, the World Championship leader, and Max Verstappen, of course, a 4-time Formula 1 World Champion? Very much feels like George Russell has been able to make no progress against those Ferrari cars towards the end of the afternoon, but either way, he is still going to take the championship lead away from Lando Norris then. And talking of Lando, as we get a couple of little kicks of oversteer through those final couple of corners, we've just got to try and defend one final time against the McLaren man here. Use a little bit of battery save in towards that first corner, but surely the McLaren is likely going to get a big old run. Or out of turn 2, there was a huge nap of oversteer on the exit. Luckily, the car straightened itself up before we hit the wall. Otherwise, that could have been some major front wing damage as well there, as in towards this next corner. Again, just try not to take too much through those curbs, but make sure we get the car planted on the exit as well, up the hill.
2.4 seconds.
Yeah, you can already see Carlos Sainz scampering away just in front of us, but up at the front of the order, making his way through the final couple of corners, Kimi Antonelli is finally going to be a race winner on F1 26. I'm pretty certain this is the first time I've seen him win a race on this game so far. Kimi Antonelli comes to the Mad Ring for the very first time. He will be victorious this weekend. Chased home by Oscar Piastri. It's going to be Lewis Hamilton, who always sees good success on new venues in Formula 1, who will join them on the podium there. As Lando Norris, very, very aggressive attack there in towards the final couple of corners. Luckily, not quite able to do anything with it, as we would just sit a bit on the apex through that next corner. Verstappen now seems to have found a way by him in towards the final couple of corners, but as long as we don't do anything stupid now, we will hopefully be able to hang on ahead of the Dutchman, ahead of Lando Norris as well. One more corner to go. It's a valiant effort from the back of the pack to P7. We score some solid points.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
This has been absolutely magnificent. Victory today for Kimi Antonelli.
Wow, that race really kept us on our toes with the ever-changing weather conditions. It is so unpredictable when you're in the car, with visibility being limited to know exactly what's going on. So the driver really made some great calls in this situation.
What a day it's been for Formula One, and what a day it's been for these three drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. A young man with a big future. Today's a winner. Well done, Kimi Antonelli.
Well, there we are then. Kimi Antonelli. I've moaned about it so much with the F126 DLC so far, but finally, the Italian will be victorious there. Oscar Piastri in P2 does actually take some points out of your top two in the world title, so it's not over for the Australian just yet. He is going to need quite a lot of luck, though, to go his way. But like I said, Hamilton as well, joining them on the podium. A great drive by the Ferrari man, who always goes well around new venues in Formula 1. But yeah, definitely, I mean, inside the top 10, there was 4 drivers on the 2-stop and 6 drivers on the 1-stop, so it was rather mixed up. But I think the 1-stop strategy was definitely the way to go today. It's just how big a gap there was between Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz there, in obviously the top 10 as well. So yeah, some big gaps over the course of the afternoon. Shout out to Liam Lawson as well, who hung on for that final point against the likes of Isaac Hadjar, Alexander Albon, and even Alonso and Hulkenberg as well. But Franco Colapinto, the only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our World Championship, though? Well, it means Russell, like we said, 6 points now clear of Lando Norris, but Oscar Piastri 73 away. Is that possible? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see as we head into these next few races. Verstappen still in P4 ahead of Leclerc. Kimi Antonelli. Hamilton still ahead of myself. But some well-earned points gives us a little bit of breathing room ahead of Alexander Albon and Carlos Sainz once again as well. Just a little bit further behind. That 1 point for Liam Lawson, though. I mean, he's still in P14. But a point is a point, and I'm sure he'll be celebrating. McLaren as well. I think they've lost a bit more ground this weekend to Mercedes. That gap down to just 36 points now. As obviously we lose a bit of ground against Atlassian Williams, but obviously gain a few points on Alpine as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. Let me know your thoughts and feelings on the all-new Mad Ring as well down in the comments below. But we will be back very soon out in Azerbaijan. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 17 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend out here on the Baku City circuit for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from the Mad Ring, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Our first race of an all-new venue, and it seemed like we got out of a bit of a slump that I'd fallen into more recently in this series as well. We were able to pick up, I believe it was a P7 points finish there. We'd only actually scored 1 point over the last 3 Grand Prix beforehand. We've been pretty consistent. From Silverstone onwards, we finished between 7th and 12th in all 6 of those races. But when you factor in, obviously, we'd had a win at Monaco, a 2nd place out at Austria as well, it felt like it would have been a bit of a downturn in terms of performance inside this series. But as we return, though, this weekend here to Baku, we have finally finally got an important update to the F126 game, and that now means that some of the driver ratings have been massively updated inside this game as well. Unfortunately, I've got to go through some of the tutorials with Eleanor as well there, but if we have a look over at the driver rating comparison, you can see obviously the likes of Lewis Hamilton now up to 91 rated once again inside the game. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, that is the big one, 89 rated now inside F126, so hopefully, the Italian is not going to be battling kind of at the tail end of the points every single weekend. I think, admittedly, it probably is still late for him to make a championship charge. George Russell, 6 points clear of Lando Norris at the top of the table, with Oscar Piastri in P3 ahead of Verstappen. Antonelli, hilariously, did actually win his first race on this game for us last weekend in Madrid as well, so maybe still he could finish like P3 this season, but 115 points back behind his teammate with just 8 races to go. Yeah, I think it's optimistic to believe that AKA is going to be able to try and get back into that World Championship fight. In terms of vehicle performance, though, we're hoping we're going to get another upgrade onto the car this weekend with the new front wing end plates as well there, and hopefully earn a bit more R&D. Of course, we are keeping our eyes peeled now for whether we get some rule changes ready for Season 2 as well. But yeah, we're kind of still floating around between kind of Alpine and VCarb as well in terms of performance. Of course, if you're new, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed for more F126 content as well. We are trying to hit 160,000 subs. But without further ado, let's head out onto the track. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
And a warm welcome here ahead of qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Normally these streets are lined with vehicles, it's non-stop traffic jams, but today the roads are closed to everyone except the best drivers in the world. It's time for qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
Back on F125 then, this track was always a great hunting ground for Charles Leclerc on F125, so obviously if Leclerc does well this weekend, we'll take it with a bit of a pinch of salt, but all things being considered, yeah, this track as well is another one that on the previous F1 games, the AI have been very good in qualifying. It's already well documented just how good they are on F126 over one lap, so I'm not expecting us to make it out of Q1 here. I'll be very happy if we do, but yeah, I'm really not expecting much, at least over one lap pace. It's definitely something that I think EA are aware of and are still investigating. But it's definitely just like, I believe it is just the AI get unlimited overtake mode around a lap still, in which you think in theory should be a fairly easy thing to fix, but they do have to kind of retrain the AI and kind of figure out how they're meant to drive again. So I understand obviously it will take a little bit of time, but boy oh boy, it is frustrating, and one of those things that I really feel like should have been picked up before the game was even, or the DLC was even released. But anyway, less chatter about that, more qualifying lap. At the moment there, it's got to be really careful not to run wide out of that corner. Annoyingly, trying to start a lap, you actually use up way too much battery as you make your way down the front stretch, so I'm going to try to avoid that next time round. But seems like there are quite a lot of places, obviously, to charge up the battery around a lot of the lap as well. So, yeah, making our way in towards the final corners. Fairly happy so far with the run. I assume, obviously, the final chicane, obviously, even with the boost, is easy flat out, which it is. Activate the straight line mode on the run back towards the line then, and the top speeds in excess of 210 miles an hour as we just try and drain the last little bit of battery. I think we've pretty much nailed that then on the first run, and a 1:39.7 puts us actually up in P8. Very happy with that. Well, after talking up a big game about the AI, then their first runs actually haven't gone that well here. We're still in P13 at the moment as we get ready to start our final push lap. Now, I'm obviously expecting a few of the AI to go a little bit quicker, but I mean, we were a second faster than Nico Hulkenberg on that first run. Not going to try and gamble it with, you know, saving an extra set of tyres or anything like that. I'll wait and see, obviously, how many the AI can improve there, as there definitely was still a couple of little errors early on in the lap as well, as there you go, down to P16. So I think we are going to still need to try and find an improvement here, as the AI getting faster and faster towards the back of the pack. They just locked the rear slightly, and there we go, down to P17. So we do definitely need to try and find some time then on this final run. And now the pressure is really on here, because there is a real possibility that we can make it into Q2. It is such a long lap, though. There is so much to deal with around this circuit as well. That we've just got to try and keep it clean and tidy. But yeah, obviously up in towards the castle, in towards the old town. Oh, that was close. I thought I was about to do a Charles Leclerc there. I am stupid. Just then getting a little bit out of shape through those next couple of corners, but we'll try and dump a little bit of battery as we head down the hill. But only a 1/10.5 up at the moment here, and well, I think just getting a little bit nervous that I might not have as much battery towards the end of the lap. There, smack the wall as we head into the real final corner of the lap then. Let's try and just roll back on the throttle nice and early. I'll save a little bit of charge through these final couple of corners, just because you don't really get full use of the power. But activate it again then as we make our way out of the final corner. We're about a 10th up, but the time is steadily bleeding away. Gasly has done a 1:39.718. This is going to be so close. By the time we get back round to the line, I think we have just snuck through by the skin of our teeth. P15, happy with that. And there we go then, Lando Norris, 0.08 of a second clear of Charles Leclerc. Kimi, Antonelli immediately up in P3 as well there, so great job by the Italian. Lewis Hamilton down in P11, not a great first session for him, but we squeeze by 0.5 of a second then ahead of Pierre Gasly there. So one Alpine, one Aston Martin, one Audi, one VE Carbon, both Cadillacs all out in Q1. I'm not expecting us to make Q3, so I'm basically just going to go for one glory run. But I do definitely feel like the strat to start a lap then here is make sure that you're not really using any boost mode until we get up into 8th gear there. And even then, you're actually still able to pick up pretty good speed. And of course, where it is such a short braking point in towards turn 1, it really doesn't make much of a difference there. I'll make sure we get the car back a bit of hot lap then. But yeah, we're going to need pretty much a 39 flat if I want to make our way into Q3, and I'm not expecting us to be able to find 0.7 of a second. That being said, though, I will try and give it the best run that I possibly can there, as avoid the wall through the exit of turn 2. A little bit of battery as we make our way down this next straight, but yeah, you just got to be a little bit careful with it. Obviously, kind of where the battery is being used around a lap there is making our way in towards the next couple of corners. Easy over that first curb there, that's the only one kind of in that first sector that I really don't have any faith in. Let's say we've just got to make sure that I don't get a little bit loose and lively there as I get a splash of battery after just a little hit of wheel spin. Always better off braking slightly early than slightly too late in towards that next corner as well there, as in towards the castle once again. That's the line. No matter how scary it is, you've got to try and believe that the car is going to stick, and we've still basically got a full charge of battery by the time we head out onto the old town as well. So I'm hoping this is going to be an improvement. If I end up just doing like another 39.6, 39.7, then I'm going to be a little bit disappointed, because overall this lap has felt a bit tidier. But I just don't think, not with a line like that. It's not big error there as we try and make our way through the final couple of corners. That's obviously going to cost us just a little bit of speed all the way back around towards the start-finish line. We'll dump the battery, and now we've just got that long wait as the clock slowly ticks by there on the run back towards the line. What is the lap time going to be? 1:37, 1:38, 1:39, 39.5. We found about another 10th, but I assume that's about P15. Yeah, there you go, P15. Not bad, actually, all things considered. And there we go, Lando Norris once again fastest there. McLaren versus Mercedes up at the front of the order. Would not have expected Esteban Ocon to go through so comfortably, though, and that's at the expense of Lewis Hamilton. So both Red Bulls, both Williams, and one Ferrari will make their way into Q3 then. But yeah, we were about half a second away from making it into that final session. So 4 Brits out in Q2, but I wasn't last in that second session, so hopefully we can fight for some points.
And a warm welcome to you from Azadlik Square, heart of Baku, and home, of course, to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With high speeds, tight corners and few runoff zones, many are expecting a safety car here today. So our drivers will have to stay very much on their toes and hopefully out of the barriers. Baku City Circuit then. It's an unpredictable 3.7-mile track around the streets of the Azerbaijan capital. 20 turns for our drivers to navigate today, including the infamous Turn 8, one of the tightest and most challenging corners of the season. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position. And starting next to them is George Russell. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Verstappen, Oscar Piastri and Leclerc, Sainz, Albon, Hadjar and Esteban Ocon, Hamilton, Behrman, Fernando Alonso and Lindblad, Mr. Monaco, Colapinto, Pierre Gasly and Sergio Perez, Stroll, Bottas, Hulkenberg and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, Baku has always been one of those tracks where chaos and carnage can unfold rather easily, so let's wait and see if that's going to be the same today. Now, they did tweak the tyre wear for this circuit on F125. Early on in the game, a set of hard tyres could basically do an entire race without problems. Now, they moved it around quite a bit later on. I think they basically brought some softer compounds inside the game, so ultimately, I'm not entirely sure what the case is going to be this afternoon. I think I'm better off starting on the hards, seeing how far we can take them, and if we can get them to like lap 15, then we might be able to try and make a one-stop happen this afternoon. A two-stop strategy isn't the end of the world here in Baku, but it's not quite the way I ideally want to take it there, as a lot of people clearly have got the same idea. 5 red lights are on. Lights out, and away we go there. It's trying to avoid getting too much wheel spin as Colapinto and Gasly immediately going to try and swamp us in towards turn 1. A little bit of a Constantina effect there as Valtteri Bottas just trying to give him a bit of a pinch through those first couple of corners as well as in towards turn 2. Got to be so careful of the AI checking up. There was Colapinto, almost puts his teammate to the outside wall as well, so definitely going to try and navigate our way back around the Alpines and let them kind of deal with their own squabbles nice and early on in this race. There was Franco trying to have a look down the inside. Definitely got to be careful through there. Got to make sure I give the AI enough room. Otherwise, they just hit the inside wall and can often cause quite a lot of havoc around this circuit. But George Russell then leading the way still up at the front of the order. Nice and early on in this GP as well. Arvid Lindblad just snags that inside curb there, and that's a really easy way just to upset the balance of the car on the exit, as not quite sure where he's trying to go, turning in on us, despite the fact that there's a car clearly on his inside as well. But up the hill then, in towards the old town. We've had a fairly good, clean, tidy start. But of course, yeah, it is all about being in a rhythm here, as I don't think I've seen a single car that isn't on the hard compound tyre ready for the start of this one, as well, Aston Martin, that Honda power unit clearly not giving Fernando Alonso the ponies he needs in a straight line, but we'll wait and see then what the straight line speed is going to be like as we make our way through the final corner then. Already though, George Russell trying to scamper away up at the front of the order, just see if we can build up a little bit of a gap there as making our way through the final couple of corners. Activate the straight line mode for the inside of Fernando Alonso. That might be a fairly easy pass to make. You can see Lewis Hamilton very quick in front. How is Alonso out dragging me? There's actually Antonelli, leading the way up at the front of the order as well there. But 217 miles an hour. Clearly no match for Fernando Alonso, as we will try and hook it up the long way around the outside in towards turn 1. I can see the Haas cars duking it out just a little bit further in front, as where's Alonso trying to go there? A little bit of contact between us as he rattled over that curbing. Might be able to still get a run on him down this straight then, as I wonder if he's just given up the spot. He did hit the curbing on the inside there and kind of bounced out towards us, and around the outside we'll go. Clearly Fernando is not giving up on this one. We'll try and brake a little bit early though into that next corner. We'll get the elbows out and we'll get the position for good. Well, Ollie Behrman then desperately trying to hang on to Lewis Hamilton and Ollie Behrman's teammate Esteban Ocon as well. Clearly those Mercs are now just scampering away up at the front of the order, but again, 217 miles an hour doesn't seem like a lot relative to the AI there. Back in towards turn 1 has just locked the rear slightly on the way in. Maybe gave Behrman a bit more of a squeeze than I really intended to, but historically this has been a very good track for him as well in Formula 1, so surprised to see him struggling so much early on. But yeah, I mean, we're up into P12 then. Points are right there. It feels like a little bit of deja vu then, making our way out of the final corners. Once again, trying to get a run on a Haas car here, and well, this time around we'll have a look to the inside of Esteban Ocon. Yeah, I think Hamilton, of course, trying to put that back qualifying session behind him as Ocon tucks back into the slipstream and wants to have a look back to the inside.
6.6 seconds.
Make sure we give Esteban a bit of room there on the inside line as well, but we should be able to out-drag him off of turn 1. Nope, he's going to dive us in towards turn 2 there. So again, just giving him the room on the inside. but making sure that we get the power down on the exit then, as this time around we'll force him to the outside lane, as I broke way too early there. Rather break way too early than way too late. But once again, just having to kind of get the elbows out with the AI. They will return the favour. Tyre wear, though, interestingly, actually seems to be okay so far. Only 16% after these opening 3 laps. So lap 15 could very well be doable.
There appears to be an issue.
No.
Currently investigating.
It's only lap 4. We had a mechanical failure at Zandvoort a couple of races ago. Surely we're not due another one then. Just what? I mean, we literally only had Madrid between these two, haven't? Oh, and Monza, of course. So, yeah, please say, I mean, even a straight line mode failure will be mighty infuriating around a track like this, but getting the power down then out onto the back straight once again. Oh, no. That's the really bad one. So that, for those of you that don't know, the imminent gearbox issue on this game, there's nothing you can do about it. You just lose performance everywhere. You lose top speed, you lose turning ability as well. We've got yellows out down at turn 1. One of the Mercs seems to have gone around. Oh, I've missed my braking point as well down at turn 1 there, as maybe that already is those gearbox issues, as one has to go one way, one has to go the other there through that first corner, but Ollie Behrman gets the elbows out against Ocon. So I don't even know which Merc that was up at the front, but either way, they've got back going then, but yeah, basically the gearbox issues just means you've got next to no performance, so doesn't look like they've flagged up anything just yet, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. I mean, look at that immediately then. You can see this is clearly becoming an issue for us. Oh, Colapinto getting down the inside. Gasly as well, able to find a way around us. Now, the most frustrating bit about this, it will never fix itself on this game. So I've had people come to me kind of going, I got this weird message. It didn't show up anything on the MFD, but it felt like then I just became terrible throughout the rest of the Grand Prix. It's not you. It's the game. And there's nothing you can do about it. So, yeah, very, very weird one that I don't think is kind of explained very well inside the game. Now, normally, it used to be that, like, you'd miss gears and obviously lose, performance that way. But they tweaked it around, I think, at about F122. And they've just never changed the audio dialogue or anything like that. You can see now immediately, even when we're on the boost mode, how much we're losing against Gasly. You're seeing instantly how much understeer there is, even through corners that should be easily flat out. Yeah, I mean, if we drop towards the back of the pack, you know, I don't want to call it far too early, but it might well mean that this race is completely in the bin, and we may as well save mileage on the engine. And here comes Fernando Alonso then. I feel like this is just going to be a lot of what these next few laps are in this Grand Prix, as you can just see there. Fernando able to get down the inside on the brakes as well. It just, yeah, like I said, I mean, you're seeing more and more sliding from the back of the car as well. But the fact that the engineer gives you no other context around the radio message is super infuriating. I mean, yeah, we had to retire the car, didn't we, late on in Spain after a straight line mode failure there, but that was at least right towards the end of the race. With the exception of Zandvoort, we've finished every single race so far on this game, but I'm already a bit worried that today won't be the case. Now, the only thing I don't know, if you get a red flag, I don't know whether that will fix it or not. Just careful of those walls. There we go. First car into the pit lane then this afternoon. Alexander Albon diving in. Careful. Don't want to... If I'm going to have to retire the car at some point, I don't want to damage it before we get to that point as well. But yeah, it would have been nice to know, obviously, just on raw speed. A, whether we've been able to kind of keep up with Lewis Hamilton, because I felt like we were doing a pretty good job against him. But B, kind of whether points were going to be possible against the likes of the Williams and cars like that. But, I mean, yeah, we just can't really put up a fight against anybody right now. Perez has snuck by. I think if we drop all the way to the back of the pack, depending on when the AI pit, we might try and get to our round of pit stops and just see kind of if we've got anything to fight for. Otherwise, yeah, it might be, like I said, just worth retiring the car. Well, we are beginning to see more and more cars peeling into the pit lane then, but yeah, I mean, everybody around us is just going so much quicker. Should I be a second a lap slower than Sergio Perez in a Cadillac? I'd hope so, not normally, but, yeah, Oscar Piastri, though, heading back out into the circuit, so we are barely ahead of him, and he wasn't even leading in this Grand Prix, so we've already lost over a pit stop against the front runners, as I can see everybody duking it out further behind. So I guess I am just waiting for a red flag here if one does ever come. But again, even then, I'm not convinced it's going to fix anything, as already up at almost 50% wear on the rear tyres. It does make tyre wear worse as well, so we can't even find out whether my original strategy would have worked, as you can just see there. The understeer through the front end of the car. it is not a stable craft, as here goes Oscar Piastri then down the inside in towards that next corner. Just see how much later he's able to brake on that fresher rubber as well, but Lindblad's doing a good job holding up some cars further behind, as that is not a corner where I want to slide like that. Oh, there you go. There goes Alexander Albon as well then. I know obviously he's already made a pit stop in this Grand Prix, but I think the most frustrating bit about it is you don't lose... It's not like you're losing 5 seconds a lap, and you just obviously can't do anything at all. It kind of is... You're losing enough time that you can't sensibly fight, but you're not losing too much time that you can't believe that you can fight. But I guess all this is also doing is allowing us to kind of get a better understanding of kind of which AI been buffed, which AI been nerfed a bit more inside this game. There is Arvid Lindblad, definitely still trying to put on a great defense against the second Williams of Carlos Sainz, but you can see there's cars now queuing up behind, including our teammate Hulkenberg. I know I'm not using much battery, but I mean, look at this. Carlos Sainz, Arvid Lindblad. No, Lindblad's going to immediately dive into the pit lane then. It's Carlos Sainz there, able to brake much, much later, or down in towards turn 1, and it's just that slide from the rear of the car as well. So it was Antonelli then that made that error a little bit earlier on, so probably not going to be the best example of a normal race for him now. Would be kind of funny if still Madrid ended up being his only win. Well, there goes Esteban Ocon as well then, and that should probably paint a picture of just how badly this race is going. What's that, about 8 laps? I've lost an entire pit stop against the Haas man, and well, we were definitely quicker than him early on in this GP, so I know exactly what we have been robbed of in this Grand Prix. I mean, look at that for Isaac Hadjar. This isn't a place you normally make overtakes happen, but the Frenchman going to try and go for it there. Is careful, just trying to hook it up around the outside that we don't get put in the wall. Lewis Hamilton as well, I think, just considered following him by, but not quite able to do so that time round. But again, I'm not trying to kind of hold these guys up or anything like that. I'm trying to just do my own race, but as we make it to half distance then, I think honestly the fact we've made it this far, feels like a bit of an achievement there, as you can just see now. Rear tyres beginning to struggle as well as Hamilton. That was a bit scary. A little bit of oversteer and understeer as we make our way down the hill. Apparently I got a warning for a collision with him there, so got to be a bit more careful with that one. But Gasly and Alonso then queuing up behind us, so yeah, the fact I've lost, like I said, I lost a pit stop to all of these guys is kind of ridiculous. As Pierre Gasly now, thinks better of that one, trying to look down the inside in towards the chicane. But again, I mean, see, I'm not using too much battery at the moment, so there's no real point because the AI just fly past us. I think what we'll have to do, we'll see how far these tyres can go, and then we will probably retire from this Grand Prix. There you go, Alonso down the inside as well, and just see again, front's locking up, rear's locking up. I get a warning for exceeding track limits there as Colapinto goes through. Ollie Behrman will go through as well, so yeah, thank you, Ollie. Just bobbled out over that curbing as well, but down to P16 then in this Grand Prix. I haven't made a pit stop yet. Perez has gained a pit stop over me as well. This race is, well, once again, reliability has completely dogged us. Well, it's not the way I want races to go on this game, but sometimes you just got to be a little bit realistic with it. You've got to accept that reliability, is an important factor in Formula 1, especially in new regulations with a new team as well. And although Barcelona, obviously, we were able to get right towards the end of the afternoon. Yeah, Baku here today, I just think it's worth saving the mileage on the engine, to be completely honest with you guys. Peeling into the pit lane then at the end of lap 14, we made it past half distance. We're not going to be classified from this race today. Never the way I want things to go on this game, but ultimately I think it was going to be a lost cause, and we just weren't going to be able to get a result out of it.
The checkered flag.
2 more stops
Here's our
planned.
winner. By George, he's done it. Russell wins.
Well, another race victory today. You could clearly see they're driving out there with very little pressure. They know they have the performance. They know they've got the car under them as well. And this has done no harm, of course, for their championship chances.
It's what every driver imagines when they start out on their long road towards Formula 1. And for our lucky 3 today, here's the podium waiting for them. And taking his place on the top step of the podium, he gave it some hustle. Well done to George Russell.
Well, there we are then. George Russell victorious this weekend there. But Charles Leclerc, I said he's good in Baku, and I was absolutely right. P2 for the Monegasque man ahead of Lando Norris. But yeah, for Russell at the moment, obviously a dominant run of form in recent races, obviously with the exception of Madrid, where he got screwed over on strategy as well. Max Verstappen in P4 makes it 4 cars from 4 different teams inside your top 4. But yeah, Antonelli, despite that mistake early on, still able to recover to a P5 finish there. Ahead of Piastri, ahead of Albon, ahead of Hamilton, Ocon and Isaac Hadjar, rounding out your top 10 then. It was just us though that failed to see the checkered flag, so I can't have even relied on any AI reliability issues or anything like that. We were destined basically to be running at the back of the pack, so I think I saved us all a few minutes of our time as well. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now Russell 16 points clear of Lando Norris, and suddenly, yeah, I mean, we left the summer break. He had a 28-point lead, did Lando. There's been a 44-point swing in just 4 Grand Prix, so really not going well for him. Oscar Piastri still pretty much in P3, pretty safe at the moment, 23 ahead of Max Verstappen. Charles Leclerc only 1 point further back, as Andrea, Kimi, Antonelli trying to close them in. Hamilton still in P7. We are now just 3 points clear of Alexander Albon again, as Sainz and Hadjar still not too far behind either. Constructors-wise, McLaren now just 24 clear of Mercedes as well, and especially with that buffer Antonelli, McLaren are going to be in for a tough old time trying to hang on to that between now and the end of the season. Like I said, apologies that it wasn't the greatest race in the world. Never the way I want to go about these things, but sometimes, you know, we just got to think sensibly inside this game. Thank you all so much for watching nonetheless. If you did enjoy, leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out for the first ever Singapore sprint. That is going to be carnage, I'm guessing. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 18 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend for the inaugural Singapore sprint, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Baku, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Safe to say, it was quite an interesting one, actually. We had the all-new update for the F126 game. Of course, quite a few of the drivers have been either buffed or nerfed inside the title, and it finally means, unless he spins, Kimi Antonelli is going to be a little bit more competitive on this game. Now, unfortunately for us, the race itself didn't go that well. We ended up with imminent gearbox issues on about lap 4, which, if you guys know what that means on this game, it basically means I lost all performance. We slowly drifted to the back of the pack, and unfortunately, well, just decided to save the engine as best as we possibly could. So, yeah, not the result we wanted, but sometimes, you know, you've got to make those tough calls in Formula 1 as well. Having a quick look, though, at the top of the World Championship, George Russell now with 5 wins in the last 7 Grand Prix. The Mercedes man has leapfrogged Lando Norris at the top of the table, and is now steadily scampering away with a 16-point buffer. Oscar Piastri still in P3 ahead of Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc as well, with Andrea, Kimi, Antonelli still just chasing down the Ferrari and the Red Bull man. Constructors-wise, McLaren still leading that world title race, 24 points clear of Mercedes, with Ferrari still lurking in at P3. We are 8th overall still in the Drivers' Championship, just 3 points clear of Alexander Albon now. You can see we're 6th currently in the Constructors, pretty much in no man's land. I think 6th place is pretty much locked in for us as well. But we have more exciting news as we head into this weekend. Finally, the all-new Matt 212 gloves from IMB Racewear. I've finally got my own pair through. Obviously, you can buy them. As always, there's links down in the description below. If you use code MAT212, you save an additional 5% as well across all of their range. But yeah, without further ado, though, let's return here to Singapore. This is going to be a long old weekend with that sprint race added as well. But hopefully, there's going to be some points available.
It's a sprint weekend here at the track, and before we can go racing, we need to go qualifying. Who will be on pole for the sprint to come? We're about to find out.
Well, I already feel like I'm getting the full Singapore Grand Prix experience this weekend. It is currently 8 AM here in the UK, and it is already 25 degrees outside. My office is getting close to 30, despite the fact I've got my air conditioning on, so it's going to be a very, very sweaty weekend for me. The other worrying bit is it's also meant to be quite a lot of changeable conditions that could potentially make their way across the circuit. Heavy, heavy rain on the horizon for both potentially the sprint race and the main event, so we'll wait and see as to how we get on. Now, historically, Singapore's actually been quite a good track for me, especially over one lap on the more recent F1 games, so I'm hoping we can try and deliver a good qualifying effort here. Of course, we've only got one set of tyres, though, to try and throw the car through SQ1 and SQ2, and little mistakes like that certainly won't do us a favour. They were about 3/10 up in Sector 1 against Esteban Ocon, as it looks like Hulkenberg as well seems to have had a decent first effort. Of course, this is the other thing we found out back at, well, I guess the Hungaroring we had a terrible qualifying, and then Zandvoort, which obviously was a sprint weekend as well, we ended up doing really, really well. So I guess we can't really kind of base it on anything that we've recently seen. That being said, though, Singapore should be a pretty good track with this new generation of cars. Obviously, a lot of big, heavy braking zones, a lot of obviously big traction zones as well, where you can really try and put that power down. So as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners, you can see we haven't really got through much of the charge whatsoever. Just making our way through the final chicane. I was hoping that we'd be able to go sub 90 seconds on this first run. I think we might be just outside that in the end. As up over the finish line, we go P14, but will anybody else improve? Well, there we go. Andrea Kimi Antonelli immediately going fastest then ahead of Oscar Piastri here in Q1. We do squeeze by, though, actually quite comfortably in the end. 6/10 clear of Lance Stroll down in P17. Hulkenberg annoyingly out as well. I mean, Stroll, Hulk, and Lindblad, well, even Esteban Ocon and Sergio Perez all covered by less than half a tenth a second. So Cadillac look to be struggling this weekend. Of course, Singapore is a weird track that obviously Cadillac need to learn, but we were about 3/10 away from making it into Q3, so maybe it is going to be possible again. Well, lap times are rapidly improving then. The track is rapidly getting quicker as well, and you now need a 29.4 if we want to make our way into Q3. That being said, obviously we did make a bit of a mistake on our first run, and we now know you can pretty much use battery wherever you like around this venue as well, so hopefully we'll be able to find a little bit more time there as in towards turn 1. A little bit of oversteer on the exit. It's easy through turn 2 there. Obviously don't want to cook the rears too early on in the lap, because there's a lot of still driving to do around this circuit there. Try and connect with the apex curb through turn 4 and right up against the wall as we head out into the Raffles Boulevard. I don't know what it is, but it feels like we're not getting through much battery here either. Seems like the car is almost trying to recharge itself way too much around this track. So, well, and again, I've messed that corner up. Just about able to keep it away from the barrier once more, but yeah, for some reason the braking point there is way, way earlier than I think it should be. So yeah, gotta definitely get used to that as we head into race day Sunday. Activate the straight line mode as we head into what used to be the Singapore Sling, but yeah, with that mistake again, I certainly don't believe we're going to make Q3. In our way then in towards, well, the final couple of corners. I think I broke way too early there as well, so really actually struggling to kind of find a rhythm. I guess because now, you know, whether you use the battery or not, you carry a lot different amounts of straight line speed. It really does make it tricky to kind of figure out exactly where you need to be braking. But 16th place then on the grid. Pretty certain we ended up going slower than I did in Q2 as well. So yeah, really did make a hash of that in the end.
Plenty more coming up over the rest of the weekend. So we'll see you all tomorrow.
Well, there we go. I certainly don't think there would have been a chance to make Q3 anyway. That 29.4, very, very good. I think sensibly we could have outqualified Hajar. I could have outqualified Behrman and Alonso, but 16th place gives us a bit of time to think about things. But let's head then into Sprint Race Saturday.
Forget pit stops, forget fuel management. It's pedal to the metal all the way here as we get ready for today's sprint. And here's our track, 4.94 kilometers long, and overtaking chances into the first corner, into turn 14 at the end of the Esplanade, and now into turn 16 in the newly reprofiled sector that we first ran on in 2023. Still though, it's punishing and tough on the brakes, and the heat and humidity will take an effect on our drivers.
Well, getting ready then for the start of the Singapore Sprint. Must admit, that's quite cool. I didn't realise it was going to be done in the daytime. Always love kind of, you know, I always kind of think it's underappreciated on the F1 games that you don't kind of get to see a lot more of Singapore unless it's free practice as well. So, yeah, like I said, though, that risk of rain looming later on. So if we get a safety car or a red flag especially, we could see that rain rock up. But hopefully the track is going to stay dry, just so we can get a bit of extra data on tyre wear and things like that as well then. But ready on the grid then, 10 laps here for the first ever Singapore sprint. The 5 red lights are on. Lights out, and away we go there, off to a fairly wheel spinny getaway as Lance Stroll immediately going to try and jump us on the run in towards turn 1. Just try and keep things all fairly clean and tidy on the inside there as Ollie Behrman just gets a bit slowed up by the cars in front of him. 2 by 2 we go in through turn 3 there, and hopefully we can try and get a run around the outside of Ollie as we head down into the Raffles Boulevard. Hajar and Alonso, just in front of us there, getting a little bit squirrely as well. But yeah, very, very odd kind of with the battery management here. Definitely feels like you're not able to use as much boost as I think you should be able to. Not going to stop us though, or having a dive down the inside of Fernando Alonso. Maybe getting the elbows out there a little bit too much, but a move's a move. And we are up then into P14 nice and early on. So when we get to the end of lap 1, of course, we'll ask for confirmation about what's going to happen with the weather. I mean, it's looking fairly dry at the moment, but this is Singapore. Rainstorms can crop up at any moment, especially, obviously, still in the summer months. As well, down the inside, accidentally, of Isaac Hajar there. It was either go for the dive bomb or risk losing the wing, and, well, I guess it's worked out there. So 3 places gained on this opening lap. We can try to be fairly aggressive off of the start, but only 8 drivers score points today. So we've just got to keep that in mind.
No rain expected, no rain expected for the time being. Okay, dries seem like the best tyre for now.
There we go then. That gives us a better idea of what's going on with the rain. It's not going to happen unless we get a red flag. It's definitely not going to happen here in Singapore. So yeah, I guess we kind of don't have to worry about that anymore today. But Antonelli then leading the way up at the front of the order. Maybe he could be a bit of a problem for George Russell. Of course, the Mercedes car does seem like it's taken a bit of a step forward more recently inside this series, which is probably fair. It has been the dominant car at the start of 2026. I just want to see Ferrari fighting for wins. We've got yellows. I think someone's out of spin. Don't tell me that's Antonelli again. So the AI getting a little bit confused, and that is going to be a red flag. It is George Russell that seems to have gone around, as I've overtaken about 8 cars under red flag conditions there. I assume I won't keep the spots. But is that now going to bring the rain then here to Marina Bay? Let's wait and see. Not yet still.
If we play this right, we can get a nice advantage here. Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
Well, I think, yeah, 6 laps, isn't it, remaining then of this sprint. I think we've got to use a set of soft compound tyres. I can't imagine they're going to be very useful as we head into race day Sunday. So just going to use them now, not worry about it all too much. And maybe if we do get some rain, there's going to be a chance as well. 5 red lights are back on. There's the lights out. One, away we go there as again, not seemingly able to get the power down, despite the fact we're on the... Whoa! Colapinto's almost flipped it. What on earth is that? Hamilton's broken down. No one can avoid him. That has got to be the craziest restart I've ever seen. We got another red flag. Hamilton is still trying to break down. What on earth was that? I think all the AI got confused there. Liam Lawson, nowhere to go. And, I mean, our second red flag. I was going to say I wasn't expecting the Singapore sprint to be very interesting, but clearly F1 26 has other ideas. Is this now going to bring the rain?
Okay,
it might well do.
This is a free stop, so let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
I mean, we've got to use another set of the soft compound tyres. Luckily for me, obviously we're going to get a new front wing back on the car as well. It saves our race being absolutely written off. But restarting then in P15 this time around. The 5 red lights are on. It's lights out. One, away we go there. And, well, third time still struggling off of the restarters. Clearly we lost Hamilton and we lost another car and all of that. We can only assume it was Franco Colapinto who went flying like a spinning top through those opening couple of corners, but immediately then trying to look around the outside of a couple of people.
Tyre condition still looking good.
Now it is beginning to look rather overcast though around these Singapore streets, so we'll wait and see as to whether we are going to get a safety car. It's Charles Leclerc now to the front of the order as well. In the other Ferrari is Alonso, or trying to look around the outside of Gasly. Thought better of that one, but again for Fernando, I'm going to have a dive back down the inside, and we'll try and move past Pierre as well then, so we're back up to where we probably should have been in this Grand Prix. Those double red flags, though, have definitely helped Isaac Hadjar move a little bit closer to back to where he should have been. But here is the ring, then, here in Singapore. And, well, we're not going to score points at the moment. I could be tempted to gamble it and go straight over to a set of the intermediates. It doesn't ever really ring that lightly around this circuit, so we've got to be very, very careful with it. Already then, there are splotches showing up on the screen as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners. So I'm going to peel into the pit lane then. Whoa, this is a big, big gamble at this stage of the day. Well, make sure we get the car slowed down on the way in as well. But, yeah, we've kind of got to roll the dice here. I don't think we're going to score points otherwise. As, yeah, Hamilton and Colapinto obviously both out of this race. But I guess now the debate is, will the AI even pit in this sprint race as well then? I guess I'm just trying to gather up a little bit more data. But as we head back out of the pit lane then, this is a huge, huge gamble. I don't believe I don't think we've scored a point still in a sprint race this season. So maybe this is going to be the only way I can. Of course, Singapore this year is the last sprint race of the season. But as we head back out onto the circuit then, gap about 22 seconds to Arvid Lindblad. But yeah, just got to try and get these tyres up to temperature and hope that the rain's going to get a whole lot worse. Already then, it seems like the gap has stabilised against the AI. I lost about another second on that lap, but yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think we were a bit optimistic in hoping that this rain was going to be bad, that the AI might need to pit there. I mean, you can see in some of the traction zones, we're now taking a little bit out of them, so I think the intermediate is the quicker tyre, but not enough that I can go 12 seconds a lap faster. I think I was hoping for some absolute scenes here in Singapore. Okay, we have got some of the AI peeling into the pit lane then. Not many. Our teammate Hulkenberg then clearly feels it's the right way to go. So I might not finish this sprint race in last then, which I guess would be quite nice. We have taken quite a bit of time already out of Arvid Lindblad, so the AI definitely are beginning to struggle a whole lot more. But, I mean, we would need an absolute flood here if I wanted to try and get the jump on a lot of these guys. As Isaac Hadjar, he was out not too far in front of me, obviously, before we peeled into the pit lane. I mean, you can see the gap to Bottas down to just 18 seconds here. So maybe we are still going to be hunting the AI down on this final lap. But Charles Leclerc just trying to tiptoe his way around up at the front of the order. But maybe Isaac and I mean, we've already taken another 2 seconds out of Valtteri basically in 2 corners here. So I guess this sprint race isn't fully over just yet. But yeah, for Charles Leclerc, whoa, up at the front of the order, I think it's, well, unless he makes an error, pretty set in stone at this point. Able to jump those Mercedes off of the race restarts, and maybe now Ferrari have got a bit of a car that they can use to win some races towards the end of the season. I mean, DRS still, or straight line mode, sorry, I should say, isn't even disabled just yet either. But in towards the final couple of corners, though, of Sprint Race Saturday, Charles Leclerc, he is going to be victorious here on the Singapore streets, so fair play to him and Ferrari. Clearly that package working very, very well around this circuit. There you go. Boost mode now has been disabled. As I've gone just a little bit on down at the bottom of the hill, but Charles Leclerc, though, going to be victorious, and well, annoyingly, had this sprint been a lap or 2 longer, I think we could have really delivered here, because the AI, yeah, really are struggling now. We've taken 10 seconds out of Bottas on this final lap, but ultimately, like I said, I wanted to be the hero. It hasn't worked out for us. P18 come the end of the Sprint Race Saturday. Not great, but entertaining. Well, there we are then. Charles Leclerc takes the victory, 1 second clear of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. I'd forgot, obviously, George Russell got a 5-second penalty as well for that earlier infringement. So at least for Lando Norris, he does take a couple of points out of his big title rival as well. Max Verstappen then up on the podium ahead of Piastri, Sainz, Norris, Albon, and George Russell. So yeah, not really any major surprises still coming from that Saturday session. Bit of a shame for Liam Lawson. Feel like he deserved a point here, and Ollie Behrman finishing in P10 as well. What does that do to the World Championship? I think it means Leclerc, yeah, is back ahead of Verstappen, as they both take a few points out of Piastri. Antonelli now as well, still breathing down on both the Ferrari and the Red Bull's neck there. We are now 1 point clear of Alexander Albon, as Carlos Sainz as well trying to close in. And obviously, yeah, Williams extending that advantage further and further. Mercedes 24 points back behind McLaren, so got to keep an eye on that over the rest of the weekend. But let's see if we can try and get the job done as we head into real qualifying.
As night falls in Singapore, the track starts to warm up, and it'll be red hot by the time we find out who's on pole for tomorrow's race. Time to set the grid then. welcome along to qualifying here in Singapore.
We've got a bit of a better idea then of what to expect as we head into real qualifying, so let's see if we can try and get the job done there. A little bit wide out through that final corner to start the first lap, but again, obviously just got to try and get on the boost as much as we possibly can. First lap in anger I've actually done on a set of soft compound tyres as well, so I guess that will kind of give us a little bit of extra data here, and obviously just allow us to push to the limits a little bit more. But yeah, obviously after all that carnage on Saturday, hoping that maybe Sunday afternoon might be a little bit calmer. That being said, again, unpredictable weather is meant to be making its way across the circuit, so who really knows? Make sure I brake a bit earlier there, and now the car actually gripping up. Bare minimum then, I'm hoping we can try and make Q2 again. But yeah, I definitely feel like qualifying seems to be very, very important around here with these new cars. I was already getting a little bit worried before that double red flag that we weren't going to be able to make much progress in this race, because it just didn't look like Liam Lawson was struggling absolutely anywhere around the lap. So it really is important that we try and get a lap hooked up there, is skimming the outside wall as we head down in through the final corner. First lap is going to be a 30.1. We go P14, good, but probably not safely straight into Q2. We are now right on the brink then of the drop zone here, down in P15, but I guess we'll kind of wait and see whether any of those cars behind us do go any quicker. Otherwise, it could be worth trying to save this set of the soft compound tyres and obviously use them up early on in Q2. So I'm going to have to try and keep an eye out on what everybody else is doing, but obviously need to still attack through these first couple of corners. There is already a little bit of a wobble coming out through turn 1. All gathered up nicely there, as doesn't look like anybody is really improving. Oh no, there you go, we're down to P17, so I do need to find a little bit more. It's going to be between myself and Fernando Alonso to potentially make our way into Q2. Oh no, Alonso's improved as well, so it's either going to be myself or Ocon. The lap has steadily improved then, half a second up by the time we get down into Sector 3. This is definitely a track where the circuit seems to be really ramping up, despite the fact, of course, we put all that grip into it earlier on with the sprint race as well. But making our way through the final couple of corners. A little bit of a wobble once again there, but flick the car through that final turn. Half a second up. That's going to be a 29.6. Straight into Q2 we go. Up in P14. And there we go. Great effort by Carlos Sainz. Williams, both cars actually in the top 3 as well. So clearly feeling very, very happy with their pace right now. Gasly all the way up in 6th. Ocon up in 8th as well. So we could see some major surprises as we head into Q2. I mean, we were still half a second away from Verstappen. Do I think a 28 is going to be doable in this car? I think we'd absolutely have to nail the lap as well. But both V-carbs squeaked by. Franco Colapinto out then down in P17. So Ocon, yeah, obviously able to improve as well. So Colapinto, Behrman, Stroll, Hulkenberg, and again, both Cadillacs making out the back row of the grid. Well, heading out then, this is effectively going to be one glory run at the end of Q2 here, right, but hopefully we can find a little bit more time. I just love doing laps of Singapore. Super fun circuit when you absolutely get it nailed then. Up into 8th gear on the run in towards turn 1. Brake at the black box on the outside there. Flick the car in through turn 1 and turn 2. Try just to lean up against that curbing on the inside through turn 3, and then get the throttle down on the exit. Open up the run out into the Raffles Boulevard as best as you possibly can. Take a little bit less speed on the way in, so you can take a bit more speed on the way out there. Back up the hill, top speed in excess of 190 miles an hour with the boost mode enabled. And it's definitely Sector 1 where we seem to have come alive so far this weekend. Brake once again just at the black box. Just be careful that you don't allow the rears to get away from you there. Again, just try to get up against that curbing. Activate the straight line mode once more as we head down the short chute into the old Singapore sling. Oh, actually flicked it in a gear too high. Careful not to cut the corner. I don't want to invalidate this final lap as well. It's up over the Anderson Bridge.
Come on.
Get it locked down on the exit. Crank on the lock before you roll back on the throttle nice and patiently as well. One more sector to go though, and it is easily the easiest of the 3 here. Doesn't make it easy, just makes it easier than the others. So once again, activating all the boosts, activating the straight line mode, everything like that on the anchors just past the 100 meter board. Flick the car in through the right. Oh, and then through the left, and I knew I jinxed myself as soon as I said it was the easiest section. Through the final corner, may as well try and complete the lap anyway. What's the time gonna be? A 31.6. I can't believe I messed that up.
Marina Bay hosted a Grand Prix that briefly ran in the 60s and 70s, but the Garden City re-entered the calendar for good in 2008. We missed it for a couple of years, but it was great to come back to the Singapore Grand Prix. And here's our track, 4.94 kilometers long, and overtaking chances into the first corner, into turn 14 at the end of the Esplanade, and now into turn 16 in the newly reprofiled sector that we first ran on in 2023. Still though, it's punishing and tough on the brakes, and the heat and humidity will take an effect on our drivers. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Antonelli, Max Verstappen, and Piastri, Sainz, Albon, Hadjar, and Fernando Alonso, Lawson, Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Mr. Monaco, Colapinto, Behrman, Lance Stroll, and Nico Hülkenberg, Bottas, Perez, Lindblad, and Lewis Hamilton rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the Singapore Grand Prix. Couple of drivers who've taken some grid penalties, so P14 for us then, ready for the start of this one. And I like the team's thinking. I was going to suggest this, that maybe we start on the hard, see how far we can take them, and then move over to a set of mediums now. But we've still got that risk of rain later on in the afternoon. If it does rain, again, just like yesterday, it is meant to be very, very heavy here. So we'll keep our eyes peeled, waiting in on that one. Of course, if we get some red flags, though, some safety cars again, just like we saw yesterday, who knows what is going to happen around this track. So I like the strap. I'm going to try and stick on these hard tyres for as long as we possibly can then. 5 red lights coming on here for the Singapore Grand Prix. 31 more laps ahead of us. Oh, it is the lights out, and away we go then. Trying to avoid the wheel spin off the launch is Ollie Behrman once again. Trying to look around my outside in towards turn 1. I'm going to be a little bit more opportunistic that time round, as Alonso, Hadjar, and Liam Lawson all going 3 wide just in front of us. Last time around, it was like Noah's Ark through those first couple of corners. And what we make of it being 3 wide between everybody this time there is Hadjar just tried to park it on the exit of the corner, got a little bit squirrely, and we want to immediately move our way through. Like I said, definitely feels like you can struggle to make overtakes around this circuit, so trying to be uber aggressive. Or on lap 1 there is Alonso, clearly have the same idea as well, around the outside of Liam Lawson though. And there we go, immediately up then into P10, so happy. Very, very happy with that one then. Hopefully, obviously we can try and apply some pressure to Fernando Alonso as well. But Hamilton, obviously starting from the back of the pack, he's got a lot of work to do as we head through race day Sunday. But again, you know, strategy, everything like that could really spice things up here, as it looks like, yeah, it's quite an even split between hard compound runners and medium compound runners then early on. So people trying to debate whether a 1 or a 2 stop strategy is going to be the way to go this afternoon. But just like yesterday then, I'll get to the end of lap 1, I'll ask the team what's going on with the weather, but this is a real marathon of a race, so we just got to try and stay out of trouble. I don't believe there's any real risk of rain, at least for the next half hour or so, but even if this race runs clean, it's probably going to take closer to an hour than just 30 minutes, but yeah, I remember obviously with F125, Fernando Alonso always used to cook here in Singapore, and looks like that is once again seemingly going to be the case though. But am I going to be able to try and get the jump on him as we head back onto the Raffles Boulevard? So many races to be battle for the victory on F125, and he was obviously even able to chalk away a couple of wins as well around. It was basically either Singapore or Barcelona Fernando would feel like he would cook at on this game, but yeah, he's dropped out of the range of Carlos Sainz in front. I think those Williams, of course, once again look to be a bit closer to the front runners than everybody else seems to be against them. But I'm hoping Liam Lawson as well can act as a bit of a rear gunner, or from Isaac Hadjar, as that's a rather silly first corner cut violation to pick up. Always a bit scary there when you pick up one through there, because you don't actually realise how close you were to the wall, as Lawson, I think, just trying to fill my mirrors as we made our way over the Anderson Bridge. But yeah, you just see you can't really gain anything on the AI. You certainly can when they do that, though. Alonso, big lock-up down the hill. We will get the elbows out then. And moving up into 9th place.
Nice move.
We've got yellows. Someone's got issues then. I believe that's a car in front. I believe that might be Max Verstappen, who's going to be our first retirement of the day then. Yep, the Dutchman is out of it. We are up another place then in this Grand Prix. And well, Max Verstappen's never had much luck around Singapore, and that doesn't look to change tonight. I believe it's still the only current track on the calendar, obviously with the exception of Madrid, that the Dutchman hasn't won at. And yep, that is not going to change this evening. Well, by the time we get to lap 10 then, we have finally been able to work our way towards the gearbox of Carlos Sainz in this race. I mean, it does seem like we've got the pace to keep up with most of the front runners. One of the Mercs and one of the McLarens steadily just scampering away from Charles Leclerc's Ferrari in P3. But I tell you what though, tyre wear here is absolutely phenomenal so far. Only at 26% wear, so we could easily take these tyres to like lap 23, lap 24 if I needed to. The team aren't saying there's any risk of rain though still. Doesn't look like that's going to creep in as the afternoon goes on. But maybe it's still worth obviously trying to extend these a bit longer. You know, imagine if we're the last to pit and we get a red flag or something like that, and then we could leapfrog our way up towards the front of the order.
Available if you need it.
But yeah, again though, obviously now I've caught up to Carlos Sainz. Still think it's going to be quite difficult to find a way around him, but that being said, the AI should be peeling into the pit lane pretty soon. I think Charles Leclerc is really coming under pressure now. Oscar Piastri trying to have a look around his outside there. So yeah, it's Lando and George, obviously our two World Championship protagonists that have seemingly scampered away, but Leclerc's really struggling at this stage of the race. I assume he hasn't started on like a set of soft compound tyres. Maybe he's just picked up a little bit of front wing damage. But all this is potentially doing is giving us an opportunity to try and sneak away around one of these Williams cars. Let's not forget, they are still my big World Championship rivals there, as trying to do the old up and under on Carlos Sainz. Not quite able to get the power down there through the hairpin off the Anderson Bridge, but we'll have a little bit of a dive in towards the next corner. Getting slowed down nice and tidy to the apex, and there we go. Overtakes are still possible here in Marina Bay. They are just a lot more difficult. You've got to really work for them. Well, after a great result yesterday for Charles Leclerc, just does not seem like he's got the same impact over a longer run today. I mean, yesterday's sprint race was so kind of stop-start. No one was really able to do a long run there. It was around the outside of Alexander Albon in that second Williams. Not quite sure how I was able to find the grip there, but are we going to see a bit of deja vu then? Can we have a bit of a dive to the inside? A little bit more aggressive that time around. They just started to under-rotate the front inside wheel, but we'll move through. We're up into P6 then. Of course, yeah, the goal is always try and beat out those Williams and I guess Isaac Hadjar in the Drivers' Championship. But when are we going to see the AI begin to pit off their mediums? As we get to half distance then in this Grand Prix, I think I've worked out why the tyre wear was so good early on. Because we were kind of in that little pocket by ourselves, we weren't really getting slowed up, and obviously the dirty air really makes a huge difference on the car around a track like this. Obviously so much stop-start, you know, very low speed air, really trying to hang on to the tyres rather than like the aerodynamic grip in the car as well. But Antonelli doesn't really seem to be able to find a way around Leclerc, but I think we're all just beginning to struggle a little bit on our tyres here. But I can only assume that every single front runner is on the hards, because we haven't seen anybody peel into the pit lane just yet. I mean, again, there you just saw Leclerc and Kimi struggling a little bit to, you know, just get the power down in the Mercedes and the Ferrari. The annoying one is, though, over the Anderson Bridge, the AI seems to be one place where they're not struggling with it so far. We'll try and do the old up and under again, just like we were able to do against those Williams, but that Mercedes just has the power in a straight line there to get the job done. And then again, you just see us begin to struggle a little bit once more, and you just think, is it worth backing off and cooling off the tyres, or have we just got to keep trying to apply the pressure? There we go, finally. Oscar Piastri then going to be the first one into the pit lane, so we've seen someone blink then in this race. Admittedly, he was on a set of the medium compound tyres, so probably does make sense for him there, as again, Leclerc, I mean, he's just struggling so much. Problem is, obviously, I can't get around Leclerc. There's still the Italian Mercedes in the way. Well, no surprises then up at the front of the order. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is about to take the lead of this Grand Prix with Lando, George and Charles Leclerc all peeling into the pit lane then, so we need to try and push over these next couple of laps. See if we can find a way around the Italian, as that's rather annoying. 3-second time penalty as well for track limits violation here. We're only just over half distance.
It will go against our finishing time at the end of the race. Get your head down and let's get it done.
I really hope for F127 they fix it so I don't even mind if you get a 5-second penalty. Obviously after 4 warnings, but then you can actually serve them in the pit lane as well, because it is so dumb that they've never sorted that out with any of the F1 games more recently. But another track limits violation. 1 penalty often isn't the end of the world. 2 absolutely would be there, as Antonelli again just gets a little bit of a wobble, and now the team are saying that rain is on the horizon at long last, so that could be huge for us as we get towards the end of the Grand Prix. I mean, I could be tempted just to go for broke here and stay out for as long as I possibly can, but I'm sure, yeah, Antonelli will dive in this time round. There we go, Kimi Antonelli into the pit lane then. Let's make our way through the final corner. We will take the lead of this Grand Prix for the first time today. 51% on that rear right, so yeah, just got to be a little bit careful with that, obviously through these left-handers, but I reckon we go for broke here. We've got 18 seconds over George Russell. Of course, he is going to be a lot quicker than me, especially if I do things like that, but just if we could get into a position where it does start raining pretty soon, that could be huge for us. Let's get another one. Nope, that's not the right thing. Not worried about the fuel right now.
Okay, expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now.
Yeah, so that would be anywhere from around lap 24 to lap 27. So let's just try and calm down the tyres. With 10 laps to go then of this Grand Prix, I still absolutely feel like I'm getting the real Singapore experience right now. I am sweating so much. But yeah, George Russell is definitely closing in on us at a rapid rate of knots late on this afternoon. Lando Norris, though, just seems to be struggling a little bit. But yeah, team are adamant weather is inbound very soon. I'll get another quick weather update for you guys as well. Let's listen in.
Rain is forecast in just over 10 minutes time. Rain in 10 minutes. Dries
that
definitely
normally
seem
means
like the
it is much
fastest
less
tyre at the
than 10
moment.
minutes away. As I'll make sure... Oh, actually, I did a lot of pressing there.
So we're
We'll do that
expecting
one
rain
again.
in about 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, dries seem like the best tyre for now.
A little bit of understeer there, as for some reason I've accidentally left the overtake mode on as well, but yeah, we've just got to wait for the rain at this point. If I were to pit now, we'd probably come out, well, we'd definitely come out behind the likes of Antonelli and the Williams. I'd probably still be ahead of Alonso, but at this stage of the campaign, you know, we're not in a World Championship fight or anything like that. I'm not really in a Constructors' battle either, so we're just kind of trying to pick up big points wherever we possibly can. George Russell then, don't think we're going to be able to put up much of a fight against the Mercedes man. Well, way more grip there. Whoa, in towards turn 1. I think George Russell can't drive. He made a big error and had to check up right on my nose. Luckily, we didn't pick up any front wing damage, but I'm hoping he can now get on with it. Because, of course, obviously, the dirty air is so bad. As there you go. There's immediately an example of that. Rear right is up to 67% now, so it's definitely bad, but it's not awful. But I think if we get anything past about 80, then I'll just have to cut my losses. The team then seems to be getting more and more confused about what's going on with the weather at this stage of the day. 1 minute they're telling me it's 15 minutes out. Next they're telling me it's right now. Next they're telling me it's 5 minutes away. Nobody really knows what's happening towards the end of this Singapore Grand Prix, but I really don't want to sacrifice a load of points against the likes of Fernando Alonso and co. What I do know is if that rain does arrive, it is meant to be very heavy. As you just then start believing you're seeing it. But I don't think we are just yet. Luckily, we've still got a 4-second gap over Lando Norris. Not too sure what's happened to him. But yeah, he has really struggled here. He was keeping George Russell honest in the first half of the Grand Prix, but just can't seem to anymore. With just 5 laps to go then of this race, we are all in on this strategy at the moment, and it's not even really benefit as much anymore. Everybody else has been able to make up the pit stop, so we really are praying now that the rain will arrive. And that we can bolt onto a set of the intermediates. But I mean, we saw this in the sprint race yesterday, didn't we? Even if it does rain, it might not be enough time now to try and make back up the difference. We kind of need everybody else to pit, and let's not forget, we have still got that 3-second time penalty looming over us, but all I can do is make this Audi as wide as possible, because you never know, we might need to try and hang on ahead of these guys. George Russell is going to be impossible to hold him back, but Lando Norris, it might be doable. Lando Norris trying to look down the inside there. Not quite going to be able to make that one happen as we head through the hairpin. But I think now we're going to have to cut our losses then in this Grand Prix.
Keep an eye on your distance.
I don't think that was puncture, no. It's just a little bit of contact. 85% wear on that rear tyre now. And just like we saw back at Silverstone then, we took the gamble. We were able to move our way up the order oh so much. But ultimately, again, it just feels like strategy has got away from us late on in the afternoon. I may as well pit now. I need to make sure I set it to a set of these soft compound tyres there, basically just to smash out for these last couple of laps. Actually, I'll go for a fresh set of mediums then, but yeah, ultimately we've taken a gamble this afternoon. Still, the rain hasn't arrived here in Singapore, so I've got no idea how that's happened. Maybe, just maybe, a point is still going to be possible late on in the day, but even that, I think it's going to be opportunistic now. Of course, I can't stay on that set of hards, otherwise I'll get disqualified. But it would be just my luck now if the rain began to fall around this circuit then, as heading back out onto the circuit. Yeah, I mean, we tried to go for broke. We tried to go for a big old strategy here, but now even, what are we, 6 seconds behind Colapinto and Hadjar, there is not a chance we're going to be able to score points. And, of course, now the rain begins to fall. Half a lap later, after I finally decided to make my pit stop here, if it now gets wet enough that we need to go to intermediates, I'm going to be livid. Yellow, someone's struggling as they make their way down the front straight. So, I mean, yeah, we haven't seen... Oh, no, we did have one retirement earlier on in the afternoon. Max Verstappen early on, wasn't it? Was obviously our first casualty of the day, but Ocon and Hadjar now trying to go wheel to wheel there as it's a battle of the Frenchmen with a French driver's teammate watching in just behind, but maybe there is still some damage limitation that can be done there as Ocon loses a spot. Ollie Behrman, though, his teammate out of the Grand Prix, is down the inside of Franco Colapinto. You guys know me. I'm not going to give up unless we absolutely have to here, but the rain is definitely beginning to get worse and worse then. Down the inside of Esteban Ocon. Don't often see overtakes there. Liam Lawson 5 seconds up the road then with just 1 lap to go at this Grand Prix. Let's not forget, I have also got that 3-second time penalty that we've got to serve after the Grand Prix is done and dusted as well. Will we see anybody, though, peel into the pit lane? I don't think we will here with just 1 lap remaining, but can I try and get a run on Isaac Hadjar as we make our way down the back straight in towards the final corner? Again, that Red Bull, very, very good in the straight line there, but you can just see how much more grip we've got into the corners, even after a huge front lockup. We were still able to get back to him there, so I think the fresh tyres now are really working out well for us. As Hadjar, is he going to try and sit a bit defensive? Annoyingly, we can't go for anything back in towards Turn 1. Those yellow flags are still out, but as soon as they go away, we'll try and send it around the outside of Isaac, which we just about will. But surely there's not a chance we can take 7 seconds out of Liam Lawson on this final lap, unless he makes a major error or something like that here. Up at the front of the order, though, George Russell still absolutely controlling this race. So there we go. Apparently the rain's not even meant to get any worse than this. So, yeah, complete strategy blunder by us today. And ultimately, you know, this was a weekend where we deserved points. We deserved a big result around this circuit. But ultimately, once again, you know, I took a gamble. Like I said, you know, we're not in a world championship fight or anything like that. Sometimes you want to go for broke, try to be the hero in a Grand Prix as well, but skimming the wall there right towards the end, that's not ideal. Out of the final corner, George Russell, yet another victory for the Mercedes man there as he continues to extend his World Championship lead ahead of Lando Norris. Looks like there has been a bit of chopping and changing right towards the end for one of the McLarens. I don't know whether that is Oscar Piastri or Lando, though, right towards the end of this one, but you can see how much Liam Lawson is struggling as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners of the Grand Prix. Sorry, Liam, that was definitely not my intention there. You can definitely get in the track now very, very damp as they're going to smash into the back of him. Through the final corner, though, it's going to be P10 on the road, hopefully. That is a lot of understeer. No, I'm not even going to get it. And I got a 10-second time penalty.
We've seen a brilliant display of the Russell hustle. It's George Russell who wins.
Well, that's 2 race wins in a row for them. I think they'll be really happy with that. I mean, 1 race win is great, but to have 2, you know that you've got it. You're a little bit more comfortable in your skin. This is a great sign of maybe what's to come next.
And it's time for that special moment for our special three today. The podium awaits our top three finishers. And taking his place on the top step of the podium, he gave it some hustle. Well done to George Russell.
Well, there we are then. George Russell, disappointing sprint race yesterday, but got his head down, got the victory today then. A dominant drive by the Mercedes man there. 16 seconds clear of Lando Norris, who once again has no answer for him. Charles Leclerc will hang on for P3 in the end. Alexander Albon ahead of Oscar Piastri and Kimi Antonelli. Sainz there as well in P7. Fernando Alonso, though, more points for Aston Martin. Very, very good job done by him ahead of Gasly and Liam Lawson as well. But I can't believe I got a 10-second time penalty right at the end of the GP. So all those moves I made right towards the end were worth nothing come the checkered flag. Ollie Behrman and Max Verstappen, though, both unable to see the checkered flag this weekend, so disappointment for them. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now Russell 21 clear of Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri now over 100 points away. And I guess, obviously, with no more sprints then, very, very quickly, it could become a two-car race towards the end of the season. Piastri loses a little bit of ground ahead against Leclerc, but he obviously gains some points on Verstappen. Antonelli closing in now 8 points behind the Dutchman, as Hamilton still sat in a bit of no man's land. Annoyingly for me, though, Alexander Albon, a huge result for him, means we are back down to P9 there. Still ahead of Sainz and Isaac Hadjar, though, in that battle that I'm sure will rage on. Alonso, I mean, what's that? 4 X's, Aston Martin's points tally for the season so far as well. Still waiting on Hulkenberg to try and bag his first point of the campaign, alongside both Cadillac, Stroll and Arvid Lindblad. Constructors-wise, though, McLaren, again, that gap slashed to just 19 points now. Ferrari still pretty much locking down P3 ahead of Red Bull and Williams as well. We are still pretty much guaranteed in P6, but for Aston Martin, they do take a few points out of the carb. You never know, that could still be a battle to watch out for between now and the end of the season. That has got to be one of the longest race weekends I've ever done, though. This recording has been almost 2 hours for just a 50% race. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed nonetheless. If you have, leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out for the US Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 19 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the US Grand Prix out at the Circuit of the Americas. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Singapore, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was a bit of a marathon race, but it was a very, very interesting one. Didn't quite go the way I wanted, but it was an interesting race with a huge pile-up, at least in the sprint as well. As we head, though, this weekend to COTA, I've accidentally spoiled it. We've got some new regulations ready for Season 2 of this series, so aerodynamics and durability aren't changing, but the chassis and the powertrain components are going to be seeing some major R&D changes ready for Season 2. So we've got 14 parts at risk over on the chassis side of things, and then I believe we've only got 5 on the powertrain side of things, or 14 combined as we head towards Season 2. So finally, yeah, we've got some rule changes confirmed, ready for the next season as well of this campaign. So we're going to be going through. That is now going to be my priority between now and the end of this first season, as we've got another upgrade onto the car as well.
New parts have come through without any issue, so they'll be on the car, ready for the next race weekend.
And there we go already. It looks like Nico is trying to get a few of these sorted as well there. So this will be very, very important. I think we should be able to get everything done by the end of the season. We've still got 6 races to go of this campaign, and it's safe to say George Russell now is making a very, very strong claim for the Drivers' Championship. Now 21 points clear of Lando Norris in P2. It's pretty much now officially a 2-horse race between the pair of them. I think as long as Oscar Piastri hasn't taken points out of Russell in the next 2 Grand Prix, yeah, it will just be between Lando and George up at the top of the table. McLaren, though, still clinging on to the Constructors' Championship lead ahead of Mercedes as well. That's simply because obviously Kimi Antonelli, despite that one win back in Madrid, and of course now his AI being buffed inside the game, he's still struggling to chalk up many major results inside this series as well. So fingers crossed for the Italian. He's going to be able to try and deliver a little bit more as we head towards the end of the campaign. We are still pretty much in no man's land in terms of the Constructors' Championship. P6, a long way behind Audi, a long way ahead of Williams. In the drivers' table, though, we are still battling it out with the Williams and Isaac Hajar as well. So fingers crossed as we return to Texas this weekend, we can try and get a good result. Does feel a little bit weird, though, that we haven't got a sprint race here. Obviously, so many, I think the last, what, 3 games? COTA has always been a sprint weekend, so obviously, yeah, very, very weird to go back to just one standard race around this venue. Of course, if you're new, please make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We are getting closer and closer to 160,000 subs at the moment, but yeah, let's head out then here to Texas.
It's a United States love affair with Formula One at the moment, so what a thrill for everyone today to see our drivers lapping COTA at full hot lap speed. It's the Circuit of the Americas, and it's qualifying.
Well, as we head into qualifying then, I was hoping we'd find out what this car feels like, you know, at high speed through the S's here, but unfortunately, yeah, wet weather on Saturday afternoon is going to deny us any opportunity at that. Track is meant to be drying up a little bit, as there you go, Oscar Piastri has just found another second, so luckily, I've given myself enough fuel to go for at least 2 laps here in qualifying as well, so I'm going to try and obviously go for one run, kind of get my eye in, and then hopefully one run where we can find a little bit more time as well, but yeah, this is the kind of session, especially as he's meant to dry up through Q2 and Q3, where we could end up seeing a rather mixed up grid, so let's try and keep it on the island and just make sure that we can make it through Q1. Of course, no need to worry about the battery management or anything like that here. Of course, because it's raining, the game's going to deal with that all for me, which might help us out against the AI a little bit. But I mean, we've made Q2 the last couple of weekends, so I'm hoping that maybe they're starting to tweak the AI so they're not so OP over one lap. Rather surprisingly then, a lot of drivers haven't actually come back out for a qualifying run right towards the end of the session, so we might be able to make it through pretty much based on the fact that a lot of people haven't gone out when the track is at its quickest, but making our way in towards the final couple of corners. First lap hasn't been bad, but certainly hasn't been great either there, as we are going to go P17. So I definitely am going to need to find this improvement, as there you go, Esteban Ocon straight to the top of the pile, so that should give you a better idea of just how quick this circuit is becoming there. If even the Frenchman is able to go to the top of the board, and obviously now with a bit more confidence in the car, I've immediately gone and found 4/10 through turn 1. Hamilton, he's always gone well around this venue as well, now up to the fastest time on the board. But we are down to last as Verstappen in the drop zone, Lando Norris as well in the drop zone, so that would be huge in the Drivers' Championship, and I don't believe the McLaren man's on a run, so I think he is going to be out. Still not finding much then as we get towards the end of our second run. I know there was a couple of mistakes. Well, there you go, right towards the end of the lap, as I didn't realise it was about 6/10 worth of mistake as well, but at the moment we're still way down on the time set by Alexander Albon here, so maybe after I started to think that they might be fixing the AI on this game, either that or I just suck here at the Circuit of the Americas over one lap, but we're making our way in towards the final corner, very, very committed there. Right up against the white line, luckily just able to keep it inside track limits. We're going to find over another second, it's not enough though. P19, and even on a better track, we still couldn't make enough. Well, there we go, Lewis Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon and Sergio Perez, your top 4 from Q1 here. So, I mean, both Cadillacs in your top 10. It was something I wasn't expecting to say early on this weekend. George Russell, though, barely squeaks by into Q2 as well. They're ahead of Lance Stroll and his teammate, Kimi Antonelli. Both Williams, myself, Liam Lawson, Lando Norris and Max Verstappen at the back of the field ready for this Grand Prix. I mean, we only needed another 0.3 of a second and I could have made it through, so I feel like that was a bit of a missed opportunity. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Here we are then in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, the fabulous Austin in the great state of Texas. The circuit itself, 14 miles southeast of the city centre, has been home to the US Grand Prix since 2012, the latest in a long list of iconic tracks to have that honour. We have 10 turns to the left and 10 turns to the right here at the fantastic Circuit of the Americas. And there's overtaking opportunities into turn 1 and turn 12 at this anti-clockwise track that's 3.4 miles long. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Hadja, Pierre Gasly and Ocon, Behrman, Colapinto, Alonso and Arvid Lindblad, Leclerc, Hülkenberg, Lance Stroll and Perez, Hamilton, Bottas, Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon, Mr. Monaco, Lawson, Norris and Max Verstappen completes the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, a fairly mixed up grid then here from the Circuit of the Americas. I'm looking forward to this race, but I am a little bit nervous. I feel like once again, this Audi is going to struggle. That being said though, if we are putting all of our focus now on the Season 2 car, you know, we're not risking the constructors or anything like that. I'd love to hang on in the Drivers' Championship and maybe get ahead of those Williams again. But yeah, we've got to think bigger picture. We've got to think about the long-term plan of this Audi team as well. So we're going to start on the mediums, but then hopefully going to take a set of hards to the checkered flag this afternoon. A simple one-stop strategy, I would assume, will be adopted by most. But yeah, a very, very mixed up grid. Then 5 red lights are on. Mighty long hole, but it is lights out, and away we go there. Try and see if we can have a look to the outside line, up the hill in towards turn 1. As yeah, quite a few surprises coming after qualifying, as making our way around the outside of at least a handful of drivers through that first corner. Hope that I get the room on the exit there, as I believe we were 4 wide temporarily. As Sergio Perez will completely check up down the hill there. Carlos Sainz will find a way around us instantly. I'm going to pick up a first warning of the afternoon as well, as can we be brave around the outside of the Williams. No idea where Hamilton's going there. It's just a tiny bit of contact with Alexander Albon, almost sent us spinning as well. So certainly a bit of a wild start to proceedings here, as we'll try and get back down the inside of Alexander Albon down the hill. I'll even dive bomb Lewis Hamilton's Ferrari as well, as I don't know if he's picked up some damage. What I do know is both Ferraris in the wars after qualifying as well yesterday there, as Hülkenberg still yet to score a point this season. Maybe today can finally be his day there, as I'm going to try and block Hamilton in behind Sainz. Clearly Carlos doesn't like that plan either there, as very, very late on the brakes in towards the next corner, but we'll get it done against the Williams man as well. So we're ahead of both, two of our big World Championship rivals. We know obviously Isaac Hadjar started this race much further up the order, as Lance Stroll and Arvid Lindblad trying to battle it out early on for that final points paying position. I believe neither of those drivers have scored yet so far this season, so I believe we've got 4 cars from 10th down to 14th, none of which have scored a point so far. So maybe we'll see some craziness there, as in through the final corner, Antonelli leading the way at the end of lap 1. And Oscar Piastri in hot pursuit there. Is a bit of a wobble there. That might allow Hamilton to have a look around the outside up the hill. A little bit of Lyco there in towards turn 1. But yeah, with the inside line, we can slowly squeeze our fellow Brit out. But yeah, pretty chaotic lap 1. I think we're lucky that we've held on to the car and all of its front wing elements. Sergio Perez beginning to struggle up the hill in towards turn 1. Wasn't actually planning on trying to get a run on him here, but I guess if we can get ahead before we head down into the S's, that'd probably be quite useful there, as obviously Cadillac will want to deliver here in Texas. But yeah, they had a decent qualifying, but of course that does come with a huge caveat, as well, Hülkenberg on the soft compound tyre, so I believe our teammate is going to be 2-stopping. That, unless we get a well-timed safety car, probably won't work out too well for him. Well, we've been told by the team then that we need to try and find a way around Nico Hülkenberg sooner rather than later. And well, I do feel a little bit for the German. There have definitely been quite a few races this season where things haven't gone his way. That being said, though, he has been completely overshadowed by his new teammate as well there, as down the inside we will go. Get it slowed down on the apex then is Charles Leclerc, trying to go for some big moves as well, a little bit further up. Arvid Lindblad, Lance Stroll now, and Ollie Behrman duking out for that final points-paying position. To the inside of Lindblad we will go there, just trying to capitalise on these guys all tripping over each other. So, up another one then, up to P12. Maybe points are going to be doable today, as I mean, you've still got the likes of Alonso and Gasly mixing it up right towards the front, and, well, I hope we're quicker than they are. Ollie Behrman then, I don't know if he's just used way too much battery in the last lap or so, but he is really struggling then in this Grand Prix. You can see the Canadian of Lance Stroll as well there, having to try and recharge his pack quite a lot, but Leclerc, he is really bolted away then. So Lance, interestingly, is also on a set of soft compound tyres, so I would assume we'd probably see him into the pit lane pretty soon. I also could assume I don't want to be stuck behind him in this Grand Prix, as that are the 4 American cars then in this Grand Prix. It is currently only Esteban Ocon that is inside the points, and he's also on a set of soft compound tyres, so yeah, I expect to get the jump on him pretty soon. There we go, Lance into the pit lane then, so he's going to be the first to blink then in this Grand Prix. Nico Hülkenberg is also going to follow him in. But yeah, we're starting to struggle a little bit on the tyres, a bit more than I was expecting us to so far in this Grand Prix, so I have to try and box 1 lap early. I think the team were originally suggesting the end of lap 11, end of lap 12. I might come in, the end of 11. There we go, Esteban Ocon peeling into the pit lane as well then, as I also believe Fernando Alonso. I don't know why the Aston Martin cars always go super aggressive with their strategy as well inside this game, but either way, it's going to promote us then up into 8th place there as well. Both Alpines, I mean, Gasly's keeping up with the Mercs up at the front of the order, so he's clearly having a very good day of things right now, as Hamilton dives to the inside through turn 1. Not going to make it easy for him, but I'm also not going to be able to put up much of a defence there. Definitely feel like we've got a bit too aggressive on these tyres early on. So trying to make some progress, but I can't afford to switch to a 2-stop. There we go then. Interesting. So a couple of AI are beginning to pit a bit earlier then. Isaac Hadjar, he's also 2-stopping. I think so is Gasly, and maybe a couple of other people. So obviously we're going to dive in at the end of this lap and move to hards to go to the checkered flag, but that's quite a surprise. Tyre wear, is brutal though, especially on that front left. 64% already picked up, so it's high, but it's not, unmanageable or anything like that here, but definitely can't wait to jump off of these medium tyres. It's just all the little corrections you have to make through these S's. Then we will come then at the end of lap 11. Usually the hard tyre is your best friend on F126, and well, I really need it to be that way today. Unless we get a well-timed safety car a bit later on, we could be in a bit of trouble still come the checkered flag there, as just try and keep the car inside track limits then. But I think Ollie Behrman starting to get a little bit impatient, stuck behind us towards the end of that stint there, has mashed the brake pedal as we head into the pit lane. But I assume we're going to re-emerge then right towards the back of the pack. We're probably going to come out behind our teammate again in this GP, but hard tyres going on the wagon, and hopefully they'll be able to take us through to the checkered flag as 2.3 seconds stop. That's pretty good going, but we're going to have a little bit of clear air then. Of course, we're going to be trying to undercut a few of these guys as well, but Valtteri Bottas not having the ideal day out for Cadillac so far. A distant last place for him. Loads more cars then into the pit lane then, as annoyingly I just missed out on the DRS, the overtake mode off of our teammate, the boost mode, whatever we're calling it still, with these 26 cars. But we have come out back ahead of Sainz and Behrman then, so at least we haven't been undercut by them. Of course, it does just mean we're going to have to deal with this pain once more towards the checkered flag. I do need to try and find a way around Hülkenberg pretty quickly here. The last thing I want to do is start giving Carlos Sainz the extra energy once again just behind us. Of course, that gap's got to stay it up over a second then. It's going to be right on the cusp there. We'll accidentally trim that penultimate corner. That is horrible for that. Super easy to pick up warnings, but I think despite that, Sainz has still been able to get back in the range there, as hopefully Hülkenberg isn't going to hold us up too much. As who was that? That was Hamilton making his way out of the pit lane then, as to the inside of our German teammate. A little bit of bobbling over that inside curb, but hopefully now he can try and make that car as wide as possible and hold up Sainz for the greater good of Audi. But we can't be a million miles away then from the AI, or the AI that are 2-stopping from making their last stop here, as just closing up to the back of Lance Stroll. Seems like Sainz and I fairly evenly matched still at this stage of the Grand Prix, but luckily, obviously, now we're going to get that extra battery mode out of the final corner, and hopefully I can clear Lance by the time we get back in towards turn 1. He's actually dumped a lot of charge out of that final corner. We're going to be a long old way back, but it is Lance Stroll. Whoa, got it slowed down on the apex there. Luckily, the Canadian gave me about half a car's width. I just simply don't think he was expecting us to be there, but to the inside them, in towards the S's, and there we go, a power move made. And I'm not so worried about the Canadian, I'm more worried about trying to build up a gap ahead of Carlos Sainz here, so hopefully we can just try and nail these corners, which I really haven't. The AI is so good through that section of road, but we're hopefully going to be able to build up a little bit of a buffer, and maybe Lance here can just hold up Carlos down the back straight. Well, one driver I had completely discounted from this Grand Prix was actually Max Verstappen. I think where he just took his time early on, knew what that Red Bull's pace was going to be like today. He hasn't worried about trying to force his way up through the order too early. There's a load more cars they're diving in for their second stop of the day. That's going to promote us inside the top 10 for now at least, but Sainz is still hounding us. Verstappen's now right there as well. It is still going to be difficult to try and hang on to points. Well, there we go. Had not expected that then. Gasly and Albon very late on in the day. I assume they went from medium to hard but quite early then, so that's going to give us a couple of extra places then towards the afternoon. But yeah, Carlos Sainz though, suddenly it feels like our roles have changed slightly here. He's now actually acting as a bit of a rear gunner against his old teammate in Lando Norris, so we're just trying to hang on as best as we possibly can for as long as we possibly can. But I am expecting a few cars to sneak by towards the end. I guess the other big unknown still is Franco Colapinto. He's doing very well in that Alpine. Looks like Lando Norris then has found a way around Carlos Sainz, so he's immediately going to be going on the attack here. And I'll be honest, I don't think there's a lot we can do against the McLaren man, especially when he's able to break that much later or into some of the corners. Team want me to try and have a look for it. We thought about it, we tried to show the nose, see if I could scare him, but Lando Norris desperately needs points this afternoon. George Russell extending his World Championship lead if things would end like this. On the other side of the McLaren garage, though, Oscar Piastri is refusing to lose so far. He has led a lot of this Grand Prix, but the Mercedes are breathing down his neck. Well, with less than 5 laps to go, then, we really have learned just where to control this race, where to control the speed, and obviously where to dump the battery as well, just to make sure that we can keep Carlos Sainz at bay. It's obviously through the S's. There are so many great opportunities. Just try and put a little bit more back in the pack. Just got to be very careful down the hill there. It's got to be one of these sketchiest straight line modes in the entire F1 calendar, at least of anywhere I've driven so far. Because, yeah, the back end really does want to get quite loose and lively through there, but just dump the battery then out onto the back straight. You can see Carlos Sainz able to get a fair bit closer to us, but not close enough, as the likes of Hadjar, Gasly, Verstappen and co. all still just queuing up a little bit further behind. But with every passing lap, the delta between the tyres, obviously from those guys that pit and us that haven't, gets less and less. So I think, yeah, Sainz at the moment, we've accidentally worked together here very, very well. We've got yellows further back. Seems like Pierre Gasly is going to be our first retirement of the Grand Prix, and that's a big, big shame for him. It has really looked like Alpine have taken a bit of a leap forward in terms of performance this weekend. I know he was on a better strategy early on, but yeah, Pierre Gasly probably deserved a top 5 today, or at least a top 6. Should have been battling it out with those Ferraris late on this afternoon, but ultimately it's going to come to naught for him today, as this is the closest Carlos Sainz has been in a very, very long time as we make our way down the back straight there. Carlos, will he get it slowed down? Yes, he just about does. And Isaac Hadjar now, I'm sure, trying to figure out a way he can get into the mix there, as using the camber on the inside into Sector 3. We will hang on to that spot for now from the Spaniard here, but one more lap to go. Definitely feel like that pit stop 1 lap early here has ultimately really helped us out. The hard tyres have hung on fantastically well. So we're warning, like, yeah, it hasn't even flashed up yet. Admittedly, we're on 59 of 60% wear before that happens, but very, very happy with how the car has felt, especially during the second half of this Grand Prix. I'm hoping that Lando Norris is going to be able to get Franco Colapinto by the end, simply just because I'm getting a little bit worried about Alpine's turn of form Well, this weekend there, as Carlos Sainz trying to look around the outside down in turn 1, and he might just get the grip there as it's going to be wheel to wheel. Well, in towards the S's, who will come out victorious this time round? Whoa, Sainz just backed out of it in the end, and luckily he did. Otherwise, I think we were going to meet in the middle, in towards the S's. But once more, just try and recharge the pack as best as we possibly can. Up at the front of the order, the Mercedes drivers are still duking out. I could not tell you whether it's George Russell or Kimi Antonelli up at the front of the order. But do Mercedes let George Russell win this race, give himself a huge boost against Lando Norris in the World Championship? Have we got the speed one final time to try and hang on ahead of Carlos Sainz as well? He's gaining the Williams, man. He's been staring at the back of this Audi for oh so long. George Russell, though, is going to make it 3 victories in a row, and it's going to further extend his World Championship lead ahead of Lando Norris. The form that Mercedes have brought to the second half of this campaign is utterly insane, and George Russell delivering once again there. I mean, I think that's like, what, 6 wins in a row for Mercedes? Like 8 of the last 9 Grand Prix have gone the way of the Brackley-based squad as well. McLaren simply do not have an answer at the moment, as they will come through for P3 with Oscar Piastri. Sainz is going to try and have a look for it down at the very last corner of the Grand Prix. Who's going to be able to hang on? It's going to be a drag race. Sainz got me.
That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
We've seen a brilliant display of the Russell hustle. It's George Russell who wins.
Wow, that's 3 wins in a row. This clearly solidifies them as a seasoned contender. It's very tough to achieve 3 in a row, so very well done.
And it's time for that special moment for our special 3 today. The podium awaits our top 3 finishers. And taking his place on the top step of the podium, he gave it some hustle. Well done to George Russell.
Well, there we are then. George Russell 1 second clear of his teammate Kimi Antonelli come the checkered flag. But your top 3 on the grid, your top 3 come the checkered flag there. Ferrari, I don't think they could have asked for much more after both cars were down the order after qualifying to finish P4 and P5. It was a great recovery by them. Franco Colapinto, very, very good points for Alpine as well ahead of Lando Norris. But Sainz just pipping me at the line by 9,000ths of a second. That has got to be one of the closest finishes I've ever had on an F1 game. Isaac Hadjar there rounds out the points just ahead of Alexander Albon and Max Verstappen, so disappointment for the Dutchman after starting from the rear of the field. And you can just see, Ollie Behrman retiring on the last lap of the Grand Prix as well, so disappointment down at Haas. Neither Haas or Cadillac able to score a point this weekend. What does that do to the World Championship, though? Well, it means now George Russell 40 points clear of Lando Norris, so it is very quickly becoming a case of when, rather than if, the Mercedes man is going to be World Champion this year. Oscar Piastri still in P3 ahead of Leclerc. Antonelli now ahead of Verstappen, as still Lewis Hamilton in a bit of no man's land. Sainz taking in points out of me. We take points, though, out of Alexander Albon as well. And Isaac Hadjar there just dropping away from all 3 of us as the season reaches its conclusion. Big points for Colapinto, though. He's going to bump him back ahead of Ollie Behrman, and I believe Liam Lawson as well, with that result. Is still just Hülkenberg, Perez, Stroll, Bottas and Lindblad yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, Mercedes now, for the first time in a very long time, back to the top step of the podium at the moment. 3 points clear of McLaren. Ferrari still in a rather lonely P3 ahead of Red Bull, Williams and ourselves. Alpine, they'd have scored some points this weekend, but it's still going to be a mammoth task to try and take 55 points out of us in the last 5 GP as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns out in Mexico City. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 20 of our F1 26 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez for the Mexico City Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from COTA, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Texas actually delivered a rather entertaining race, but we had some bigger news off of the circuit as well last weekend, with some rule changes confirmed, ready for Season 2. So, yeah, of course, as we head towards the end of Season 1, we're not in a major championship fight, obviously, but we've got a little bit of a battle going on in the driver's standings, but constructors-wise, we are pretty much locked in to P6 overall. So, yeah, returning to Mexico this weekend, and especially towards the end of the season as well, all focus now is on trying to make sure the car is ready for Season 2 of this campaign. We've got 6 more chassis upgrades that need sorting out, so I don't believe we can afford any of those as we head into this weekend. We have then got another 4 on the powertrain side of things, so 10 upgrades, 5 weekends. Should be doable, I think, by the end of the season as well, and hopefully that is going to give this Audi team a big boost of performance as we head towards Season 2. If we take a quick look, though, at the drivers' standings, then George Russell now 40 points clear of Lando Norris at the top of the table. In fact, George Russell, I mean, look at the run of domination he has had. What's that? 7 race victories in the last 9 Grand Prix. This is what George Russell, I'm sure, was hoping for IRL in 2026. Hasn't quite been that plain sailing for him, though, so far this season. Lando Norris still in P2 ahead of Oscar Piastri. Charles Leclerc there still ahead of Antonelli, ahead of Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. So, yeah, obviously the 2 championship protagonists from 2021 struggling in kind of that front kind of group as well. We did take a few points out of Alexander Albon last weekend. Between him, myself, and Carlos Sainz, it is all getting closer and closer as we get towards the end of this first season. Constructors-wise, Mercedes just 3 ahead of McLaren, so that battle, I think, is still going to rage on towards the end of the season, but George Russell, I'm sure, is feeling quietly confident as we get towards the end of the campaign. Now, obviously, Mexico City is a very, very power-orientated circuit, so I'm going to make sure that we are putting some fresh components onto the car ready for this weekend. Of course, we shouldn't serve any grid penalties from doing any of those as well. But, yeah, obviously, leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We are getting closer and closer to 160,000 subs here on the channel, and let's do this thing.
What an atmosphere we've got. The fans have been here since dawn, and the stadium, the Faro Sol, is absolutely heaving. We're about to get set to set the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. It's qualifying day here in Mexico City.
Well, returning then here to the high altitudes of the Mexico City circuit, I must admit I'm a little bit nervous for this one. Historically, this hasn't been a particularly great track for me on the F1 games. I just don't know what it is about it. It's a bit like the Hungaroring. I just really struggle to gel with this venue. So, fingers crossed, maybe no safety cars, red flags, anything like that. Could really spice things up here. It's also a track where the AI are phenomenal when it comes to tyre wear as well. It's also a track where the AI are very good on 1-lap speed. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see as to just how quick they are this weekend, but really struggling to kind of get the bite through the front of the car. Of course, I'm running pretty much maxed out levels of downforce here, but still, I mean, you can just see there the amount of understeer through turn 2 and turn 3, so we're going to have to try and really work this car early on. I guess, obviously, that long run down towards turn 1, you've got very little in the way of temperature as well, but yeah, with how good the AI still are over 1-lap pace as well, not expecting to be kind of way up the order here as well. We get a little bit of an oversteer moment down through the S's, but just see, we're really struggling to kind of get the car positioned exactly where I want it, and that is just bleeding time as this lap goes on. 3/10 down already on Esteban Ocon in his Haas car, and I can't help but feel it's going to be even worse by the time we get in towards this final sector. Wallop the first curve, wallop the second, try to get it straightened up on the exit, and then making our way through that final corner on the short run back towards the start-finish line. We lost another 4 tenths in that final sector. Only quicker than Lance Stroll, but over a second slower than our teammate Nico Hülkenberg after that first run. And, well, we need to find just over another second if I want to make it into Q2 here, and that doesn't even factor in the AI maybe being able to improve as well. Making our way through the final corner. We need to try and get this lap time absolutely nailed there, giving myself a slightly longer run to carry a bit of extra speed up over the start-finish line. But luckily, yeah, we can pretty much use most of our battery on the run in towards this first corner as well. We get a couple of opportunities to recharge it through the first couple of turns, but just again try to attack that first curb. Going to try to avoid the sausage curb through the second and the third that time out, and already 4/10 to the green as we make our way out of the first sector there. So that is exactly what we wanted to do. 100-meter boards in towards this next chicane. Again, just nice and tidy on the way in and on the way out there. It's all about having the confidence, all about having the belief, but not overdriving the car here in Mexico City as well. You've got to obviously try and keep it in a happy rhythm as well inside this game, as just blending out the throttle ever so slightly. No idea who that was. It's just gone purple up at the front of the order, but draining the battery then. Verstappen almost down into the 113s, but we are about a second up by the time we head down into the Forest Souls, so building that confidence, taking what we learned from the first run here, and hopefully the speed is still coming to us through the final corner. It's been a very decent improvement. Will it be enough to see us straight into Q2? I don't know yet. P17, that's painful. There we are, Max Verstappen just clear there of Oscar Piastri and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Lando Norris. So yeah, both Red Bulls, both McLarens look to be in the fight. George Russell a little bit further down the order than we would expect. Great effort by Hulkenberg, though, here in Q1 to find himself all the way up in P11. We go out by just 12 thousandths of a second to Esteban Ocon, so that is a painful, painful moment right towards the end of qualifying. But quicker than both Astons, quicker than both Caddies and Alexander Albon. Honestly, after the first run, I thought qualifying was going to be a lot worse. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Bienvenidos to the most populous city in North America. The legendary Jim Clark won the first official F1 race back in 1963 here, and we've had a veritable who's who of winners ever since. It's Mexico City, and therefore, the Mexico City Grand Prix. We're a long way above sea level here in Mexico today, which could pose some cooling issues for the cars as they make their way around this 2.6-mile lap. 17 corners with top speeds in excess of 220 miles per hour, and watch out for potential overtaking into turns 1 and 4. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Antonelli, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Verstappen, Sainz, Hadjar, Gasly, and Esteban Ocon, Behrman, Lawson, Franco Colapinto, and Lindblad, Piastri, Mr. Monaco, Fernando Alonso, and Alex Albon, Stroll, Bottas, Hulkenberg, and Sergio Perez completes our grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race. And alongside me today, a man who I'm always pleased to see join me in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. So here we are, 2.2 kilometres up in the air, which I know is an unusual feeling for you, Mr. Davidson, but for the drivers, it's even worse.
It is. The altitude can certainly get to your head, Crofty, that's for sure. Especially when you're walking up the stairs to the commentary box. I've seen it firsthand, ladies and gentlemen, don't you worry. But this circuit, the problem with the altitude is it takes away your downforce. You have to go slower around the corners because you've got less downforce, even though you've got Monaco wing packages on your car. That's the challenge of this incredibly unique circuit.
We have gained one extra spot then, ready for the start of this one. P16 on the grid here in Mexico. And the team do believe a one-stop is going to be possible here. Mexico, though, normally is brutal on tyre wear, so I'm happy to start on the mediums. I'm happy to try and take them as far as we can. But yeah, we'll wait and see what the temperature and the wear is going to be like early on in this race. Like I said, safety cars aren't uncommon around this circuit as well on the F1 games, so we'll wait and see as to what we can do this afternoon then. Ready, though, on the grid, the Mexico City Grand Prix. 5 red lights are on. Oh, a mighty long hold there, but it's lights out and away we go. Oh, not quite getting the throttle in the car. I actually thought Oscar Piastri looked like he jumped it there. Of course, I know it's impossible for the AI to do that. But yeah, he absolutely nailed the start procedure as everybody trying to crowd their way down in towards turn 1. Arvid Lindblad looks like he just wants to stay out of the way on his first ever race here. No, he's going to dive bomb everybody in towards that first corner as we will try and go back around the outside of Lance Stroll. Actually haven't had a particularly good start there for ourselves as we just drop back down the order a little bit. So maybe need to try and get the elbows out a bit more as everybody ducking and diving their way in towards these next couple of corners to the inside of just about everybody I possibly could there. Or as I wanted to have a look around the outside of Oscar Piastri as well. Lindblad now trying to get the elbows out against Ollie Behrman, who of course had a great run here last year as well, but they're still side by side. Our two fellow Brits just in front, and Oscar Piastri obviously knows he needs to try and help out McLaren in their Constructors' Championship battle against Mercedes right now, but getting stuck behind them early on here isn't going to be very helpful as Ollie Behrman slams the door in his face as we head into the Forest to the outside. Piastri there is going to try and cover us off, but we'll get all the way around the outside. Wheel to wheel we go. Make sure we give him some room through the exit at the corner there, but we do make the move happen. And up then into P14. So decent little start in the end. Bit of a shame to see Hulkenberg with some grid penalties as well. I was hoping that maybe, just maybe, today could be the day that he scores some points. But, yeah, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's definitely less likely there as we've got the V-Carbs battling it out just outside the top 10. But let's just settle in. I mean, I'm expecting Oscar Piastri to go back biased at some point. Maybe I can try and use him to move up the order. Behrman then, without the boost from Lawson and Arvid Lindblad in front, although he does still get the straight line mode, he's going to be a bit of a sitting duck as we head back down in towards turn 1 there. And Oscar Piastri, I think, wanted to try and follow us by as well as Lawson and Arvid Lindblad then wheel to wheel just in front. So clearly Lindblad gelling very, very well with a circuit he's never been to before. That's worked out quite nicely behind, though, at least temporarily. I thought Behrman might be able to keep Oscar Piastri at bay. But no, the Australian just bides his time. We'll find a way through. I mean, this is definitely a track where it's all about kind of where and how the AI bunch up. Arvid Lindblad there losing out a bit of ground to his teammate Liam Lawson. And, well, we will say thank you very much then, as again, I said about how I might want to try and follow Oscar Piastri in this Grand Prix. It was actually Lindblad that tried to dive bomb us again down at the next corner, but luckily, I thought Oscar Piastri was just going to follow us by yet another car here. As you can see, Ocon already 3 seconds up the road, as that's a track limits warning. Thought I got close to the white line, did not think I was over it. There we go then, Liam Lawson, again going to be a bit of a sitting duck back in towards turn 1, so we are making light progress early on against some of these guys there, back around the outside through that first corner. Lawson trying to put up as best of a fight as he possibly can, but at least very early on here, it does seem like we've got some decent speed. Tyre wear is actually pretty good as well. I was aiming to sort of go to about lap 15, lap 16. That definitely seems possible. Oh, okay. George Russell already into the pit lane then. That is very, very early on in this GP. I was literally just about to start talking about the tyre wear on the car. It has been slightly higher still than ideally I'd want it, so I think we are more likely to still go down the two-stop route early on in this race. If we can get these to about the end of lap 11 and then take a set of hard tyres to the end of lap 25, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, luckily for us, the V-Carbs have been doing a great job further behind of just holding everybody up as best as they possibly can, but very much feels like I've done what I always do and put the car into no man's land. A little bit of understeer from the rear end there, but yeah, all these guys in front aren't that far ahead of us, but they're just far enough. As you can see there, starting to struggle a bit more with the understeer. Going to pick up our second off-track of the day. So just need to be a little bit more careful with it, and obviously having that higher tyre wear makes it more difficult to be consistent. Oh, there we go. Esteban Ocon just beginning to bleed time away towards the end of the run as Carlos Sainz also diving into the pit lane. So yeah, seems like Mercedes as well have gone very aggressive with their strategy this afternoon. So yeah, it just doesn't seem like McLaren have really got the speed early on, as Verstappen now to the front of the order ahead of both Ferraris. But I'm trying to close in on Isaac Hadjar, but we'll box pit confirm with the team in just a moment. Otherwise, Mark will probably yell at me that Hulkenberg's already in the pits. But as we head towards the pit-in time then, seems like the AI are able to hang on to their tyres a little bit better earlier on in a run. But then definitely struggle as we get towards the pit-in window here, as just make sure we get the car slowed down nice and tightly into the pit lane for the first time. Oscar Piastri is going to be back ahead of us then. But yeah, moving over to the hards though, obviously I'm hoping we can try and take these deep now into the Grand Prix. Really hoping we don't get a safety car or a red flag in the next few laps here, but who's this going to be? Esteban Ocon, of course, yeah, who's just pit as well. He's also gone to hard, so with the straight line mode activated on pit lane exit, that's a little bit sketchy. But yeah, we've got a bit of breathing room now, so let's just focus on us. We've got yellows. That is going to be Franco Colapinto out of the GP. Very, very disappointing then for the Argentinian. Of course, not his home Grand Prix, but one of the races closer to home. I'm sure a few of the Argentinians will have made the march up north to come here to Mexico City to watch their man. But ultimately, going to be all for naught today. I guess that's one good thing for us, as he was probably one of our closer rivals this afternoon. But yeah, I think everybody else then that hasn't pit is trying to one-stop. So we've just got to start trying to pick off cars as best as we can. Perfect for us then. Esteban Ocon getting a little bit caught up behind Valtteri Bottas. Of course, Valtteri's teammate Sergio Perez's home Grand Prix this weekend, so I certainly know who most of the crowd are going to be cheering for. But Ocon, a great run out of that final corner, both of them actually able to scamper away from us somewhat. It looks like Bottas is pretty much out of charge. As we head back in towards Turn 1, they're both trying to be very, very strategic with it. As Ocon's still having to sit just a little bit defensive from Valtteri, but I cannot afford to wait behind him for oh so long in this Grand Prix. Try to get a good run, or out of Turn 3 there. Careful we don't run up on that outside curb. Around the outside of Valtteri we'll go. And up then, back into P16. There is the home hero just in front of us, and well, actually getting out the way. Just Sergio Perez then. A lot of other cars into the pit lane, as we will now hopefully make the move on Esteban Ocon as well. I can actually see Gasly. Oh, we'll get a quick slipstream off of one Frenchman there to jump another as we into the top 10 then, I believe, for the first time this afternoon. Ocon clearly not a fan of that one, but Liam Lawson, I assume he hasn't pit yet. Either way, he's really, really struggling through those opening couple of corners. I don't see how Liam Lawson would have been able to jump us again, so you can tell the one-stop strategy for him and VCarb isn't really working right now, unless he pit really early and got a huge undercut, but I doubt that highly. Either way, he's really, really struggling on his tyres there as we try and chop down underneath him on the exit of the corner. Will we be able to have a look to the inside? Or the AI tends to try and harvest a battery into the S's. I spot that, but he did lift off and try to move anyway. There we go. That's the other big one, isn't it? The other unknown in this Grand Prix for us, at least. Isaac Hadjar dives into the pit lane as well, as once again see more cars heading back out onto the circuit. So we'll get a nice big slipstream off Lando Norris to the outside of him. 3 Brits all line astern. But yeah, I'm sure we're not going to be able to keep Lando at bay for very long. Well, I said I wouldn't stay ahead of Lando Norris for very long, and despite the fact we're going to try and put up a bit of a fight back in towards Turn 1 there, got to think about my own race, got to be thinking bigger picture at the moment. Lando Norris back to the inside. Once more, we're just going to try and stick with these guys as best as possible. We've got a spinner. We've got a spinner down at Turn 1. I don't know if that's going to potentially bring out a safety car or a red flag or anything like that. I think that is one of the Cadillacs, so I really hope that isn't Sergio Perez, because I'm sure the home crowd will not be a big fan of that. But yeah, just trying to stay in the range of Hamilton at the moment. Lando Norris, of course, knows he needs a big result here. Knows, of course, it's going to come down to the strategy later on. I think I've just lost the boost mode, though, to Lewis, so yeah, I mean, we've got a decent gap over the likes of Gasly. I mean, Piastri is still quite a long way behind, although I believe he is on a one-stop, isn't he? So we're doing pretty well. There we go, George Russell. What strategy is George Russell doing? Is he now going to hard to the end of the Grand Prix? Either way, it seems to be quite an aggressive attack from the Mercedes man that isn't really working for him at this stage of the GP. I just don't think Mercedes have really had much speed this weekend. Weirdly, though, neither have McLarens, so I think it's honestly, I mean, rather unsurprisingly here in Mexico, the Max Verstappen show at this stage of the afternoon. But yeah, it's kind of weird to see Mercedes struggling oh so much. There has seemingly, once again, been a bit of an odd phenomenon with these tyres towards the end of this second stint. It's almost like you kind of get towards the end of the run and the tyres get better again. Now, I don't want that to lull us into a false sense of security of trying to push these tyres a little bit further, but yeah, ultimately, I mean, the hard tyre is always your best friend on this game, and these have hung on a bit better than the mediums early on. I probably could take him a lap extra, but I'm not going to. I'm just getting a little bit worried about some of those guys behind. Carlos Sainz and Kimi Antonelli have both already pit. Plus, I can see quite a nice gap between Sainz and I believe one of the... Is that a V-carb? I think it's a V-carb. A little bit further back as well of Arvid Lindblad. So we're going to re-emerge then down in P11. Of course, I think we have still got a couple of guys that need to pit before the end of this race. But yeah, I mean... It's been a decent recovery so far. We're in a very good spot at this stage. We've got a nice gap to the guys behind. We're kind of just doing what we need to. Well, we are taking a fair amount of time, not only out of Carlos Sainz, but also George Russell in this GP. That would be wild, as there you go, new fastest lap of the day. So clearly, this strategy is working for us at the moment. I've just got to make sure, though, of course, I look after the tyres to the end of the race, as the likes of Hajar, the likes of Piastri, the likes of Gasly as well are going to really struggle. Against all the odds, Mexico, this could still be a very good result. Well, first up then on the old hit list is going to be Isaac Hajar here. Definitely, obviously, kind of had to match the other big team drivers on the one-stop strategy, but has not really had the speed to make it work this weekend. Whilst Max Verstappen is already into Sector 2, Hajar barely getting into Sector 1, and hopefully with a big old slipstream, they're going to be able to try and find a way around him as well. Hajar will go defensive. 5 laps remaining in this Grand Prix. He's pretty good on the brakes, actually. Not good enough there, as Pierre Gasly and Carlos Sainz having a bit of a squabble just in front as well. But yeah, I think Carlos Sainz is the big threat still. Obviously, ideally want to outscore him anyway for the bigger picture in the World Championship, as huge front lock up in towards that next chicane. That won't do us any favours. Well, I think maybe we're just working these mediums a little bit too hard then towards the end of the Grand Prix. You can see Sainz is immediately bolted off into the distance once again. We're still a long way back behind Gasly as we head down the front straight, but are we going to get closer and closer to him? We're certainly getting pretty close. Gasly just moves slightly to the right-hand side there to make it very clear he wants to go defensive, so we'll just sit behind, bide our time through these first couple of corners, roll the car nicely out of turn 3, and surely now we're going to have to go for it before we head into the S's. To the inside we'll go again, very late on the brakes, in towards that second chicane, keep it inside track limits, force the Alpine man out a little bit wide. But yeah, I think Sainz has got enough towards the end. The real question is Oscar Piastri. Oh, Sainz! Sainz is going slowly. With 2 laps to go, Carlos Sainz into the pit lane. What on earth has happened to the Williams man then? I don't know if he spans. I didn't see any yellow flags out. I don't know if he's had contact with Oscar Piastri, or what on earth has happened to Carlos then. But late on into the day with 2 laps to go, the Spaniard peeling back into the pit lane there, and I'm sure, yeah, there'll be a replay up on your screens, but as of right now, I'm completely dumbfounded as to what's happened to the Spaniards very late on this afternoon. Oscar Piastri still 2.5 seconds up the road with less than 2 laps to go, unless he's picked up a little bit of damage as well. I don't think we're quite going to have enough to get back to him here, but the fact that, obviously on a completely different strategy, we've been this close to Oscar by the end of the afternoon, I think goes to show that at least for us, the 2-stop strategy was definitely the way this afternoon. There is making our way down through this middle sector. Got to be very careful with track limits. Don't want to lose a spot to Isaac Hajar again before the end of the afternoon. But 1 lap to go here in Mexico City. And well, Max Verstappen, I mean, anybody that's watched Formula 1 for long enough will know this has always been a track that the Dutchman has absolutely loved. So many victories here over the years. Definitely hasn't gone his way the last couple of seasons. But generally speaking, the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, in at least the modern era, belongs to the Dutchman here, and well, comfortably out in front still late on in the day. Ferrari have been his closest competitor this weekend, so rather weird that yeah, neither McLaren or Mercedes have really been the team to beat. And it looks like though, well, Lando Norris should still outscore George Russell, but I think yeah, Mercedes are going to outscore McLaren, so a lot changing around still up towards the top of the championship. I don't think Russell will be too devastated losing 2 points against his big rival. It is going to be down to, you know, if one of them has a mechanical failure or something like that late on this season, they could really, really struggle. But Hadjar now trying to close back in a little bit on ourselves towards the end of this Grand Prix. As long as I don't do anything too stupid or through this middle sector, we should be okay. There is Max Verstappen. He will be victorious this weekend here in Mexico City yet again. And as what has been a tough campaign for the Dutchman, he'll be happy he's been able to return here and remind everybody as to just how good he is. In towards the final few corners then as the confetti flies through the forward soul. At least I saw a little bit of it, but no more by the looks of things. It's going to be P8, 4 more points on the board. Back-to-back points finishes as well. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with that.
And that's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
And in the end, there was no Verstappen. Max Verstappen, he takes victory.
You always look back at a race like this and think, if I'd just made that mistake there or locked up here, there would have been contact. And every one of those overtakes is a moment where you have to absolutely nail it, perfect it, and that's exactly what they're able to do today. Great stuff indeed.
And once all the hard work is over, and after lap of brilliant racing, it's time now to celebrate with our podium trio. And for those that have missed the Dutch national anthem, fear not, it's back again, because Max Verstappen is back on the top step.
Well, there we are then. Max Verstappen can't complain about that. The one-stop strategy clearly worked for the Dutchman. 9 seconds clear of Charles Leclerc come the checkered flag. Lewis Hamilton in third, just able to hang on ahead of Kimi Antonelli. So Ferrari double podium alongside the Dutchman. Yeah, like I said, a bit weird that it wasn't McLaren versus Mercedes this weekend. Maybe the Mercedes power unit struggles a bit more up in the high altitudes here. Antonelli, though, ahead of Norris, Russell and Oscar Piastri there. We finished in P8 ahead of the two Frenchmen of Isaac Hadjar and Pierre Gasly as well. But from 16th on the grid, I said this weekend was going to be tough. In the end, it actually went pretty well for us. Carlos Sainz, though, as we saw obviously late on in the day, a very, very odd moment there for him to only finish down in P11, as Franco Colapinto, the only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now Russell's gap has been cut back down to 38 points, but I'm pretty certain now, 4 races to go, no sprints. It is now officially a 2-car race between now and the end of the season. Oscar Piastri loses out major ground to both Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen and even Antonelli. So the battle for kind of who's going to join the top 2 at the FIA Prize Gala is still raging on towards the end of the campaign. But yeah, back 25 points back behind Carlos Sainz as well. He had a pretty terrible weekend here, as Gasly, of course, another point for him, proves himself we've kind of got the top battle. We've then got the weird little one between the Williams, myself and Isaac Hadjar, and then we've kind of got the backmarker battle as well, that Gasly is still leading there. Constructors-wise, McLaren now 7 points back behind Mercedes. We take a couple of points out of Williams, but yeah, I mean, it's far too little too late at this stage of the campaign as well. That being said, 6th for Audi in their debut season. I think they'd be fairly happy with that as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Brazilian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to running 21 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend out in Sao Paulo for the Brazilian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Mexico City, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But yeah, returning though to Brazil this weekend. weekend. 4 races to go of this World Championship, and it's safe to say the World Championship is still heating up at the front of the order. After George Russell's impressive run, well, complete domination over the last few weekends, it seems like Lando Norris was finally able to reel some points back on him. Admittedly, it was only a couple last weekend. 38 points still in George Russell's favour. Like we said, with 4 races to go of the campaign, the much closer championship battle is actually over in the Constructors right now. Just 7 points in it between McLaren and Mercedes as well. But yeah, last weekend, though, it was Max Verstappen chalking up what was, I don't believe it was his first win of the season. No, his second win. Obviously, winning all the way back out in Barcelona. But 2 wins and only a further 3 podiums over the course of the campaign. So when the Dutchman's felt like he's had a chance, he's absolutely gone and proven it. But yeah, there just haven't been that many races where the Red Bull has really been quick enough over the course of the campaign. Back-to-back points finishes, though, for the first time since Silverstone and Belgium much earlier on in the season as well. So feel like we're building a bit of momentum back up as we get towards the end of this first campaign. Of course, behind the scenes at the moment, all we're doing is trying to save up as much R&D as I possibly can to make sure we get all of the upgrades sorted onto the car as well. Only 8 more to go, so between Hulkenberg and I think it's safe to say we're doing a pretty good job at this stage of the season. Of course, yeah, if you're new around here and you're not already, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. But yeah, let's head out then onto the track. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
It's a Saturday showdown. Anyone fancy some hot laps around Interlagos? It's qualifying day here for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
The weather then for this weekend's Sao Paulo Grand Prix looks like it is going to be vintage Brazil, wet to dry and potentially back to wet again as the afternoon goes on. So qualifying might be even more important here as we head out for our first run. Of course, it is quite weird. I think I do prefer it, the fact that not all of the sprint races now are bookended right at the end of the season. In fact, most of them you actually deal with in the first half of the campaign, so we're not suddenly now, with sprints in every other, every kind of other race towards the end of the campaign as well. But as we make our way down the Esquina Lago, then, of course, this first run going to be a little bit more about just trying to get our eye in, make sure that we get the car up to speed. Of course, luckily, you can dump a lot of battery through Sector 1 and Sector 3, and obviously charge back up the pack again through Sector 2 as well. So just got to try and bear that in mind. Just being very careful not to run wide up through Ferradura, but making sure we get this first lap on the board. Big mistake there as we head down in towards Zhongzhou. We were about 10th up on Pierre Gasly before that, but as we dumped some battery then, or pretty much dumping all of our remaining battery on the run back towards the checkered flag. Sure, I lost a bit of time there. 109 flat. We go just behind Fernando Alonso then, so that wouldn't be good enough to see us straight into Q2 anyway. But I'd probably go for another run just to be safe. Well, getting ready then to start our last lap. Does seem like this Audi is a bit more competitive here. Obviously, I made a couple of mistakes. Hulkenberg clearly made a major error though on his first run because he lost over a second in the first sector as well. So hopefully both of us are going to be able to try and put these cars a little bit higher up the order then. As let's go once more. Really try and maximise the width in towards turn 1. Throw the car through those opening couple of corners. Out of the centre as we go, of course, with me replacing Bortoleto this season. We've got no Brazilian on the grid here in Sao Paulo, but I'm hoping we see Bortoleto return, ready for Season 2. Then down the hill through turn 4. They're already a couple of tenths up, and that might be straight away enough to potentially see us into the second qualifying session, but I'm sure we're going to see the AI improve as well. There was right up on the white line as we head out through the exit of Ferradura. You've always got to be committed there, but it's so easy just to get done for track limits violations as well. It's just rolling the car through these next couple of corners. There's not that many improvements coming in from the AI. I've only lost a couple of places so far, but hopefully as we head in towards the final corner of the lap there you go, half a second clear as we try and roll back on the throttle. George Russell's in the drop zone, so that is huge for the Mercedes, man. No, he's not. Russell improves. Hamilton now looks to be in the drop zone then. Will we push him further down? Yes, we will, I believe. Where do we end up in Q1? Still only P17. Well, there we are then. Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri top of the pile so far, so McLaren looking very good. Sergio Perez P5 by the end of Q1. I want to see that lap by the Cadillac, man. That is incredible there. Quicker than Ocon, quicker than Russell, who looked like for a moment he could have been out in Q1 as well there. Both Mercedes make it through. Valtteri Bottas obviously out. Hulkenberg still couldn't get a lap together when all is said and done. But for the second weekend in a row, by less than half a tenth a second, we end up out in Q1. Verstappen, by the skin of his teeth, squeezes through. And that was honestly down to battery management in the end. It worked out alright for us though in Mexico. We were able to carve our way back through the pack. Hopefully, we can do the same today.
Formula One returns to Interlagos once again with the stage set for what promises to be another classic Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel famously clinched his third championship here in 2012, and just 4 years later, Max Verstappen treated us to one of the finest wet weather drives of all time. Interlagos, always a very special race here in Brazil. It's a 2.7-mile circuit with 9 left turns and 6 right turns for a total of 15 corners. It's a wet one today as well, so grip and visibility will be at a premium, and the drivers will need to be careful coming up the hill in Sector 3, the scene of many an accident over the years. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position. And Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri and Verstappen, Albon, Sainz, Hadjar and Pierre Gasly, Alonso, Lawson, Sergio Perez and Lindblad, Mr. Monaco, Hamilton, Franco Colapinto and Lance Stroll, Bottas, Ocon, Hulkenberg and Ollie Behrman rounds off the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, with both Haas drivers then serving some grid penalties, we're up to P15 then on the grid, ready for the Brazilian GP. But yeah, look at that weather. Wet to dry, and maybe back to wet again. We'll have to wait and see as to how things pan out over the course of the afternoon. I love Sao Paulo, though. It's a really good, fun track. It is one where the AI are very good as well, though, on this game. So we'll wait and see as to what we can achieve today. Gonna go 2 laps under on the fuel as well, but the goal early on is start on the intermediates and take them as far as we possibly can. See what happens with the weather as this race rolls on as well. 5 red lights, though, about to come on for the Brazilian Grand Prix. Lights out, and away we go there, and actually getting off to quite a decent start. Well, immediately trying to look around the outside of Lindblad as Perez there just covers me off, gives us nowhere to go on the run in towards turn 1. Just a little bit of contact there again with Perez, who I think just understeered a bit through turn 1 and turn 2 there. We actually get a warning for the collision. Not really too sure there was a lot I could have done there as Hamilton now trying to look down the inside as well, and able to roll on the throttle a whole lot earlier. Of course, straight line mode still activated in the rain, but it's only the front wing, not the rear wing as well there, so just got to keep that in mind as we roll our way through these first couple of corners. Already, yeah, Mercedes able to recover from their disappointment in Q1. 1 and 2 on the grid, and 1 and 2 as they head up the hill. Of course, George Russell could be world champion next weekend now in Las Vegas. If things go his way, all he's got to do is win these next couple of Grand Prix, and he will be champion once again. There is around the outside of Lewis Hamilton. You might try to look down the inside of Perez as well then. Didn't make up any real progress, obviously, through those opening couple of corners, but want to try and move our way up towards the points as early as we possibly can. There is getting a big wobble as we head down the hill. I tell you what, we're not far away from full wet conditions here very, very early on in the GP as well, so got to bear that in mind as we make our way through the early laps. Of course, the rain is meant to get lighter again, but, I mean, you can see how much water is getting moved around by Arvid Lindblad just in front of us. Let's get a weather report.
The rain's getting lighter now, but it's going to take a while for the track to dry out. Inter seems to be the fastest tyre for now.
So we've really started this Grand Prix just as the rain is meant to be getting less and less. But we'll just see what our pace is like early on. I've opted for a slightly more wet-orientated setup. But of course, you've got to be a bit compromised both ways, as here goes Perez. Clearly, I'm running a bit more wing than the Mexican there, who dives to the inside. We should hopefully get back on the throttle around his outside down the hill. And we hang on for now. Got yellows. We got yellows early on then. There's already Mark moaning about kind of fuel management and everything like that. But seems like one of the Haas cars, I want to say, it could have been Bottas actually, down in turn 1's made a little bit of an error. The annoying thing for us, though, is we just don't have the straight line speed here. Seems like they have been tweaking kind of the way the AI drive in the wet, but yeah, I'm just running way too much wing early on and not really able to make any progress. In fact, I gain a load back through the middle sector, but then I'm basically losing it all through Sector 1 and Sector 3. When I saw it was going to be raining here in Brazil this weekend, I pictured this race being absolute cinema. Early on, it's just not right now. Again, it's just the problem with the ERS modes on this game. Now, I believe apparently they've actually altered this IRL, so now you can mix and match your management, obviously in wet conditions. Now, I don't believe we haven't had a wet race yet, have we, so far with this generation of cars, so we haven't really kind of faced this issue anyway, but yeah, I'm just a little bit slower than Lawson and Lindblad in front. I mean, they're completely in no man's land right now. Perez isn't close enough to get to me, but obviously he's quick enough in a straight line that Hamilton can't find a way around him. The only saving grace is tyre wear is so low that I could legitimately go to the end of this race on this single set of intermediates if it never dries up. So I guess we could try that if we need to. Get towards lap 10 then, the rain is definitely stopping here. You're starting to see now a proper drying line beginning to form, and well, I don't know if Lindblad's made a little error.
Expected to. I want you to stay out a little longer. Extend, extend.
Yeah, I don't think whatever strategy Mark's recommending to me is going to be the way we go anyway. I think we could see a switch to the dry compound tyres at some point soon, but yeah, Lindblad, I don't know, like I said, whether he's made just a little error on this last lap, or whether he's just generally lacking a bit of pace against his teammate. But either way, we are taking a bit of time out of him. We are seeing more and more purple lap times coming in. Max Verstappen now has just gotten top of the board there, as it looks like Lando Norris is finally trying to push those Mercedes, see if he can force some errors out of them. But yeah, both Lawson and Lindblad now beginning to struggle. Luckily, yeah, Perez as well, you've just heard there, not able to match this either as this track is drying out. So definitely feels like in the dry pace, in the dry weather, we should have more pace in this Grand Prix. Again, though, it's going to be down to strategy. It's going to be down to kind of when people pit, what you pit onto. Team reckon there's about another 10 minutes of rain, so that would probably take us just past when the AI would originally think about stopping.
Tyre situation's an interesting one, but I think the right call is to stick with what we've got for now.
Yeah, that normally is a good omen that it might be getting towards time to switch, but not yet. We've got yellows. That, I think, is another one behind us. Oh, it must have been Perez, who just had a little wobble then through the first couple of corners. That's now unleashed Hamilton. And I'm sure it won't be long before he's right up my gearbox. Oh, Hamilton's in. Okay. So I don't know, say, you guys would have already seen the replay, but I don't know if there was contact between him and Perez. Oh, there you go. Team now are suggesting we see a switch to the dry compound tyres, so I don't know yet. It still feels like a little bit early to me. Team are saying hard tyres though, so I guess we'll wait and see what other drivers do. Yeah, we're not saving up much fuel here either at the moment, so we're going to have to be a little bit more careful with that. But yeah, Hamilton first one in then, so maybe Ferrari just trying to see if they can leapfrog their way up the order a bit more. Has been a tough year for their drivers. Most of our other runners then peeling into the pit lane, apart from one Mercedes that has opted to stay out here. I mean, look at that, both V-carbs opting to double stack as they head into the pit lane as well. I'm going to stay out though. We've seen this a couple of times where the AI will maybe jump the gun a little bit. So yeah, I'm just going to stay out here at least one more lap and kind of see how the intermediates are faring. But the other big thing, of course, is every lap extra I go now might mean that we can go straight over to hards to the end of the Grand Prix. Some of the AI might be trying it anyway, but hopefully as well we'll give Hulkenberg a little bit of a boost there, as you can already see Leclerc and Verstappen really struggling actually to try and get the power down as we head in towards Sector 2. So yeah, look at that, Verstappen again running very wide there, and obviously I don't think the track's dry enough yet down the inside of Leclerc. Careful not to go into the back of the Dutchman as well, but around the outside of Max through the next hairpin there, and well, that should give you an idea that maybe the AI have switched too early. Russell now behind Lando Norris in this Grand Prix as well. But I mean, look at that. Whoa. Don't look at that, though. We've almost taken out the World Championship leader. Has just dipped a wheel on a much worse puddle. But, oh, you can see the AI understeering everywhere. Russell gets a bit squirrely off the exit of the corner as well. There is a little bit more contact between the pair of us. But Antonelli then maybe has accidentally overcut everybody else here just because he's been able to stay on the correct tyre for a little bit longer as well. So not sure what's going on with it. But you can see Lando there sailing it off down in towards turn 1. The AI have definitely gone far too early. It definitely feels like we're getting closer and closer to that crossover point. I mean, look at this. Still, Lando Norris not able to carry any kind of momentum there as up in towards that next hairpin. We will die to the inside of the McLaren man. And, oh yeah, look at that. Antonelli has gained like 4 seconds because of this. I think he was already out in the net lead of the Grand Prix anyway. And obviously, you know, didn't have to deal with 20 other cars in the pit lane as well. But we've taken 3 seconds out of the race leader on that lap. I don't believe we're meant to see any more rain. I don't think it's going to roll up quick enough.
Is 5 or 10 minutes more of rain before it starts to dry up.
Yeah, so team still aren't sure
right now, dries or enters.
So yeah, team really aren't decided yet on what's best to be running. So I'm going to wait until the McLaren is definitely quicker than me again, and then we'll probably make the switch. Well, there you go. Straight line mode now has been activated, so now we might be getting to that crossover point then. That's going to mean, of course, we can use a bit more battery and everything else as well. But, I mean, we're still taking time out of Kimi. Look at that gap now down to about 5 seconds here. I know we're good through the middle sector anyway, but I think everybody's still jumping the gun, and it's still working for me. I mean, that should tell you everything you need to know. We've just gone fastest. Oh, in this Grand Prix there was maybe a little bit too hot back in towards turn 1, but we're still going purple on the intermediate tyre there, so clearly Brazil now is throwing up a bit of spice. I mean, our tyres aren't bad at the moment. Like I said, we probably could take these all the way to the end if I wanted to. Now we're starting to get a little bit of understeer from the front. But there we go, Antonelli, new fastest lap of the day. We then casually drop another 1.5 seconds on him, so still, these intermediates, just by staying out on them, not kind of worrying about what the AI are doing, just focusing on what the track's doing here. I think everybody has been too worried, kind of looking over each other's shoulder.
We think the slick might now be the quicker tyre. If you think you can keep it on the road, let's consider swapping over.
Well, there we go. So team now are saying that it might be time for dries. Every other car is on the dries, but the team are now saying it might be time for dries. It's tyre wear now beginning to ramp up quite aggressively. Gap to Antonelli still only 2 seconds, so it might be time to call it this time. Yeah, I know that McLaren, oh sorry, the Mercedes even is quicker than our own car anyway, but Antonelli now starting to get the power down a little bit earlier, starting just to build up a little bit of a gap once again. There is no doubt in my mind that we have made the right call here, staying out as long as we did. Make sure I mash my brake pedal so we don't get done for speeding on the way in as well. But I mean, you can see there we were quicker in Sector 1. We were still gaining a little bit of time in Sector 2, but the AI now were getting quicker than us. So onto a set of hard tyres to hopefully take us through to the checkered flag as everybody setting new fastest laps of the day as well. Are we going to get ahead of Alonso and Hadjar as we head back out into the circuit? It's going to be close on pit lane exit. Oh, a little bit of understeer there. Don't want to risk losing the wing as well, but I've jumped both the V-carbs then. You can see how much that's worked against them. But now we've got to try and go in pursuit of Hadjar and Alonso. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Isaac Hadjar. Alonso as well. Having a bit of a battle back in towards turn 1. Of course, we get the double benefit of this late pit stop as well. Because, of course, now it means we're on fresher tyres than everybody else. I'm pretty certain most people are going to go to the end. I saw Charles Leclerc. He was on medium, so he might have to pit again as well. I think he might be a bit too quick for us. But, yeah, now we're just got to try and reel in Isaac and Fernando. Just build up that confidence. Kind of learning exactly where the grip is. I mean, it's still very overcast here. That second rain shower could arrive at any time. Seems to be a sitting duck down the straights there as Hadjar again looks to the right, looks to the left. We set a new fastest lap of the day. I'd love to get 2 for the price of 1 there through the first couple of corners as Isaac Hadjar braves it around the outside of Fernando, but we're going to get a huge run on the pair of them then. 2 for the price of 1 off of the first corner. Looks like Fernando somehow still has the legs over the Red Bull there, but back into the top 10 then. really for the first time in kind of net strategy in this Grand Prix, but after a slow start to this Grand Prix, strategy has certainly made it very interesting. Well, Isaac Hadjar seems to have found a way around Fernando Alonso as well, so I'm sure he's going to be keeping me honest as we round towards the end of this Grand Prix. It's a bit of a weird one though, like I said, where it was so quiet early on. But luckily for me, Sainz and Gasly are having a bit of a battle in front. Alexander Albon though, got to think about him in the bigger picture, so he looks like he's going to extend his gap over us in the world title. So I'm pretty certain that's my first warning of the day. Pierre Gasly and Alpine then, they just want to score as many points as they possibly can. Does feel like, at least in the last couple of weekends, that car has taken a bit of a leap forward, but Carlos Sainz again then trying to have a look to the outside. Oscar Piastri into the pit lane then, so that's very, very interesting off of a set of the hard compound tyres. So I didn't realise Oscar was struggling as much as he is, but can I do a double overtake again? Yes, we can, to the inside of Gasly and Carlos Sainz there. So out of the center S, we just seem to be able to get the drive up to P5 then in this Grand Prix. I think a few other drivers will also pit, but that's going to mean they're going to be very, very quick towards the checkered flag.
We think we might see some rain, ETA about 15 minutes.
Well, there you go then. Had this race been a 100%er, it looks likely that we would have had more rain during the second half of the afternoon as well. 15 minutes though, 7 laps remaining. That's not going to be cause for concern today, as I'm still just trying to chase down Alexander Albon here. Could potentially be a very big result for the pair of us. But we still got the likes of Lando Norris trying to close back in. I think McLaren though have really fumbled this right now, because Mercedes are now back 1 and 2, so I don't quite know what McLaren were trying to achieve there. The other thing I'm a bit nervous about is actually the fuel usage. We're still 0.7 laps under right now. Once the track's dried up, we are saving a lot, but we're not saving enough. There's a lot still to monitor then as we get towards the end of this Grand Prix. Less than 5 laps to go. I've still got to keep an eye on the fuel. We're still taking time out of Albon. I've got Gasly still up my chuff as well. And Lando Norris now, of course, is trying to fight his way through a lot of these cars as well. So, yeah, we really did have the calm before the storm. But the storm before the calm here in Brazil. Very, very confusing. But yeah, certainly as this race is reaching its conclusion, it is delivering at the moment. It's also, I must say, much, much better than it was back on F1 25. The AI now are no longer OP out onto the straights as well. So yeah, we're actually able to take time out of Albon. Normally by now, I'd just be losing loads of ground there, as here goes Norris to the outside of Gasly just behind us. Oh, a little bit of understeer there back through turn 1. We'll try to use the camber just to carry the nose through, but Gasly tried to get the elbows out. I don't think it's worked for him. So Lando Norris will probably get to me before I can get to Albon. Well, 2 laps to go then of this Brazilian Grand Prix. We've got the overtake boost now against Alexander Albon, but annoyingly, Lando Norris will definitely have it on me as well. Albon down the hill there just tries to go a little bit defensive. We pretty much saved the fuel though that we need towards the end of the afternoon as well, but I probably want to try and find a way around Albon just to give ourselves a bit of extra breathing room. Well, against Lando Norris, they're a little bit wide out of Ferradura, and Norris senses blood in the water at this stage of the Grand Prix. Up at the front of the order, it is still Andrea Kimi Antonelli leading the way, but as long as I save up a little bit more battery, surely there's not going to be a lot more that Alex Albon can do. You can just see, though, rear tyres getting a little bit slip-slidey, just having to use a little bit of boost to make sure we stay in the overtake mode against Alexander Albon as well then. But heading out of the final corner then for the penultimate time in this Grand Prix. I'm just going to keep using the boost. You can see the light flashing on the back of Albon's car. He realises we're still gaining on him. To the outside, we'll go back in towards turn 1. The AI are always pretty good on the brakes there, but it's always been out of turn 2 that we've been very, very confident throughout the Grand Prix so far. Lando Norris still waiting in the wings, as can we get a run on Alexander Albon down in towards turn 4. Albon will swing defensive. He needs to charge at the pack a little bit more, though. He understeers around the outside. A little bit of contact made between us, but we make the move work on Alexander Albon then, and up to P4 in this Grand Prix. It certainly has been. I'll be honest, I was worried early on that this race is going to be an absolute snoozer here in Brazil, but that has not been the case. Once the circuit dried up, Sao Paulo has been sensational. Out of the final couple of corners though, Kimi Antonelli is going to become a two-time Formula 1 Grand Prix winner there. Denies George Russell the victory this weekend. Great strategy, great pace by the young Italian. Out of the final corner though, dumping the battery as we make the run back towards the line. Will Lando Norris be able to try and get past Alexander Albon as well? It's going to be mighty close. Albon hangs on. We get P4.
That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
This has been absolutely magnificent. Victory today for Kimi Antonelli.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
And once all the hard work is over, and after lap of brilliant racing, it's time now to celebrate with our podium trio. A young man with a big future, today's a winner. Well done, Kimi Antonelli.
Well, I'll be honest then, after Saturday afternoon, and especially the early laps of the Grand Prix, if you told me P4 was going to be possible, I never would have believed you. Kimi Antonelli, though, 5.5 seconds clear. He is victorious this weekend ahead of George Russell. Max Verstappen, back-to-back podiums. So, yeah, building up a bit of momentum down at Red Bull. Maybe they could be a threat as we head into 2027. We finished, though, in P4 there, just ahead of Alexander Albon, who barely clung on ahead of Lando Norris come the checkered flag. Gasly ahead of Sainz, Charles Leclerc ahead of Piastri, and yeah, those two stoppers, it definitely did not pay dividends for them as the afternoon went on. Bit of a shame for Fernando Alonso. I feel like he deserved points today, but ultimately unable to do so as, there we go, Ocon, Stroll and Bottas all one lap down, but every single driver got to the checkered flag as well. What does that do to the World Championship? Well, it means now George Russell 48 clear of Lando Norris, so as long as he outscores him by 2 next weekend, George Russell will officially be your Formula 1 World Champion. Oscar Piastri still 6 points ahead of Charles Leclerc. Antonelli now another further point behind there as Verstappen now only 14 points off making it to the FIA Prize Gala. Lewis Hamilton is basically locked down P7 now. He basically can't finish any higher, can't finish any lower. Alexander Albon now just 3 points ahead of ourselves, but both of us crossed the 100-point barrier for the season as well. So very, very happy with that. Carlos Sainz ahead of Isaac Hadjar still, and Gasly ahead of Colapinto as, yeah, more points for the Frenchman again. Constructors-wise, Mercedes now 41 clear of McLaren. A huge weekend for them here in Sao Paulo. Ferrari 212 points back. Big ups to 212, ahead of Red Bull, Williams, and ourselves as well. There, of course, with us crossing the 100-point barrier, it also means that Audi crossed the 100-point barrier as well. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns out for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 22 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the Las Vegas Grand Prix, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Brazil, I would highly, highly recommend going back and checking it out. Sao Paulo, changeable weather. It was a very entertaining race. I think anybody that knows Formula 1 well enough should know that, yep, Sao Paulo and mixed conditions pretty much always delivers some rather entertaining racing as well. But 3 races to go of this first season of our F126 career mode. And yeah, I'm feeling fairly confident as we return here to the Las Vegas streets. Of course, most of our focus still is on about trying to make sure this car is ready for Season 2. Of course, with those regulation changes, we are busy working behind the scenes to try and make sure everything is all prepared. Now, we've got almost 800 R&D at the the moment. The best way to go about things, though, on this game is actually try and save up as much R&D as you possibly can, and then obviously prioritize the most expensive upgrades first as well. That being said, though, Hulkenberg is doing a very, very good job at trying to get a few of these bits and pieces sorted, so I guess I'll try and begin to sort out a few bits as well. But yeah, like I said, obviously really, really looking forward to heading into Season 2. We've now only got 4 more upgrades that need to be sorted, and then we won't lose any performance ready for next season's campaign. Taking a look, though, at the World Championship standings, George Russell, simply put, if he outscores Lando Norris by 2 points today, he will be Formula 1 World Champion as well. Of course, Lando, he did look like he had the pace last weekend now in Brazil, and then McLaren completely messed up the strategy in the end. So George Russell, despite only finishing in P2 behind his teammate Andrea Kimi Antonelli, we've actually had, 3 different winners from the last 3 GP as well this season. Yeah, George Russell is still extending that margin up at the top of the World Championship. In fact, I'm pretty certain Lando Norris hasn't finished ahead of George, once. Mexico was the only time in the second half of this season, since the summer break, that Lando has finished ahead of George. Constructors-wise, there's still a bit more to play for there. McLaren only 41 back behind Mercedes, so they do kind of need Mercedes to have a little bit of a disaster still. But I'm sure Mercedes will be looking to try and get that over the checkered flag as well, as soon as possible. Of course, a return to form for the Brackley-based squad after disappointment throughout the ground effect era as well. But obviously, yeah, if you're new, please make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are getting closer and closer to 160,000 subs at the moment. But yeah, let's head out then here to the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Stand by to see cars at more than 210 miles an hour blasting their way down the strip. F1 has taken over. It's F1 Fever, Las Vegas.
Well, our first time then racing here in Sin City on F1 26, and I must admit, I'm intrigued to see how this race weekend is going to go. This track, of course, is a bit of a unique one in Formula 1, so battery management here is going to be imperative to try and make sure that obviously we can move our way up the order. Charles Leclerc, first driver to go under the 1 minute 30 barrier this weekend. I'm not expecting though to qualify that high up the order, all things being equal. I think this is going to be a track where the AI are very, very good over 1 lap. Normally, actually, Vegas on previous games has been one of my better kind of qualifying venues as well, but the last 2 weekends we've missed out on Q2 by less than half a tenth of a second, so maybe we can try and make Q2 today. But yeah, early on I'm not holding my breath. Of course, goal of the first run, just try and get a decent time on the board. Although we are already up on Arvid Lindblad. Making our way then out onto the Las Vegas Strip, trying to just use all of our battery rather strategically. I've got a little bit left still in the charge there, but of course this has got to be one of the longest straight line modes in all of Formula 1. Probably only beaten out by Azerbaijan. There is all a little bit of a rear locking moment down at the final couple of corners. Making our way though, trying to roll back on the throttle as early as we possibly can. We did go purple through the middle sector then, so we're still very, very good through there. What is this first run gonna be? A 31.3. We go P14, so we're above the cutoff line, but not by much. Well, I'm going to wait and see then whether enough of the AI are able to improve on this last run. I'm just going to try and save a little bit of battery as we make our way out of the final corner as well, because you end up using a lot of it just to kind of get back to the start-finish line as well. So if we go into hot lap mode now, we'll lose a bit of time back in towards turn 1, but of course it's such a short run into that first corner, it won't really make much of a difference. Like I said, I've just got to wait and see whether we're going to get pushed into that relegation zone to kind of work out whether I want to burn up the tyres on a second run here. We're still P14, P15, P16, P17. There we go. So we do need to try and go for it this time round then, but I'm already half a second down by the time we head out of the first sector as well. So this should give you guys an idea as to kind of the battery, kind of how much difference it can make over the course of a lap here. In fact, we're already down to P19 as everybody else finishes their runs, but hopefully we're going to be able to claw a bit of the time back as we make our way, obviously, towards the strip. Hopefully we're going to have a lot more battery to kind of use up through that section, but it's just annoying the way sometimes even though you don't want it to. The ERS is still applicated there as 3/4 of a second down now. So you really do need to find a lot then as we make our way out onto the strip. And I reckon I've messed this up royally. We are still way down in terms of performance right now, and we can't even use any more of the battery either. So we're not really gaining anything as we head down in towards the final couple of corners then. Need to try and nail this chicane. Oh, careful not to lock the rears on the way in there, and we'll just have to try and roll back on the throttle as early as we possibly can. We are gaining time back, but I think we've messed this up royally. Out of the final corner, we are still going to be about 2/10 down by the time we get to the flag. 19th on the grid here in Vegas, and I think I outsmarted myself. There we are then, Charles Leclerc, the only man to dip under the 90-second barrier there. George Russell, though, prime position for a World Championship this weekend in P2, ahead of Oscar Piastri and Lewis Hamilton there. Carlos Sainz in 5th, Hadjar up in P7 as well, as Lando Norris only in 6th spot. But Valtteri Bottas gets through for Cadillac. Both Haas cars make it through as well. Andrea Kimi Antonelli a little bit further down the order than he would have wanted. But look at Hülkenberg, P10 for our teammate here. Is he finally going to be able to score a point this season? Time will tell.
Welcome to Las Vegas, and for Formula One, it's welcome back to Las Vegas. No longer do we race in the Caesars Palace car park. Tonight, the time is right to go racing in the street. 17 corners, 3 straights, and the glitz and glamour of Las Vegas as we race around the 3.8 miles of Sin City. The strip has been taken over to become a straight tonight, commanding top speeds of around 212 miles an hour. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Verstappen, Sainz, Albon, Hadjar, and Pierre Gasly, Ocon, Alonso, Ollie Behrman, and Hülkenberg, Piastri, Bottas, Sergio Perez, and Mr. Monaco, Stroll, Colapinto, Lindblad, and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Luckily then, we have gained 1 spot back on the grid this weekend. Always seems to be a car or two that takes some grid penalties each and every time out. But interesting then. Team want us to try and go on a bit of an alternate strategy tonight. And honestly, I think that's not a bad shout. Just got to try and stay out of trouble early on. It might be a bit of damage limitation against the likes of Alexander Albon in terms of the World Championship picture as well. Of course, he is still my goal to try and beat by the end of the campaign. But ready then on the grid here for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. I'm looking forward to this one. Fingers crossed we can keep it clean and tidy. Oh, mighty long hold there, but it is lights out and away we go as we try and roll the car off the start line procedure. And already you can see Bottas trying to make a move on our teammate Nico Hülkenberg down towards turn 1. One Cadillac looks for a move on an Audi. One Audi is going to look for a move on a Cadillac as well. I thought Bottas was going to put us in the wall there. Oscar Piastri as well. Obviously also starting down the order there as we smack the outside wall off for turn 2. And that's going to give us no momentum as we make our way down in towards turn 3 and turn 4. Careful not to run into the back of our teammate either. The last thing we want is a lap 1 crash with him nice and early on, especially at a race circuit where a lot can change there. As all Perez, I think, wanted to cover me off, but not going to allow him to do that one then. So Cadillac versus Audi seems to be the battle early on here on these Vegas streets. Not quite able to carry the momentum though around the outside. We will use a little bit of battery then as we make our way through the S's around the outside of Sergio Perez as well. They're trying to recharge the pack just a little bit more as well, as we'll just give him a bit of a squeeze out onto the strip. And yeah, you can't really make it work around the outside there as well. Let's see what kind of top-end speed is doable then with the straight line mode here, as clearly our teammate not opting to use much of his. 215 miles an hour already. 216 there as well. I wasn't expecting the Cadillac and the McLaren to be battling just in front. 218 miles an hour first time round, and that came with not too much slipstream, as no idea what's going on up in front there. Huge concertinaing out through the final couple of corners, but one of the Mercedes leading at the end of lap 1, and it is George Russell then So Lando Norris in hot pursuit. Of course, if George wins this race, he is officially world champion. If Lando Norris wins this race, that title fight drags on to Qatar next weekend. Making our way then out onto the strip yet again. Hulkenberg that time around was still pulling away from me at 218 miles an hour. 219, maybe 220. There you go. Look at that. 220 miles an hour as we head down the strip. So at least these Season 1 cars, definitely not as quick as what we had back on F1 25. I will be intrigued to know, though, in a bit more time, just what VMAX is on F1 26. Well, although the AI were never that great here, they weren't as bad as they were like a track like Spa-Francorchamps or Monaco on F1 26. So, yeah, they're actually very, very competitive, though, here in Vegas. I'm struggling to make much progress whatsoever early on then in this race, as everybody's pretty much just limited to the same kind of speeds down the straight there. As 221 that time round, as we will pull out the slipstream right at the last moment against our teammate Hulkenberg, and finally then beginning to make a little bit more progress up towards the top 10 here. Up at the front though, it is still Mercedes leading the way with George Russell, but Lando Norris is not letting them get away. I'm sure he just hoped that he had a rear gunner in Oscar Piastri, but that's not happening at the moment. Now, of course, it also means Mercedes probably put one hand on the Constructors' Trophy. We've got yellows. Someone seems to be running into problems then, and that's annoying. That was just beginning to get a little bit of a run on Valtteri Bottas then. Who is that having a mechanical failure? I can see smoke. I think it might be Carlos Sainz's Williams. So one of our big rivals in Carlos Sainz then is going to be our first retirement of the day. Big shame for him, but you can suddenly see now this has left a mad scramble just in front of us, and that's going to be a VSC. Do I pit now? I don't think it's worth pitting now. I just don't see a way. If we'd started on the mediums, I would consider gambling it, but I'm not convinced. Yeah, I don't think we could take a set of mediums 20 laps between now and the checkered flag then, so that's going to be a little bit of a shame. I don't think anybody is going to really pit in unless they picked up damage. So we'll have to go again next lap. Well, that's the one issue we've got as well from having VSCs, especially around a track that is so cold as the one here in Las Vegas. It's really difficult to then fire up the medium tyres again. As Colapinto, I think they just overtook me into yellow flags, so backs out of it. Not too sure now who's breaking down in this Grand Prix as well. Oh, it was Franco Colapinto. That's why he was slowing down then, so Colapinto was retiring from this Grand Prix as I went back past him then, so not too sure if that's going to bring out another VSC in this Grand Prix. I think we're going to be all good for now, but annoyingly, I'm now in a bit of no man's land. There's 2 retirements already. We're not even at lap 10. We've got more yellows. Oh no, I think Leclerc's span. Charles Leclerc, I think, is in the wall as we make our way through the hairpin, and yep, that's going to be a red flag, a complete roadblock here in Las Vegas, as there you go, more and more drama coming out from this Grand Prix. So 2 retirements, a red flag as well. But what's that going to mean on the strategy for the second half of the afternoon? I think anybody that started on mediums has been given a lifeline.
We've got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
I mean, the mediums should be able to go to the checkered flag from here, but I'm getting a little bit worried as well that they now reckon rain is on the horizon. I think I've only ever had one wet Las Vegas Grand Prix, and that was rather chaotic back into Sauber a couple of years ago. But anyway, getting ready to restart then on the medium tyres. You can see a lot of people have opted for the hards. Lights out, and away we go then. So Charles Leclerc, he has been forced way down the order. Hulkenberg has had a lightning getaway, so he wants to try and have a look for some moves back in towards turn 1. We'll just park the bus a little bit there as everybody trips over each other through the first couple of corners. I get a warning for a collision with Valtteri Bottas that I didn't even realise I had, but look at that then. Obviously able to fire up these mediums a lot quicker than the AI are able to fire up their hards as well. Leclerc, those on softs, so I don't expect to be able to go much quicker than him right now. It's also given Oscar Piastri a bit of a lifeline in this Grand Prix as well, because that's given him a huge reset here. But yeah, like I said, of course, sometimes, you get the strategy right, sometimes you get the strategy wrong, but it's definitely worked out for the medium runners. They've effectively got all of their stint out of those tyres with the advantage, and now, of course, can easily go to the end and still have an advantage throughout the rest of this Grand Prix as well. So yeah, we're really going to have to just try and make sure we keep it clean and tidy, he says, immediately going into Charles Leclerc's diffuser. But up to P12 then, I believe this is the highest we've ran so far today. So there's got to be some good signs. Leclerc and Verstappen as well, not happy with each other as we make our way in towards the final couple of turns. But I mean, look how quickly that Ferrari can pull through that penultimate corner there. Down the inside, though, we will go at turn 1. Again, though, I'm just more worried about the likes of Verstappen and co. Of course, we know Leclerc will have to pit again. He's not the man I'm worried about overtaking. It's about trying to get ourselves into the top 10 against some of those hard runners. As here we go. Leclerc again to the outside. We will try and Lyco a lot behind him. And Verstappen has the same idea. Oscar Piastri then still feeling like a bit of a sitting duck against a lot of the other runners here. Feels like he's struggling with the battery management a bit more than the likes of Verstappen and Charles Leclerc as well, as the Monegasque man still trying to make more and more progress up the order. But again, top speeds in excess of 220 miles an hour as we head down the strip. The problem is we just can't use the battery there as Leclerc goes for another one. This time around on Fernando Alonso, who's having a pretty miracle run in that Aston Martin right now. We will try and get to the inside of Piastri, though, as all Leclerc this time around is the one without any kind of straight line speed. He aggressively tries to tuck back in behind Verstappen as well there, so it's a good job I backed out of that one. We'll get Leclerc as well, though, back in towards that first corner, as Alonso somehow still ahead of a Red Bull, a Ferrari, and a McLaren at the moment. Isaac Hadjar's having a pretty good race as well, fighting a little bit further up the order as Verstappen will make the move happen. I wanted to try and have a look down the inside of Alonso. Leclerc wanted to have a look down the inside of me. It is all kicking off at this stage of the afternoon. But as we will go back down the inside of Charles Leclerc, still wheel to wheel as we head towards these next corners. But Alexander Albon there running up in P6. That is the man I need to try and beat. What on earth is going on there? We're getting dive bombed. I think they're 3 wide just in front of us as well as Verstappen. Oh, we'll have 2 for the price of 1. Alonso checks up behind. Pierre Gasly as well. Slow off the exit of the corner, so I've accidentally gone for a couple of overtakes as well. Around the outside of Alexander Albon then, back in towards turn 1. And well, Vegas, I fear, is going to be a rather scary affair towards the end of this Formula 1 season. Just got to try and keep it down the inside of Albon. Of course, I know we've got to try and get ahead of him. We want to kind of get these tyres through to the checkered flag as well, but that Williams car very, very quick in a straight line. Or as he's going to try and send it back around the outside of Verstappen. Gasly actually runs into the back of us there, almost looping it around as we lost all grip on the back end of the car there. But Albon and Verstappen, of course, former Red Bull teammates, we're going to drift into the sphere again. As you can still see wheel to wheel just in front of us as Albon gets the elbows out. He will move back past Max Verstappen as well. I'm going to try and get a run on the pair of them as we make our way past the Venetian Hotel. Oh, a lot of understeer there. Got to make sure you keep the car in the groove. But suddenly now, we are up to P6. Trying to get a run then on Lewis Hamilton as we make our way down the strip. So it seems like Ferrari have completely screwed over both of their cars this weekend with the strategy as this race has gone on. Hamilton was having a fairly clean and tidy affair all by himself. But not quite going to be the way this works out in the end. And Ferrari might be lucky to score a point towards the end of the afternoon. Around the outside of our fellow Brit, up to P5 then. As that's what I was going to ask. I know Lando Norris is on hards, but I didn't know what the Mercedes were doing because they'd absolutely pulled away from him. So I think, yeah, Russell's in. So suddenly now, Lando Norris has got a great opportunity to take points out of the Mercedes boys towards the end of this race. And maybe this World Championship is not over just yet. There you go, Andrea Kimi Antonelli then into the pit lane here. Lando Norris, I don't believe, has won a race since before the summer break, but finally tonight, he is back up to P1 then, with just a handful of laps to go here in Las Vegas. I mean, Mercedes, they've still got to try and fight their way back through the order. I don't know when Hulkenberg's going to peel into the pit lane either. Pretty certain he was on a set of mediums when I last looked. But halfway through this stint, the tyres will get to the end. Team keep yelling at me that we need to try and dive into the pit lane, but I'm certainly not yet. Around the outside of Isaac Hadjar, we will go back in towards turn 1. And, well, really, for the first time tonight, I've started to believe that maybe a win could be possible here. Lando Norris, well, only a couple of seconds up the road there as Hadjar tries to squeeze us right up against the inside wall. Hulkenberg peels into the pit lane, so clearly our teammate doesn't believe he can stretch this out to the end of the GP. Round the outside the wall of Hadjar, we almost drift into his side pod there as locking up the rear axle ever so slightly, but down the inside we will go Oh, again, just trying to manage the brakes. Apologies there, Isaac. Just ran out into him there as we had to try and stop the rear end from completely going round on us. But up to P2 now here in Las Vegas. Of course, Lando Norris still trying to scamper away up at the front of the order, but of course all this battling is really screwing over those Mercs. And moving around the brake bias a little bit more, just a bit of extra stability back into the front end of the car as well. But I tell you what, these medium tyres are hanging on incredibly well towards the end of this Grand Prix. Lando Norris only 1.6 seconds up the road. Of course, he's in a horrible dilemma at the moment. He wants to push. He needs the points in the World Championship, but he can't afford to make a mistake. If he makes an error now, picks up damage, loses, you know, a wheel or a wing or anything, that could be his World Championship dreams done and dusted here. Of course, whether he beats me or not, he's likely to take points out of George Russell. We've also been massively helped along because Isaac Hadjar senses a podium and is not letting his teammate Max Verstappen get away. Of course, Albon as well getting caught up in all of that. But effectively, yeah, I mean, you can see how much we're closing in on Lando, and we're pulling away from the Red Bulls behind. Dare I believe win number 2 of this series is on. Just over 1 lap to go then here. Lando Norris now starting just to put his finger out a little bit more again. Just kind of realising those extra 7 points could be pivotal by the end of the season there. I was talking about losing wings or wheels. I almost put the car into the outside wall as well. We need to try and make sure that I'm in the overtake mode. But I also obviously wanted to try and make sure that we had enough battery to really attack him heading into this final lap as well. But you just see how much we're gaining on the McLaren car as we head down this back straight. We'll try and put a little bit more juice back into the pack as we make our way through the final couple of corners. But one more lap to go then here from Las Vegas. And I tell you what, heading into this weekend, I was certainly not expecting anything like this to be possible. I know Vegas could be quite a crazy race, but honestly, our medium tyres have hung on so well, and you're actually able to put some temperature into them. I never felt confident on the hard tyres like I have done on these mediums, even though they're at over 60%, and they're definitely struggling a little bit through some of the twisty bits here. Looks like Verstappen has been able to get away from Hadjar and Alexander Albon towards the end of the afternoon. But I think, yeah, Lando Norris's last victory, I want to say might have been Hungary or Belgium this campaign. It has been brutal for him ever since the summer break. Mercedes and George Russell have been absolutely relentless when it comes to their speed and their consistency and just their ability to not make errors as this campaign has worn on. And for Lando Norris, a bit like last year with McLaren, we've seen more and more errors coming out of that team and out of that driver as well, where he just hasn't been able to capitalise. Oh, that was a lot of curb there. Somehow we get away with that one, but I think tonight, though, Lando Norris might just about have enough as we dump the battery out onto the back straight there. I just think we have not quite got enough in the car towards the end. That being said, though, I'm not going to complain with a P2 finish. Some huge points for us, and that should put us comfortably back ahead of Alexander Albon with just 2 races to go of the season. Through the final corners, though, it's the closest we've come to victory since back in Monte Carlo. Lando Norris, though, a pivotal win to keep his World Championship hopes alive. He wins here in Vegas. We come through for P2.
Yes, and that's a podium. Excellent drive. The whole team have worked especially hard this weekend, and that, my friend, is a fantastic reward. Well done.
Here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
Well, it's been a long wait for many of our drivers, but the wait is always worth it. Bring them out to the awaiting crowd. It's time for our podium celebrations. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
Well, there we are then. The Las Vegas Grand Prix, Lando Norris victorious from P3 on the grid there. And with George Russell all the way down in P9, that is a huge overhaul in the Drivers' World Championship. 18th to 2nd though for us. Very, very happy with that result. Beating out Max Verstappen and Isaac Hadjar. A little bit gutted for the Frenchman. Felt like he deserved a podium today. But his Dutch teammate once again showcasing why he is one of the best in the business. Alexander Albon, I think that's another P5 result for the Thai driver as well there. Beating out Antonelli, Gasly, Piastri, Russell, and Ollie Behrman bags a point for Haas as well. Disappointment for Ferrari, they completely messed up the strategy as well today, but bizarrely again, yeah, it was basically just the Ferraris, the Mercedes, Liam Lawson and Nico Hülkenberg that all opted for the two-stop there, so not too sure what to make of that as well. Drivers' Championship though, what it now means, if Lando Norris can beat George Russell next weekend now in Qatar, we have a championship finale with a world title decider as well. Oscar Piastri still clinging on to P3 at the moment. 3 points ahead of Antonelli, 3 points ahead of Max Verstappen, and just 10 points clear of Charles Leclerc there. As Lewis Hamilton now has guaranteed himself that he's finishing P7 with just 50 points available between now and the end of the campaign. We are 5 points to the good ahead of Alexander Albon, and we're looking pretty safe that it's going to be a battle between us two for best of the rest as well. But more points for Pierre Gasly. He's really getting the ball rolling towards the end of the season. Still, Hülkenberg, Perez, Stroll, Bottas and Arvid Lindblad yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, McLaren, though, gain huge ground even, I should say, on Mercedes. Just 22 points now, the gap, as we head towards Qatar as well next weekend. Ferrari, I believe, have now mathematically wrapped up P3. Red Bull have mathematically locked out P4. And Williams need to score 5 points even, in these last two Grand Prix for them to guarantee P5. Yeah, we basically locked down P6 as well. I don't think there's going to be much movement in the World Championship, except for maybe McLaren and Mercedes. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out in Qatar. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 23 of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to Losail and the Qatar Grand Prix, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Las Vegas, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was a very, very entertaining race and a very, very good race for us. But not only us, also for Lando Norris in the World Championship picture. Of course, 2 races to go of the campaign. 50 points still available between him and George Russell at the top of the World Championship. And after Lando Norris, I don't believe he'd won a race since prior to the summer break. He finally was able to return in a big, big way there. And it was actually more Mercedes that fumbled their strategy over the course of last weekend. Taking a quick look, though, at our World Championship picture then. George Russell still 25 points clear of Lando Norris at the top of the table. So, yeah, Lando has obviously kept his title hopes alive. He does now still need to beat George this weekend if he wants to try and drag that fight out in towards Abu Dhabi. So there is still a very real possibility that Russell is going to win the championship this weekend. Like I said, the maths is very simple. Because George has more wins, Lando has to beat him here. And obviously, they both also have... Well, Lando has to score points as well in that regard. The Constructors' Championship, though, only 22 points in it between McLaren and Mercedes as well. So it looks highly likely that that battle is going to rage on until our season finale. With a P2 finish, though, last weekend, I believe that was our second best result of the year, wasn't it? Tied with the result we got back at the Austrian Grand Prix. Points in the last 4 Grand Prix as well. Despite the fact all of our focus now has gone on making sure that this car is ready for Season 2, yeah, we seem to have found a good run of form in these last couple of GP. We've got 2 more chassis upgrades left to go. We've got 1 more engine upgrade as well left to go in this campaign, and then we will have the car ready and raring for Season 2 as well. So, yeah, obviously we should be able to get all of those sorted prior to the end of the campaign. Obviously, if you're new, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are getting ever closer to 160,000 subs as well at the moment. But yeah, let's return then here to Losail. Quickly, before we get into that though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or of course any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
It's all about flow and pace today, qualifying in Qatar, a high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow's race. So welcome along.
Well, because Qatar wasn't on F1 2021, I think this is the first time ever we have come here to Lusail on an F1 game and it not being a sprint weekend, so that's certainly going to make things very, very interesting, but the last few races have followed a fairly similar script. I narrowly missed out on Q2 by about half a tenth of a second, and then basically try and recover places as the Grand Prix goes on. Will that be the case today then, as we're going to get a lovely slipstream from Lando Norris in towards turn 1? Let's wait and see though. Obviously first qualifying run, just want to try and make sure we get a good time on the board, but once again this Audi under the floodlights here in the desert does look absolutely stunning. I would say this first campaign has been a pretty good success. Of course I'm hoping that we can still beat out those Williams by the end of the year as well, but very, very happy obviously with the performances we've had, and of course, you know, the Monaco Grand Prix victory is always a bit of a cherry on top of the cake as well. Obviously didn't manage that in the Aston Martin career mode, so happy that obviously we've been able to tick that one off here in the Audi series. And of course we'll be mixing up a few things ready for Season 2. We'll be changing up some of the venues and a couple of other bits and pieces as well there, as making our way through the end of Sector 2. Oh, a little wobble there. Luckily a snap oversteer doesn't invalidate the lap time then. Clearly the FIA don't believe we gain any advantage from that one then, as heading through this fast final complex of corners, trying to take them all flat, and I've cut the final one. That's rather annoying then. That's going to leave us a bit on the back foot as we head out for our final qualifying run. Kimi Antonelli to the top of the pile though on a 121.6. Luckily, if I finish the lap though, it will still give us a delta time. Running out of battery though, it's going to be a 23.1. I don't know where that would have put us. Well, that 123.1 then would have actually been good enough for P11 provisionally in this session, but I'm sure we're going to see a lot of AI improve. So, honestly, if we can match that lap time, I will be a very, very happy man there as making our way out of the final corner. Once again, just going to use a little bit of battery as we head up over the start-finish line. I expect to lose a bit of time, though, without the slipstream from Lando Norris in towards turn 1. Of course, obviously, we should gain it back again, using a bit better battery management over the course of the lap. Qatar, though, this is a venue where it is high speed, high commitment, but obviously trying to get the lap times nailed might not be the easiest thing, especially over one lap. Of course, a lot of big curves here, a lot of runoff as well. Kind of invites you, to attack more, as that was not outside track limits. What on earth is that? We were definitely not over the white line. I refuse to believe that. Let's just slow that down. Let's take a look then from the off-board shot, because I'm adamant that we weren't outside track limits there. If I just go like that, let's have a look. Wheels still on the white line. Front wheel still on the white line. Front wheel is still on the white line. I don't actually believe all four wheels ever went outside track limits there. I think 3 of them were outside track limits, but I don't believe all 4 ever were, so I feel like we've been a bit unlucky there. But either way, we're going to be starting this race from the back of the pack.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once more to the Middle East for what could be a very tricky night for our drivers tonight. Sandy, dusty, and with the sun setting, the temperature dropping too. This could be an intriguing event. Stand by for the Qatar Grand Prix. We're back here in Lusail for a track that's 3.36 miles long, 16 turns around its unique 3-pronged shape. It's fast and it's flowing, and there's a good overtaking opportunity down the long straight and into turn 1. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Piastri, Charles Leclerc and Verstappen, Hamilton, Gasly, Behrman and Fernando Alonso, Albon, Lawson, Lance Stroll and Sainz, Ocon, Perez, Nico Hülkenberg and Valtteri Bottas, Hadjar, Lindblad, Mr. Monaco and Franco Colapinto rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, it is going to be a long and difficult march from the back of the pack then here in Qatar. Obviously, this place not the easiest to make overtakes on as well. So, yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see as to how this one goes. Team want me to start on softs. That is brave. That is very, very brave, and definitely not the strategy that I'm going to go with. In fact, because we're starting right at the back of the pack, I'm going to take things quite easy early on. I'm going to opt for a set of hards, take them as far as we possibly can, and then go to mediums a bit later on in the race there. Tyre wear around here is always brutal, so we'll wait and see as to what we can do today then. Not going to try and overfuel the car too much either, but maybe a safety car, maybe a red flag could help us out a little bit more as well as the race goes on. Looks like everybody around us, though, has opted for the softs. The 5 red lights are on. Oh, it lights out, and away we go there, trying to avoid too much wheel spin off the initial launch, but no real shock. The Colapinto is going to bolt off into the distance by the time we get down in towards that first corner. And, well, like I said, no need to take any risk here. I've got very little to gain and a whole lot to lose early on in this race, as Isaac Hadjar already, I believe, that was making contact with our teammate Nico Hulkenberg through the opening couple of corners. Mercedes, though, up at the front, just ahead of both those McLarens, so that is obviously going to be the big fight to keep an eye out on over the course of this evening as well there. But as we make our way in towards the S's for the first time, see a fair amount of Constantinoing up just in front of us. Of course, if there is an opportunity to slide on by a couple of AI, then I will obviously take it, but I'm certainly not going to put the car in any kind of risky scenario early on. This has got to be a race that comes to us a little bit later on this evening, so patience is going to be key. It's not normally the way we kind of go about things inside this game. The only problem you have got to be a little bit careful of is obviously if the AI do Constantina up a lot, but getting a little bit of a run up the hill, then of course learning where the AI tend to use their battery there, as Colapinto forcing Lance Stroll out at the end, well, heading into the S's, the end of Sector 2. But yeah, still them just behind Arvid Lindblad as we make our way through the final couple of corners. Never made it, well, this far in qualifying before picking up a track limits violation. And the inside of Lawson at that final turn. We will now get the boost mode. And this is obviously where everybody is going to be dumping it on the run back down in towards turn 1. Still side by side with our fellow rookie. Safe to say we've had a much better rookie campaign than he has. It's Hulkenberg there, oh, backs out of it. Going 3 wide with Bottas and Hadjar. But hopefully the Red Bull man is going to be able to try and help us out there, as Lindblad actually going all the way around the outside through turn 2. Still clearly got a lot of grip on those soft compound tyres, and just run a bit wide there. We'll back out of that one. Don't get a warning. It does begin to feel like we've got an advantage here back in towards turn 1. Big dive bomb on Arvid Lindblad in towards that first corner there, but once again we are probably going to go wheel to wheel with our fellow rookie. So I just see there Lindblad trying to get the elbows out. There we go. We've navigated him. We'll try and get past Stroll as well then up the hill. As well, the team are telling me about Lindblad, but they actually want me to try and find a way around our teammate Nico Hulkenberg then. So not too sure what to make of that one. Or just seeing if I could show the nose against our teammate as well. But Isaac Hadjar has finally been unleashed from this little group of cars, so I need to try and go with the Red Bull. Feel like a lot of the racing action then this evening is obviously going to come on this front straight there, as Valtteri Bottas a bit of a sitting duck. Hulkenberg, though, I think just trying to manage his battery as well there. So once again, 2 for the price of 1. And, well, Isaac Hadjar, like I said, we want to try and stick with him. But we've been able to jump our teammate then. We'll try and go and pursue. But already, yeah, our top runners scampering away there. Williams as well seem to be getting quicker and quicker towards the end of the season, and that doesn't bode well in our battle against Albon. Look at that, Isaac Hadjar not using any battery back in towards turn 1, and, well, from close to a second behind, we're going to try more and go all the way around in there. Hadjar, though, clearly not a fan of that one, will immediately get the elbows out against us, and I'll try and return the favour in towards turn 2. Again, the Red Bull man, though, just about able to try and hang on to it, as we will do the odd up and under, then back up the hill, but Isaac Hadjar, again, those soft tyres do still have that peak grip. The Red Bull just able to hang on to them at the moment. But yeah, was not expecting that from the Frenchman. I thought we might work together here. Right, well, let's try that again then against Isaac Hadjar. Back in towards turn 1. Once again, he's trying to save some battery, and there you go. That's around much less of a fight put up from the Red Bull driver. So up to P17 we go. Can't be long before the AI are into the pit lane then. Team was suggesting about kind of lap 9, lap 10. But yeah, tyre wear here does seem to be better than it was back on F125. We're only at about 26% wear. Of course, it is always the front left that takes the brunt of it around this circuit. But we could probably get these to kind of lap 18. Let's try and get a run then on Sergio Perez out of the final corner as we cross on to lap 10 then. None of the AI into the pit lane just yet. See Perez thought about trying to save some charge there, but just realised I might have been able to get a run on him. As Colapinto and Esteban Ocon there just up in front having a wheel-to-wheel scrap as well. Yeah, Colapinto, he's really been able to fight his way up through the order tonight. Alpine, I tell you what, ready for Season 2, they could be a real threat here as round the outside of Checo we will go back up the hill, but we're almost into the top 10 then of this Grand Prix. I would say these early laps, despite obviously being very, very patient at the start, have worked out fairly well for us. One of the McLarens, though, is really, really struggling. I don't know which one that is. But still at the moment, either way, George Russell would be world champion tonight. Or Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso, a bit of a sitting duck back in towards turn 1 there as Liam Lawson goes around the outside. Fernando just gets a little bit squirrely there. I thought he was trying to cover me off, but instead, no, he just tripped himself over. And there we go, around the outside, up into P15. Still, though, none of the AI diving into the pits, so their soft compound tyres here are going much further than I ever thought they would. But I'm starting to wonder if this is against the, kind of to the AI's detriment here. Really now beginning to struggle, a lot more of them. So you can see the likes of Behrman, Colapinto and Ocon not too far in front. But there is an annoying gap up to that all-important 10th spot. Finally, AI into the pit lane then, as Liam Lawson just completely checks up on the brakes through the final corners. Esteban Ocon into the pit lane as well then, as well as the likes of Piastri. So we know it's Lando Norris still fighting up at the front of the order. Didn't quite catch which Mercedes it was, though, first into the pit lane. But these next few laps then are critical for our Grand Prix. I think if I can get to the end of lap 17... I'm probably going to take a set of mediums to the checkered flag. I just want to make sure that I've got the speed throughout the rest of the afternoon. With the exception of the Aston Martins then, who both opted for medium compound tyres, I think every other car started this race on a set of softs there, is running very wide out of the final corner, but it is going to mean now we're going to inherit the lead of this GP as Andrea Kimi Antonelli still up towards the front of the order then, so I reckon he might have been leading this Grand Prix. Where will George Russell, though, re-emerge then as they all head back down the pit lane? Is that one of the Ferraris way out in front? It's Antonelli and Leclerc out in front for good. But Lando Norris then is ahead of George Russell right now. And that is huge. But as we get towards lap 17 then, we have just been on a bit of a Sunday drive over these last few laps, trying to maintain the gap as best as we can over the likes of Leclerc and Antonelli. But it is still Russell and Norris duking it out. A little bit further behind, and well, George Russell has just made the move once again on the McLaren man as well, so he wants it wrapped up tonight. Of course, you never know with a mechanical failure or anything like that, or maybe just doesn't fancy the pressure next weekend as we head to Abu Dhabi, but that battle is not over just yet. Lando Norris, though, definitely seems to be struggling. Both McLarens seem to be a little bit off the pace tonight, but I can only assume that Oscar Piastri has picked up some front wing damage somewhere there as making our way into the pit lane. Make sure we get the car slowed down nice and tidy on the way in as well. But where are we going to re-emerge then in this Grand Prix? There goes big title rival in Alexander Albon, as well as Carlos Sainz. Gasly as well should be able to go through, but of course we are now going to be, hopefully, the quickest car on track until the end of this race. So, I mean, we weren't ahead of Colapinto by the time he pit, were we? So I don't think, we haven't overcut him, sorry, I should say. I would like to be out ahead of Piastri, though. That'd be quite handy. There we go, then. Going to be wheel-to-wheel with Esteban Ocon on pit lane exit, but I think sensibly, P11 should definitely be doable. Sorry, P10 should be doable with Colapinto. Will we be able to get to Gasly, though, in P9? I think if we can carve our way past a couple of these other cars there, which, first of all, it's going to be Esteban Ocon around the outside, utilise the fresh rubber, still wheel-to-wheel through the exit. There we go. Immediately back up to P12. Let's just try and pick off these Haas and the Alpines. I might have to attempt to do the same move again then, this time round on Ollie Behrman there, out of turn 2. Definitely a bit of an odd spot for the AI. Sometimes they use tons of battery Other times they don't use any. To the inside line though this time round, and that's a little bit easier then. Past Ollie Behrman, Colapinto less than 3 seconds up the road. Gasly though, I would need a second a lap between now and the end. That might be a tall order. Well, if it was legal then, I reckon the quickest way to go about this Grand Prix would still be 2 sets of the hard compound tyre. But yeah, immediately we're just, I wouldn't say we've stalled out making progress like against the likes of Colapinto, because hopefully we're going to be able to make a move back in towards turn 1 there. A bit late for a dive, but we'll show the nose, and Colapinto jumps out of the way as well. But we've only taken 3 seconds out of Gasly in these last few laps, and we've probably taken the best out of these medium compound tyres. Like I said, we're just keeping an eye on Lando Norris versus George Russell, and Lando Norris at the moment is back in position to keep this world title hope alive.
There appears to be an issue. We're currently investigating.
Come on, we've had a really good recovery as soon as I get back into the points. Don't say we're going to get a mechanical failure here in Qatar. I was just thinking to myself, it's been a pretty good drive actually after the nightmare that was qualifying. I don't even think I've picked up a track limits violation. Might have had one over the course of this race there, but I was just getting ready to settle in, try and bring the car home, try and bag a point here in Losail. Is this going to deny us a run?
Critical.
Yes, it
Find
is.
somewhere to retire as soon as possible. We can't risk you carrying on with this race, I'm afraid.
What on earth's actually gone on the
Repeat,
car?
find somewhere to retire the car immediately. It's too dangerous to stay on track.
Either way, that's a great shame then. It's only 1 point lost, but who knows how important that can be by the end of the year. Out of the Qatar Grand Prix, our second retirement of the year. That is disappointing.
And so the celebrations begin, and well-earned they are indeed. It might have looked simple at times, but as any racing driver will tell you, competing at this level at the very top is anything but simple. There's no catching them now then. We have a new World Drivers' Champion. This has been absolutely magnificent. Victory today for Kimi Antonelli.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
Well, it's been a long wait for many of our drivers, but the wait is always worth it. Bring them out to the awaiting crowd. It's time for our podium celebrations. And it's a richly deserved victory today for Kimi Antonelli.
Well, there we are then. Kimi Antonelli, he will be victorious here in Qatar. But far more importantly than that, George Russell is finally a Formula 1 World Champion. And we didn't even get a chance to kind of commentate over it or celebrate it for him as well. Bittersweet moment, I think, for us there, all things being considered. But yeah, great drive by the Italian, able to hold off Charles Leclerc. George Russell as well, used the pace of that Mercedes, got ahead of Lando Norris towards the end. It was actually, I think, Verstappen that kind of strung those two out a little bit more. The Dutchman really began to struggle towards the end of the race. Carlos Sainz beats out Alexander Albon, Lewis Hamilton, and then both Alpines able to pick up some points as well. Like I said, Alpine, they really have made a resurgence of form towards the end of the season. Like I said, on the one hand, gutted that we don't get to commentate over George Russell finally becoming an F1 World Champion. On the other, I don't think we were going to get much more action personally by the end of the Grand Prix. I got the move done on Colapinto. My aim was just to try and pull away from him a little bit and just make sure we wrapped up that final points-paying spot. But ultimately, we were the only driver that failed to see the checkered flag. So a complete weekend to forget down for us out at Audi as well. What does that mean though to the World Championship? Well, with 25 available, George Russell a 28-point buffer ahead of Lando Norris. So commiserations to Lando. I think honestly surprised all of us, the fact he was able to keep this title fight going as long as he did. But yeah, after a bit of luck went his way in Vegas last weekend, ultimately, George Russell just too quick towards the end of the season. Kimi Antonelli, though, now back up to P3. He could be at the FIA Prize Gala come the end of the season. Charles Leclerc 1 point ahead of Max Verstappen. And Oscar Piastri, a disappointing race for him. Means he basically needs to win next weekend now and hopes that Antonelli doesn't score if he wants to finish top 3 in the World Championship as well. Lewis Hamilton still in that P7 spot. Alex Albon now 1 point ahead of us, so we need to outfinish him next weekend. Carlos Sainz, though, what's that? 26 points back, so we can't finish lower than 9th come the end of the season as well. Hadjar there down in P11. The Alpines, of course, in 12th and 13th there. Colapinto with some useful points for him, but no other movers down at the back of the pack. Constructors-wise, with that result as well, Mercedes are officially your Constructors' champions as well for the first time since 2021. McLaren lock up P2 ahead of Ferrari, Red Bull, Williams and ourselves. Their Alpine looking pretty mathematically safe ahead of Haas, VCarb, Aston Martin, and Cadillac still yet to score a point. Thank you all, though, so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon out for the season finale in Abu Dhabi.
Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to the season finale of our F126 Audi career mode. Yes, we return, 23 races down, 1 more to go. We have made it here to the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from Qatar, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Or actually, I wouldn't. To be honest, it was an absolute disaster for us. Not a race weekend to remember for us inside this game. There was quite a lot of action, there was quite a lot of overtaking, but unfortunately we suffered a late race mechanical failure. Just as I managed to put myself into the top 10 and into a points-paying position. It does, however, though mean there is quite a few championship permutations as we head here to Abu Dhabi, but none of them at the top of the World Championship. George Russell able to edge out Lando Norris last weekend, a P3 finish, enough in Qatar to give him a 28-point lead now at the top of the table. Of course, only 25 points available then in this season finale. George Russell is officially a Formula 1 world champion as well. Kimi Antonelli bagged his second victory though in the last 3 Grand Prix as he looks to try and hang on to that 3rd place spot heading to the FIA Prize Gala. That could still be between him, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen and Oscar Piastri as we head into the season finale as well. Hamilton has all but locked up he has guaranteed P7. In fact, he's guaranteed it a couple of races ago if I remember correctly as well. But there is 1 point in it between myself and Alexander Albon as we head here to Abu Dhabi. Constructors-wise, nothing we can do. We can't finish any higher, we can't finish any lower. Even if we bagged a 1-2 or Alpine bagged a 1-2, it's all locked up. There's no double points or anything like that we need to worry about here as well. So, yeah, obviously on the one hand, I want to make sure we go out. I want to try and make sure that we beat Alexander Albon and finish the year best of the rest as well. But I think, it's safe to say we've had a very successful campaign and, a good start to life as an Audi Formula 1 driver as well. Before we go any further, though, I just want to say a massive thank you to you guys for all your continued support throughout Season 1 of this series as well. Of course, I know this is only a DLC for F125, not a whole new game, but the support you guys have shown on these videos really does mean the world to me. Obviously, I'm going to try out some different things over the next few months as we prepare ourselves for F1 2027 as well. So yeah, I've got a lot of exciting things that hopefully you're looking forward to as well. But for one final time then this first season, let's return here to the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Quickly, before we get into that, though, I'm happy to announce that IMB Racewear are back, and so are the all-new custom Matt 212 gloves. I'll make sure I leave a link down in the description below if you want to buy our gloves, or, of course, any from their site. There will be a discount code as well, but a massive thank you to IMB Racewear for sponsoring the channel.
Welcome along, everybody. It's the fastest day of the week, qualifying Saturday, and we're here in Abu Dhabi.
Well, as we head then into our final qualifying session of the year, I'm genuinely trying to remember the last time we made it into Q2 in this series. Maybe tonight can finally be the night then. Let's try and make sure that at the very least we do a better job than what we did last weekend out in Qatar as well, but hopefully we can try and get a good first lap hooked up. Obviously want to try and keep it inside track limits as well, as Lando Norris too little too late, but does go to the top of the pile nice and early on with his first run. But yeah, just want to kind of try and get an idea, kind of try and get my eye in a little bit more. There was already a couple of hundredths up on our teammate Hülkenberg. If I can't make Q2, I'd love to out-qualify the German. I guess that's our other big goal. Of course, there has been a big shift in the Audi team as well this season. Obviously, as we've clearly proven ourselves, I mean, over 100 points for us. Hülkenberg's still yet to score in this campaign, so we've clearly proven to be the #1 driver inside the team. But yeah, I do hope, obviously, EA fix a few things, add a little bit more kind of, you know, it's just obviously Williams take the lion's share of the points towards the back of the top 10. Alpine, though, to their credit, have been getting a little bit better as well in these last couple of weekends. But it would be nice to kind of, you know, one of the great things about Formula 1 at the moment is there is a bit more randomness. There is a fierce battle going on just outside kind of the big four teams as well. And we just don't really get that on the F1 26 game at the moment. But making our way then through the final couple of corners to finish off our first run here. Brake nice and tidy, ready for the final turn. Careful not to run too wide on the exit. It's going to be a 23.7. I end up going a tenth slower than the Hulkmeister. Well, with less than a minute then on the clock, we need to find at least 0.4 of a second here as we head out for our final run. But I'm going to try and just not use as much battery through the first part of the lap either. I felt like that compromised just way too much around the rest of the lap then. Here we go. Potentially our last qualifying lap of the season. If it is, hopefully, it's going to go out in a blaze of glory. But obviously, if it does, hopefully that'll mean we make it straight into Q2 as well then. Nice and tidy through the first couple of corners. Like I said, we'll lose a bit of time through this first part of the lap. But hopefully we'll gather it up later on there. It's just dipped a wheel on the outside curb. And that just sets the car up for a load of understeer as you make your way out into the back straight there. Dump a load of battery, though, to try and recover a lot of that time lost. And I will make sure now we are back up into hot lap mode. Second half of the lap, the battery management seems to be fairly good. So just a little bit wide through the first part of the chicane. Just trying to gather it up, though, on the second. And there we go. Now we've got a bit of battery at our disposal as well. There. We're about half a tenth up at the moment, so it's not much. But it is definitely in the right direction. And hopefully, well, this track will continue to come to us as we make our way down in towards Sector 3. Now I just need to be really aggressive with the battery. Use it everywhere I possibly can in towards the final few corners of this lap. We're finding a little bit more delta. I want to be brave, but I don't want to push it too much. Of course, we all know just how good the AI are in qualifying inside this game at the moment. Will we be able to find enough, though, as we send it in towards the final couple of turns? Dump the battery on the run to line. 3.5 tenths. Is it enough? I don't think it is. I think we've ended up 21st on the grid. Oh, when are they going to fix this? Well, there we go. McLaren now, fastest car in Q1 there. Lando Norris almost 0.6 of a second clear of anybody else. Carlos Sainz in third ahead of George Russell, Charles Leclerc and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. I'm sure Mercedes could not care less as to what happens this weekend. Valtteri Bottas, though, brilliant effort to go through in P14. I was lucky that we did improve by as much as we did. Otherwise, I would have started right at the back of the pack. But 4 tenths away from making it into Q2. Ultimately, the lap wasn't perfect either, but again, the AI, I mean, it's maximum AI. They are very, very good over one lap. They should be very good over one lap. It's just then weird that they suck so much in the races.
It's the final chapter of the season then here at the spectacular Yas Marina circuit. It's a race where the pole sitter failed to finish in 3 of the first 4 events. A front row start here is by no means a guarantee of victory. So we go into battle once more then, as we get underway at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. We have 16 corners here at Yas Marina circuit, 7 to the right and 9 to the left. It's a total lap distance of 3.28 miles. 2 long straights and overtaking opportunities throughout the lap. And we expect average speeds of around 123 miles per hour. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, and Antonelli, Hamilton, Albon, Hadjar, and Pierre Gasly. Colapinto, Ocon, Fernando Alonso and Bottas, Lindblad, Russell, Sergio Perez and Nico Hülkenberg, Stroll, Behrman, Mr. Monaco, and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today. And alongside me here today in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. So it's the final race of the season. We've had a brilliant time this campaign, but as one team principal told us a bit earlier, today we finish this campaign, tomorrow we start the new one.
Absolutely, Crofty. You know, you start this race today, your head's in the game for the race. You've got to get that one done and dusted the best you can, but you've already got an eye on next year. And you're thinking about how you can improve as a team, how you can improve as a driver as well to bring better performance into next season, because the rest don't stop.
I know you're frustrated to be this far back on the grid, but you've got to keep that under control. Keep a cool head and work your way through the field gradually as you go. It's not all going to be won or lost at the first corner.
Well, I fear that we could be in for a rather long night here in Abu Dhabi, but we've just got to hope for a bit of a miracle. We've got to hope that we can get the jump on Alexander Albon somehow, but it is going to require a whole lot of work. Team, for some reason, is suggesting a 2-stop strategy. I don't really know why. I think the 1-stop should absolutely be doable this afternoon, so I guess we'll aim to take the mediums to about lap 12, lap 13, and then we'll go hards all the way through to the checkered flag. Maybe that's going to be our way to move up the order. Maybe the AI just don't worry about setting up their cars to save tyres in the same way we do as well then. Ready on the grid though, waiting on those 5 red lights one final time this season. Mighty long hole, but it is lights out and away we go there, just trying to make sure we keep it clean and tidy on the run-ins towards turn 1 as Liam Lawson will immediately have a look to the inside of Oliver Behrman down through that first corner. Hilarious as well, George Russell taking some grid penalties this weekend, especially when McLaren look as good as they do. 3 wide though, through turn 2 is why is that straight line mode right next to the circuit? Very, very weird there, but we've absolutely obliterated that one then early on. Ollie Behrman wanted to cover us off, but then realised that was a rather stupid idea as we made our way down towards the hairpin. A rather late move from him, but luckily my cat-like reactions saving me in that scenario from too much drama as well, as Perez and Hülkenberg wheel to wheel just in front. Not too sure where Lance Stroll is trying to go either, moving around in the braking zone. But Perez there checks up awfully through the chicane. Stroll as well bobbles over the inside curbing. Get around his outside as well and then dump a bit more battery as we make our way down this next straight. Again, 3 wide they go as we head in towards the next corner. Perez trying to look for a move on our teammate. Maybe tonight is finally going to be the night the Cadillac can score a point as well there. Hülkenberg gets a little bit checked up behind Checo. We will have a look down the inside of one of the 4 X-Force India drivers, and we'll have a look down the inside of one of the others as well. Around the outside of Sergio Perez as we head under the hotel. Well, I'll tell you what, we had to get the elbows now on lap 1. We need to try and make some progress, and that is exactly what we've done. Lando Norris leading the way up at the front of the order. Imagine if he beat George Russell last weekend and Russell fails to score today. Lando Norris could have been a back-to-back world champion. See George Russell up in front there, checking up behind Esteban Ocon. I think he has now just gone around the outside of the Frenchman, who would love to bring home a point for Haas. And obviously head off into the winter break on a bit of a high. McLaren, though, I tell you what, they've really struggled in the second half of the campaign. Why on earth have they suddenly now got pace right towards the very end of it here? Like I said, it's too little too late. Mercedes have been just way too good through a lot of the second half of the year as well. Ever since the summer break, George Russell kind of got his act together as well. And even Antonelli now has started winning some races. But as we make our way then out onto the back straight, are we going to be able to get close enough to Arvid Lindblad, of course, my other rookie this season? Yet to score a point still in Formula 1. Maybe next campaign will be his year there as well. Lindblad to the inside of Gasly. That is an audacious send. There's Yuki Tsunoda all those years ago. As Ultron kind of switch back the pair of them on the exit of the corner there. Let them have their own battle. Lindblad's got no drive on the exit. Mark's already talking about the double overtake, and I haven't completed it just yet. Luckily, Gasly backs out in towards that next corner as well. But more of that, please. Pinto now trying to have a look for a run on Esteban Ocon as everybody else checking up up over the top of the hill there, almost through the diffuser of Valtteri Bottas, and he's now going to try and have a look down the inside of Fernando Alonso. Of course, I think Cadillac were hoping this season that they might be able to get the better of Aston Martin, but yeah, the experience of Fernando Alonso gifting his team a couple of points right when they needed it. It's Colapinto's going to get Ricardo zonted as we make our way down the back straight. Esteban Ocon still trying to defend from absolutely everybody there as we'll go around the outside of Franco. Valtteri now trying to get a run through the exit of the corner as well, as once again we're going to be 3 wide down the second of the 2 back straights. And once again we'll make another double overtake then as Alonso tries to hook it up around the outside. And again, AI over 1 lap, they're nuts. In race pace, we're able to slice and dice. Esteban Ocon then again might be a bit of a sitting duck as we make our way up the first of the back straights there, wanting to have a look to the inside. Or we'll have a look to the inside there as Ocon tries to really cover us up. But again, seems like the switchback there out of that chicane seems to be the way to go, as Ocon trying to dump his battery as well. Hopefully we'll be able to go all the way around, which we just about will. Save a little bit of charge into the next corner as well.
0.9 seconds.
But already then, your big 5 teams beginning to drive away from everybody else here, so I put myself in my favourite spot of P11. But hopefully they're going to keep all battling it out, and we can get a bit closer. There we go. What on earth is going on up in front? Again, 3 wide they go. George Russell sandwiched in the middle of Isaac Hadjar and Carlos Sainz, or Sainz launches that Williams up over the second curb on the exit. Backs out of it in the end, but I don't know if any of them have picked up front wing damage. I didn't see any debris kind of flying around the place. There we go. Sainz now tucks back in behind Isaac Hadjar. So, I mean, we're making good progress here. We're kind of following George Russell up through the orders. I believe it's still Lando Norris at the lead of this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen then, of course, won back in Mexico City. We have quite a few different winners towards the end of this campaign. Just none of them have been Ferrari. Lewis Hamilton, first car into the pit lane then. To be honest, early on, I kind of forgot about race strategy. Oh, in this Grand Prix, there was a little wobble through turn 1. Just making sure that I keep the car inside track limits then. But I tell you what, at least in the early laps of this Grand Prix, definitely feels like Abu Dhabi benefits from this new generation of Formula 1 car. Of course, just these back straights, you just find normally aren't long enough to really make much of an impact still, even if you've got the DRS. Probably not helped by the fact the AI are insane in a straight line still through this section of the venue, although they're nowhere near as bad as they were on F125, as Isaac Hadjar and George Russell once again getting the elbows out. Carlos Sainz sits in this time around and watches that battle unfold as he might try and pick off Hadjar on the exit of the corner. Everybody jockeying to try and get back into the slipstream as Sainz has a look to the inside of the Frenchman. George Russell there again. He's kind of got past these guys, but he's not really able to get away. I'm trying to just be patient with it and hoping that this will work out nicely for us pretty soon, as they're still wheel to wheel as we head under the hotel. Oh, Sainz there forces Isaac Hadjar off the road. They're still wheel to wheel on the exit of the corner, as I'm now going to try and get down the inside of Carlos Sainz. Make sure I give him room on the exit of the corner as well there, but down the inside we'll go. Up past 1 Williams then in tonight's proceedings, but it's not the Williams I'm so worried about being ahead of. Isaac Hadjar then I think is going to be a sitting duck as we head up the back straight this time around, yet flying past him. Hopefully Isaac and Carlos can continue their battle and let us scamper away. Like I said, I'm trying to keep up with George Russell at the moment. One German silver car, trying to keep up with another slightly more successful German silver car, it's safe to say, over the course of this season there. But we've been able to recharge the pack quite nicely as those two battle over the last few laps. So it's still floating about a second behind George. Oh, there we go. Piastri and Charles Leclerc then both into the pit lane as well. So it does really seem like the AI then could be on a 2-stop over the course of this evening, or at least some of them are going to be on a 2-stop. But rather critically, I've just been able to keep in the overtake mode of George Russell in front, and that is worth so much time here. Obviously, so much time around most venues on F126, but it seems like Hadjar and Sainz are going to continue to jockey. So let's just focus on George. Oh, and another one in. Lando Norris, race leader, into the pit lane then. So I reckon there is some split strategy by the AI, and I honestly can't work out why. Normally, say, the AI are very, very good with their tyre wear around a track like Abu Dhabi, but we're only at 51% on the front right-hand tyre as well, so we're definitely going to be able to take these another couple of laps, get to the end of lap 13, and yeah, that's a pretty simple one-stop, considering I assume the hard tyre is probably going to be exponentially better than the medium as well. I don't get how, especially some of the front runners like Lando Norris have fumbled this. Well, I can't believe I'm saying this then, but George Russell is genuinely, I think, struggling more than I am towards the end of this first stint. Antonelli is definitely struggling more than the pair of us, though, right now, as Verstappen still trying to just lead this thing from the front of the order. It's not over for Lando Norris, though. He's only about 3 seconds behind us, so it probably means he's about 8 or 9 behind Max Verstappen at the front of the order, as I assume most of our front runners are going to peel into the pit lane at the end of this lap. There is just getting right on the white line in towards the final couple of corners, but Russell then is going to dive into the pit lane. We are also going to dive into the pit lane. Got to be very, very careful still. I assume track limits are broken through that final corner, but Antonelli then obviously forced to go 1 lap longer, so Mercedes clearly don't want to risk George Russell at this stage of the night. Please. Oh, I forgot to change to mediums. Oh, I'm so stupid. That's the second time I've done that this year. I literally, just as I came to the pit lane, thought, oh, did I change that? I cannot believe I've messed that up in this Grand Prix. I mean, we may as well stay out as long as we possibly can then in this race and pray for a safety car or a red flag or something. I've done all the hard work. We're looking at like we're going to get a really good result here. But as always, bottle job 212. As I'm known, but that's so annoying. As let's see if we can try and get a run as we make our way out to the back straight. George Russell trying to have a look past Esteban Ocon and maybe Fernando Alonso as well, as I think there's one of the V-carbs in this scrap as well then. So Russell, whoa, and Esti Besti, of course, one Mercedes Forward Junior. Oh, as he absolutely launches it into George Russell's side pod as well there, so not quite sure what the Haas man was trying to do. And we get a run there around the outside as we head up the hill. Oh, there you go. All the way around the outside of Esteban Ocon as well. But I guess, yeah, we'll set it up. So we've got a set of soft compound tyres going on right at the very end. But please, give us a red flag. Give us a safety car. Give us anything. F126 here is Lawson. Oh, really slow under the hotel. And, well, that might be one of the opportunistic moves I've ever gone for on F126. But it worked out beautifully for us that time round. So, Lawson diving in, Alonso staying out there as Russell clearly not a fan of that one and wanted to try and have a look back down the inside. I think, though, Antonelli has probably been able to cover us off. No, Fernando, what are you doing? Why has Fernando brake checked me down in turn 1 as well? This race has gone from incredible to disaster in the space of about a lap. No idea what Fernando's doing. He best believe he's absolutely getting sent down in towards the hairpin, Max Verstappen style, as we get ahead of the Spaniard there on the exit and making it very known that I'm not happy with Fernando Alonso as well. More than happy to try and defend from him here. George Russell is going to try and go for it as well then, but I can't believe just how quickly this race has unraveled for us there as Russell bobbles out over the first curve. Fernando again is going to send it through the exit, absolutely parks it on the exit of the corner there, and again we're both going to try and get a run around the outside of George Russell. What on earth is happening here in Abu Dhabi right now? To the inside we'll go. Antonelli already is scampering away. Russell goes back down the inside of Alonso and Ocon. No idea how Alonso lost all that ground there. Russell trying to look around the outside. No, he's going to switch back to the inside in towards this next corner. We will go the long way around through the first part. We'll hang on to it through the second. But boy, oh boy, that understeer is so annoying. Well, I'm worried we're just going to lose too much time with the damage on the car right now. End of lap 16. For the second time in 3 laps here, I'm going to dive in. And I've definitely now selected a set of the hard compound tyres. Make sure I don't get done for speeding on the way into the pit lane. But, like I said, I just can't believe it. Just how quickly this race is unravelled at the moment. I want to believe still the points might be doable today. And hopefully, by being on fresher tyres than most of our other runners here, at least for a little while, we're going to get an opportunity at that. Hulkenberg and the V-Carbs have been having a pretty terrible race. But back out then in last spot in this Grand Prix. No matter how many seasons I do on these F1 games, no matter how much I learn and improve and kind of figure things out on F126, I will always be Bottle Job 212. hopefully we're not going to be in last spot for very long then in this Grand Prix. Liam Lawson, Lance Stroll even diving back in. There we go. We're going to be back ahead of the Canadian here, so happy with that. We're also taking about 3 seconds out of Lawson in 1 lap, so let's try and keep this going. More cars peeling into the pit lane then. Esteban Ocon and Fernando Alonso. I love the fact this game punishes me for being economical. It's one of the big mechanics, the big core things of F1 in 2026 is obviously about the Lyco and everything like that. But yeah, EA still find a way to mess it up as Ocon has come out right behind us then. But he was running fairly well in this race, so there's definitely still an opportunity. Them and Sergio Perez both peeling into the pit lane, but I need to try and put some cars between myself and Esteban Ocon here. So we are picking up quite a few places. Just a bit worried, of course, about how strung out everybody still is in this race. As Bottas and Lawson or down the hill there. I think both of them trying to recharge their packs just a little bit more. We've had 2 for the price of 1 on quite a few occasions so far tonight. Can we do it again as we make our way up the back straight there? Just running out of battery. Definitely seems like the second straight is much more friendly to us than the first there as well. Bottas just tries to give Lawson plenty of breathing room. We'll get past him on the exit of the corner there. We know Valtteri Bottas can be quite a passive driver, even when he needs to be more aggressive. Liam Lawson, though, very much the opposite. But we will clear him. There we go, Pierre Gasly into the pit lane as well then. So we are steadily picking up more and more cars as this race goes on. Gasly, though, has actually opted for a set of medium compound tyres, but Hulkenberg and Lindblad then a few seconds up the road. Is there going to be anybody in front of them that we might be able to get? I don't really know. More annoyingly than anything else, Alex Albon is having the race of his life right now up in P2. He could still generally get Williams a podium before this season is done. Ooh, Hulkenberg. That seems like a very late stop to be making from our teammate, but each their own, I guess. In this Grand Prix is going to mean he's not in my way, and luckily he's given me the overtake mode as well. But up then into P13, unlucky for some, hopefully not for me. Hopefully we're not going to be in P13 for very long, as we are just a second back from Lawson. Ocon, though, is hunting us down still, so Liam Lawson has done a pretty good job of holding him up over these last few laps. I think I said Lawson was ahead of me and behind me. It's Lindblad still in front. This might be the last overtake then we make this season. Arvid Lindblad, our fellow rookie, our fellow Brit, of course coming up from F2 last year together. But we have certainly had different stories so far in Formula 1. Obviously I've been able to put myself in a works team and showcased ourselves as the #1 driver. Arvid Lindblad hasn't been thoroughly outclassed by Liam Lawson, but I think it might be a little bit longer before he potentially gets that Red Bull call-up as well. Colapinto now really beginning to struggle late on in the afternoon as well. That gap, though, 16 seconds. We're going to need a miracle if I want to get to Colapinto before the end of this race. Is all I can hope is that Ocon, Lindblad and Gasly keep squabbling just to deny Pierre getting closer to us. But as the sun has set then here around the Abu Dhabi circuit, the sun's setting as well on another Formula 1 season. Oh, we've got yellows! Alexander Albon's gone! I cannot believe it late on in the day! And I was literally about to say, I don't think no matter what we've done tonight, we were going to be able to outscore Albon. He has gone and bottled it with less than 2 laps to go here in this finale. I mean, he's still going to beat us in the championship. I need to score points first and foremost. And obviously finish ahead of him as well, and that certainly is not going to happen tonight. Pierre Gasly trying to stick with us as best as he possibly can, but up at the front of the order, it is only going to be his 3rd win of the campaign. He has never really been a world title threat this season, but Max Verstappen, this could be a warning shot to everybody else that Red Bull, they could be a serious contender as we head into next season. It's also huge if it means he's going to lock himself into the FIA Prize Gala. But I think Andrea Kimi Antonelli is just going to do enough to make sure that he will be attending that as just his 2nd Formula 1 season as well. Round in the final corner, though. That's annoying, isn't it? That's really annoying. Right at the end. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, just got a little bit overzealous there on the throttle. As apologies to all the V-carbs that are trying to avoid me. I mean, we were going to score points anyway, so it doesn't make any difference in the World Championship as well. But I was going to say, really annoyed that I messed up the strategy a bit earlier on, but I think it's safe to say I'm probably more annoyed that I've just done that with 1 lap to go as well in this season finale there. It has been a tough season of learning. It has obviously been especially a tough season in terms of qualifying, but we have had some monumental highs as well. The victory, of course, in Monaco. A near miss in Austria. A near miss out at Silverstone as well. This Audi team, not only have we proven that we belong, but honestly I feel like we deserved a bit more over the course of the campaign. And hopefully, maybe with some reg changes, with some of the big teams struggling as we head into Season 2, there might be a chance. Max Verstappen, though, will win the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix yet again here in Formula 1. Hats off to him, a great drive by the Dutchman, and Red Bull back on top one final time. They're going to be joined by, I think, Antonelli and Lando Norris on the podium, but I honestly am not 100% sure at the moment there. But ultimately, for us down at Audi, I mean, a race to forget in one regard, but the most Mat 212 race you've probably seen in quite a while as well. Through the final corners, messed up the strategy, got front wing damage, went for a spin right at the end as well. It is only going to be P18, as I get a penalty as well.
Go against our finishing time at the end of the race. Get your head down and let's get it done. All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
The checkered flag is out. We're going to be hearing that Dutch national anthem again because it's victory for Max Verstappen.
Well, great victory today for the final race of the season, and you take that energy with you through the end of the year, through the winter break, and it's important because your team lives off of that. You want them to deliver you the best possible car for the start of next season's campaign.
What a day it's been for Formula 1, and what a day it's been for these 3 drivers. Time for the podium celebrations. Time for our drivers to celebrate. One of the all-time greats celebrates yet again. It's another podium, it's another top step for Max Verstappen.
Well, there we are then. Max Verstappen as McLaren and Mercedes worried about each other so much throughout the end of the season. The Dutchman gets one final victory and will go out on a high as well. Kimi Antonelli in P2 ahead of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. McLaren had the pace, they just did not have the tyre wear tonight, it would appear. George Russell beats out both Ferraris in what was quite a quiet end to the campaign for them. Alexander Albon, Carlos Sainz and Franco Colapinto rounding out your top 10. So I think that's 3 races in a row at the end of the season that Alpine were able to score some points as well. Further down the order though, Isaac Hadjar ahead of Gasly and Ocon, Alonso ahead of Liam Lawson, Arvid Lindblad, Behrman, Perez, and well, we did end up still beating out Hülkenberg. But yeah, an absolute disaster throughout most of that Grand Prix. But we'll laugh, we'll smile, and we'll prepare ourselves ready for Season 2. Taking a look then at our World Championship, Lando Norris did bring that gap back under a race wins margin to George Russell, but of course there's no more races to close it down. George Russell, 416 points against Lando Norris's 393. Antonelli did hang on for that 3rd spot as well, just crossing the 300-point barrier ahead of Max Verstappen. Charles Leclerc did beat Oscar Piastri as well, with Hamilton in a rather lonely P7. Alexander Albon, he was going to beat me anyway, but he should have beaten me by more here tonight. But 8th place for him, best of the rest ahead of myself. Carlos Sainz in P10 as well, so a great season by Williams ahead of Isaac Hadjar. Gasly in P12, kind of the best of the rest lower down the order. Franco Colapinto, though, a great run of points late on in the season ahead of Ollie Behrman. Liam Lawson, Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, with Hülkenberg, Perez, Stroll, Bottas and Arvid Lindblad, the only drivers that failed to score a point. Constructors-wise, Mercedes 51 clear of McLaren, so they did pull out one extra this weekend as well. Like I said, Ferrari, a bit of a lonely race, or a lonely season, I should say, to P3 when all is said and done. Red Bull in 4th, Williams there 100 points clear of Audi. We were 72 clear of Alpine, but I tell you what, they could be a threat next year. Haas down in 8th, V-Carb ahead of Aston Martin Aramco, and Cadillac failing to score a point in their debut campaign. Like I said though in the intro, a massive thank you to all of you guys for your continued support. Obviously, if you're a channel member, you can now access kind of our little behind the scenes video as we prepare ourselves ready for Season 2 as well. But for now, I'm going to see you guys out, well, I guess, for the start of Season 2.